Don't forget to subscribe.
Chapter 72. Horses. Several days after Denna and I had our moonlit stroll in the garden, I finished a song for Felurian called Nothing But Roses. The mayor specifically requested it, and I had leapt to the project with a will, knowing that Denna would laugh herself sick when I played it for her. I slid the mayor's song into an envelope and looked at the clock. I'd thought I'd be busy the entire night finishing it, but it had come with surprising ease. Consequently, I had the rest of the evening free. It was late, but not terribly late. Not late for kindling night in a lively city like Severin. Perhaps not too late to find Denna. I threw on a set of fresh clothes and hurried out of the estates. Since the money in my purse came from selling pieces of Kvothe's equipment and playing cards with nobles who knew more about fashion than statistics, I paid the full bit for the horse lifts, then jogged the half-mile to Newell Street. I slowed to a walk for the last several blocks. Enthusiasm is flattering, but I didn't want to arrive at Denna's inn panting and sweating like a lathered horse. I wasn't surprised when I didn't find her at the Four Tapers. Denna wasn't the sort to sit and twiddle her thumbs just because I was busy, but the two of us had spent the better part of a month exploring the city together, and I had a few good guesses as to where I might find her. 5 minutes later, I spotted her. She was moving through the crowded street with a definite purpose, walking as if she had somewhere important to be. I started to make my way toward her, then hesitated. Where would she be going so purposefully, alone, so late at night? She was going to meet her patron. I wish I could say I agonized before I decided to follow her, but I really didn't. The temptation of finally learning the identity of her patron was simply too strong. So, I put up the hood of my cloak and began to ghost through the crowd behind Denna. It's remarkably easy if you have a little practice. I used to make a game of it in Tarbean, seeing how far I could follow someone without being seen. It helped that Denna wasn't a fool and stayed in the good parts of the city where the streets were busy, and in the dim light my cloak looked a nondescript black. I followed her for half an hour. We passed cart vendors selling chestnuts and greasy meat pies. Guards mingled with the crowd, and the streets were bright with scattered streetlights and lanterns hung outside the doors of inns. An occasional out-at-the-heels musician played with his hat in front of him, and once we passed a troupe of mummers acting out a play in a small cobblestone square. Then Denna turned and left the better streets behind. Soon there were fewer lights and tipsy revelers. The musicians gave way to beggars who called out or clutched at your clothes as you walked by. Lamplight still poured through the windows of nearby pubs and inns, but the street was no longer bustling. People clustered in twos or threes, women wearing corsets and men with hard eyes. These streets weren't dangerous, strictly speaking, or rather, they were dangerous in a broken glass sort of way. Broken glass won't go out of its way to hurt you. You can even touch it if you're careful. Some streets are dangerous as frothing dogs, where no amount of care will keep you safe. I was beginning to get nervous when I saw Denna stop suddenly at the mouth of a shadowed alley. She craned her neck for a moment, as if listening to something. Then, after peering into the dark, she darted inside. Was this where she was meeting her patron? Was she taking a shortcut to a different street? Or was she simply following her paranoid patron's instructions to make sure no one followed her? I began to curse under my breath. If I followed her into the alley and she saw me, it would be obvious I'd been trailing her. But if I didn't follow her, I'd lose her. And while this wasn't a truly dangerous part of the city, I didn't want to leave her walking alone so late at night. So I scanned the nearby buildings and spotted one fronted with crumbling fieldstone. After a quick glance around, I climbed the face of it quick as a squirrel, another useful skill from my misspent youth. Once I was on the roof, it was a simple matter to run over the tops of several other buildings, then slink into the shadow of a chimney before peering down into the alley. There was a sliver of moon overhead, and I expected to see Denna striding quickly along her shortcut, or having a hushed and hidden meeting with her dodgy patron. But what I saw was nothing of the sort. Dim lamplight from an upstairs window showed a woman splayed out motionless on the ground. My heart thudded hard for several beats until I realized it wasn't Denna. Denna was dressed in shirt and pants. This woman's white dress was crumpled around her, her bare legs pale against the dark stone of the street. My eyes darted around until I saw Denna outside the window's light. She stood close to a broad-shouldered man with moonlight shining on his bald head. Was she embracing him? Was this her patron? Finally, my eyes adjusted enough that I could see the truth. The two were standing very close and still, but she wasn't holding him. She had one hand hard against his neck, and I saw white moonlight glitter on metal there like a distant star. The woman on the ground started to stir, and Denna called out to her. The woman climbed unsteadily to her feet, staggering a bit as she stepped on her own dress, then edged slowly past them, keeping close to the wall as she made her way to the mouth of the alley. Once the woman was behind her, Denna said something else. I was too far away to make out any of the words, but her voice was hard and angry enough to raise the hair on the back of my arms. Denna stepped away from the man, and he backed away, one hand going to the side of his throat. He began to curse her viciously, spitting and making grasping motions with his free hand. His voice was louder than hers, but slurred enough that I couldn't make out much of what he said, though I did identify the word whore several times. But for all his talk, he didn't come anywhere close to within arm's reach of her. Denna simply stood facing him, her feet set squarely on the ground. She held the knife low in front of her, tilted at an angle. Her posture was almost casual. Almost. After cursing for a minute or so, the man took half a shuffling step forward, shaking a fist. Denna said something and made a short, sharp gesture with the knife towards the man's groin. Silence filled the alley, and the man's shoulders shifted a bit. Denna made the gesture again, and the man began to curse more softly, turning away and walking down the alley, his hand still pressed to the side of his neck. Denna watched him go, then relaxed and slid the knife carefully into her pocket. She turned and walked to the mouth of the alleyway. I scurried to the front of the building. On the street below, I saw Denna and the other woman standing under a street lamp. In the better light, I saw the woman was much younger than I'd thought, just a slip of a girl, her shoulders heaving with sobs. Denna rubbed her back in small circles, and the girl slowly calmed down. After a moment, they began walking down the street. I hurried back to the alley where I had spotted an old iron drain pipe, a relatively easy way to get back down onto the street, but even so, it cost me 2 long minutes and most of the skin off my knuckles to get cobblestones back under my feet. Only through a pure effort of will did I keep myself from running out of the alley to catch up with Denna and the girl. The last thing I wanted was for Denna to discover I'd been following her. Luckily, they weren't moving very fast, and I caught sight of them easily. Denna led the girl back to the nicer part of the city, then took her into a respectable-looking inn with a painted rooster on the sign. I stood outside for a minute, peering at the layout of the inn through one of the windows. Then, I settled my hood more firmly over my face, walked casually around the back portion of the inn, and slid into a seat on the other side of a dividing wall, just around the corner from Denna and the young girl. If I'd wanted to, I could have leaned forward to peer at their table, but, as it was, neither one of us could see the other. The tap room was mostly empty, and a serving girl came up to me almost as soon as I took my seat. She eyed the rich fabric of my cloak and smiled. "What can I get you?" I eyed the impressive array of polished glass behind the bar. I motioned the serving girl closer and spoke softly with a rasp in my throat, as if I were recovering from the croup cough. "I'll take a tumble of your best whiskey," I said, "and a glass of fine Felurian red." She nodded and left. I turned my finely tuned eavesdropper's ears to the next table. "Your accent," I heard Denna say. "Where are you from?" There was a pause and a murmur as the girl spoke. Since she was facing away from me, I couldn't hear what she said. "That's in the Western Farrell, isn't it?" Denna asked. "You're a long way from home." There was a murmuring from the girl, then a long pause where I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't tell if she'd stopped talking or if she was speaking too quietly for me to hear. I fought the urge to lean forward and peer at their table. Then the murmuring came back, very soft. "I know he said he loved you," Denna said, her voice gentle. "They all say that." The serving girl set a tall wine glass in front of me and handed me my tumble. 2 bits. Merciful Talu. With prices like that, no wonder the place was nearly empty. I tossed back the whiskey in a single swallow, fighting the urge to cough as it burned down my throat. Then I drew a full silver round out of my purse, set the heavy coin on the table, and put the empty tumble down over the top of it. I motioned the serving girl close again. "I have a proposal for you," I said quietly. "Right now, I want nothing more than to sit here quietly, drink my wine, and think my thoughts." I tapped the overturned tumble with the coin underneath. "If I am allowed to do this without interruption, all of this, less the cost of my drinks, is yours." Her eyes went a little wide at that, darting down to the coin again. "But if anyone comes over to bother me, even in a helpful way, even to ask if I would like anything to drink, I will simply pay and leave." I looked up at her. "Can you help me get a little privacy tonight?" She nodded eagerly. "Thank you," I said. She hurried away and went immediately to another woman standing behind the bar, making a few gestures in my direction. I relaxed a bit, reasonably certain they wouldn't be drawing any attention to me. I sipped my wine and listened. "Does your father do?" Denna asked. I recognized the pitch of her voice. It was the same low, gentle tone my father had used when talking to skittish animals, a tone designed to calm someone and set them at their ease. The girl murmured, and Denna responded, "That's a fine job. What are you doing here, then?" Another murmur. "Got handsy, did he?" Denna said matter-of-factly. "Well, that's the nature of eldest sons." The girl spoke up again, this time with some fire in her voice, though I still couldn't make out any of the words. I buffed the surface of my wine glass a little with the edge of my cloak, then tipped it out and away from me a bit. The wine was so deep a red that it was almost black. It made the side of the glass act like a mirror. Not a wonderful mirror, but I could see tiny shapes at the table around the corner. I heard Denna sigh, cutting off the low murmur of the girl's voice. "Let me guess," Denna said, sounding exasperated. "You stole the silver, or something similar, then ran off to the city." The small reflection of the girl just sat there. "But it wasn't like you thought it would be, was it?" Denna said, more gently this time. I could see the girl's shoulders begin to shake and heard a series of faint, heartbreaking sobs. I looked away from the wine glass and set it back on the table. "Here." There was the sound of a glass being knocked onto the table. "Drink that," Denna said. "It will help a bit. Not a lot, but a bit." The sobbing stopped. The girl gave a surprised cough, choking a little. "You poor silly thing," Denna said softly. "Meeting you is worse than looking in a mirror." For the first time, the girl spoke loudly enough for me to hear her. "I thought, if he's going to take me anyway and get it for free, I might as well go somewhere I can pick and choose and get paid for it." Her voice trailed off until I couldn't make out any words, leaving only the low rise and fall of her muffled voice. "The 10-penny king?" Denna interrupted incredulously, her tone more venomous than anything I'd ever heard from her before. "Kist and Krail, I hate that goddamn play. Modegan fairy story trash. The world doesn't work like that." "But," the girl began. Denna cut her off. "There's no young prince out there, dressed in rags and waiting to save you. Even if there were, where would you be? You'd be like a dog he'd found in the gutter. He'd own you. After he took you home, who would save you from him?" A piece of silence. The girl coughed again, but only a little. "So what are we going to do with you?" Denna said. The girl sniffed and said something. "If you could take care of yourself, we wouldn't be sitting here," Denna said. A murmur. "It's an option," Denna said. "They'll take half of what you make, but that's better than getting nothing and having your throat slit on top of it. I'm guessing you figured that out yourself tonight." There was the sound of cloth on cloth. I tipped my wine glass to get a look, but all I saw was Denna making some indistinct motion. "Let's see what we have here," she said. Then there came the familiar clatter of coins on a table, The girl made an awed murmur. "No, I'm not," Denna said. "It's not so much when it's all your money in the world. You should know by now how expensive it is to make your own way in the city." A murmur that rose at the end. A question. I heard Denna draw a breath, then let it out again slowly. "Because someone helped me once when I needed it," she said. "And because if you don't get some help, you'll be dead in a span of days. Take it from someone who's made her own share of bad decisions." There was the sound of coins sliding on the table. "Okay," Denna said. "First option, we get you apprenticed up. You're a little old and it will cost, but we could do it. Nothing fancy, weaving, cobbling. They'll work you hard, but you'd have your room and board, and you'd learn a trade." A questioning murmur. "With your accent?" Denna asked archly. "Can you curl a lady's hair, paint her face, mend her dress, tat lace?" A pause. "No, you don't have the training to be a maidservant, and I wouldn't know who to bribe." The sound of coins being gathered together. "Option 2, Denna said. "We get you a room until that bruise is gone." Coins sliding. "Then buy you a seat on a coach back home." More coins. "You've been gone a month. That's the perfect amount of time for some serious worry to set in. When you come home, they'll just be happy you're alive." Murmur. "Tell them whatever you like," Denna said. "But if you've got half a brain in your head, you'll make it sensible. Nobody's going to believe you met some prince who sent you home." A murmur so soft I could hardly hear it. "Of course it will be hard, you silly little bint," Denna said sharply. "They'll hold it over your head for the rest of your life. Folk will whisper when you walk by on the street. It'll be hard to find a husband. You'll lose friends, but that's the price you'll have to pay if you want to have anything like your normal life back again." The coins clinked as they were gathered together again. "Third option. If you're certain you want to make a go of whoring, we can arrange it so you don't end up dead in a ditch. You've got a nice face, but you'll need proper clothes." Coins sliding. "And someone to teach you manners." More coins. "And someone else to get rid of that accent of yours." Coins again. Murmur. "Because it's the only sensible way to do it," Denna said flatly. Another murmur. Denna gave a tight, irritated sigh. "Okay. Your father's stablemaster, right? Think about the different horses the Baron owns. Plow horses, carriage horses, hunting horses." Excited murmur. "Exactly," Denna said. "So if you had to pick, what sort of horse would you want to be? A plow horse works hard, but does it get the best stall, the best feed?" Murmur. "That's right. That goes to the fancy horses. They get petted and fed and only have to work when there's a parade or someone goes hunting." Denna continued. "So if you're going to be a whore, you do it smart. You don't want to be some dockside drab, you want to be a duchess. You want men to court you, send you gifts." Murmur. "Yes, gifts. If they pay, they'll feel like they own you. You saw how that turned out tonight. You can keep your accent and that low bodice and have sailors paw you for a halfpenny a throw. Or you can learn some manners, get your hair done, and start entertaining gentlemen callers. If you're interesting and pretty, and you know how to listen, men will desire your company. They'll want to take you dancing as much as take you to bed. Then you have the control. Nobody makes a duchess pay for her room in advance. Nobody bends a duchess over a barrel in an alley, then kicks out her teeth once he's had his fun." Murmur. "No," Denna said, her voice grim. There was the sound of coins being clinked softly into a purse. "Don't lie to yourself. Even the fanciest horse is still a horse. That means sooner or later you're going to get ridden." A questioning murmur. "Then you leave," Denna said. "If they want more than you're willing to give, that's the only way. You leave quick and quiet in the night. But if you do, you'll burn your bridges. That's the price you pay." A hesitant murmur. "I can't tell you that," Denna said. "You need to decide what you want for yourself. You want to go home? There's a price. You want control over your life? There's a price. You want the freedom to say no? There's a price. There's always a price." There was the sound of a chair being pushed away from a table, and I pressed myself back against the wall as I heard the two of them stand up. "It's something everyone has to figure out on their own," Denna said, her voice growing more distant. "What do you want more than anything else? What do you want so badly you'll pay anything to get it?" I sat for a long time after they left, trying to drink my wine. Chapter 73, Blood and Ink. In the Theophany, Tecum writes of secrets, calling them painful treasures of the mind. He explains that what most people think of as secrets are really nothing of the sort. Mysteries, for example, are not secrets. Neither are little-known facts or forgotten truths. A secret, Tecum explains, is true knowledge actively concealed. Philosophers have quibbled over his definition for centuries. They point out the logical problems with it, the loopholes, the exceptions. But in all this time, none of them has managed to come up with a better definition. That perhaps tells us more than all the quibbling combined. In a later chapter, less argued over and less well known, Tecum explains there are two types of secrets. There are secrets of the mouth and secrets of the heart. Most secrets are secrets of the mouth, gossip shared, and small scandals whispered. These secrets long to be let loose upon the world. A secret of the mouth is like a stone in your boot. At first you're barely aware of it, then it grows irritating, then intolerable. Secrets of the mouth grow larger the longer you keep them, swelling until they press against your lips. They fight to be let free. Secrets of the heart are different. They are private and painful, and we want nothing more than to hide them from the world. They do not swell and press against the mouth. They live in the heart, and the longer they are kept, the heavier they become. Tecum claims it is better to have a mouthful of poison than a secret of the heart. Any fool will spit out poison, he says, but we hoard these painful treasures. We swallow hard against them every day, forcing them deep inside us. There they sit, growing heavier, festering. Given enough time, they cannot help but crush the heart that holds them. Modern philosophers scorn Tecum, but they are vultures picking at the bones of a giant. Quibble all you like. Tecum understood the shape of the world. The day after I'd followed Denna through the city, she sent me a note, and I met her outside the Four Tapers. We'd met there dozens of times in the last several span, but today something was different. Today, Denna wore a long, elegant dress, not layered and high-necked in the current fashion, but close-fitting and open at the throat. It was a deep blue, and when she took a step, I could glimpse a long stretch of her bare leg beneath. Her harp case leaned against the wall behind her, and she had an expectant look in her eye. Her dark hair was lustrous in the sunlight, unadorned except for 3 narrow braids tied with blue string. She was barefoot, and her feet were grass-stained. She smiled. "It's done," she said, excitement thrumming through her voice like distant thunder. "Done enough to play you a piece, at any rate. Would you like to hear it?" I caught a bit of well-hidden shyness in her voice. As we were both working for patrons who valued their privacy, Denna and I didn't often discuss our work. We compared our ink-stained fingers and bemoaned our difficulties, but only in vague ways. "I'd like nothing better than to hear it," I said, as Denna picked up her harp case and started down the street. I fell into step beside her. "But won't your patron mind?" Denna gave a too casual shrug. "He says he wants my first song to be something that men will sing for 100 years, so I doubt he'll want me to keep it bottled up forever." She gave me a sideways look. "We'll go somewhere private, and I'll let you hear. So long as you don't go shouting it from rooftops, I should be safe." We started walking to the western gate by unspoken agreement. "I'd have brought my lute," I said, "but I finally found a luthier I trust. I'm having that loose peg mended." "You'll serve me best as an audience today," she said. "Sit wrapped in admiration as I play. Tomorrow I'll watch you all dewy-eyed with wonder. I'll marvel at your skill and wit and charm." She moved her harp to her other shoulder and grinned at me. provided you aren't having them mended at the shop." "I'm always up for a duet," I suggested. "Harp and lute is rare, but not unheard of." "That's delicately phrased." She glanced sideways at me. "I'll think on it." As I had a dozen times before, I fought the urge to tell her I'd reclaimed her ring from Ambrose. I wanted to tell her the story of it, mistakes and all, but I was fairly certain the romantic impact of my gesture would be diminished by the end of the story, where I'd effectively pawned the ring before I left Imre. Better to keep it a secret for now, I thought, and surprise her with the ring itself. "So, what would you think," I asked, "of having Mayor Alvaron for your patron?" Denna stopped walking and turned to look at me. "What?" "I'm currently in his good graces," I said, "and he owes me a favor or two. I know you've been looking for a patron." "I have a patron," she said firmly. "One I've earned on my own." "You have half a patron," I protested. "Where's your writ of patronage? Your master Ash might be able to give you some financial support, but the more important half of a patron is their name. It's like armor. It's like a key that opens—" "I know how a patronage works," Denna said, cutting me off. "Then you know yours is shortchanging you," I said. "If the mayor had been your patron when things went wrong at that wedding, no one in that shabby little town would have dared to raise their voice to you, let alone their hand. Even from 1,000 miles away, the mayor's name would have protected you. He would have kept you safe." "A patron can offer more than a name and money," Denna said with an edge to her voice. "I'm fine without the shelter of a title, and honestly, I'd be irritated if some man wanted to dress me in his colors. My patron gives me other things. He knows things I need to know." She gave me an irritated look as she flicked her hair over her shoulder. "I've told you all this before. I'm content with him for now." "Why not have both?" I suggested. "The mayor in public and your master Ash in secret. Surely he couldn't object to that. Alvaron could probably even look into this other fellow for you, make sure he's not trying to win you with false—" Denna gave me a horrified look. "No! God, no!" She turned to me, her expression earnest. "Promise me you won't try to find out anything about him. It could ruin everything. You're the only one I've told in all the wide world, but he'd be furious if he knew I'd mention him to anyone." I felt a bizarre glow of pride at this. "If you'd really rather I not—" Denna stopped walking and set her harp case down on the cobblestones, where it made a hollow thump. Her expression was deadly serious. "Promise me." I probably wouldn't have agreed if I hadn't spent half the previous night following her around the city with the hope of discovering this very thing. But I had. Then I'd eavesdropped on her, too. So today I was practically sweating with guilt. "I promise," I said. When her anxious look didn't evaporate, I added, "Don't you trust me? I'll swear it, if that will set your mind at ease." "What would you swear it on?" she asked, beginning to smile again. "What's important enough that it will hold you to your word?" "My name and my power," I said. "You are many things," she said dryly, "but you are not Taborlin the Great." "My good right hand?" I suggested. "Only one hand?" she asked, playfulness creeping back into her tone. She reached out and took both of my hands in her own, turning them over and making a show of inspecting them closely. "I like the left one better," she decided. "Swear by that one." "My good left hand?" I asked dubiously. "Fine," she said. "The right. You're such a traditionalist." "I swear I won't attempt to uncover your patron," I said bitterly. "I swear it on my name and my power. I swear it by my good left hand. I swear it by the ever-moving moon." Denna peered at me closely, as if she wasn't sure if I was mocking her. "Fine," she said with a shrug, picking up her harp. "Consider me reassured." We started walking again, moving through the western gates and into the countryside. The silence between us stretched, starting to grow uncomfortable. Worried things would grow awkward, I said the first thing that came to mind. "So, Are there any new men in your life? Denna chuckled low in her throat. Now you sound like Master Ash. He's always asking after them. He doesn't think any of my suitors are good enough for me. I couldn't agree more, but decided it wouldn't be prudent to say so. And what does he think of me? What? She asked, confused. Oh, he doesn't know about you, she said. Why would he? I tried to give a nonchalant shrug, but I couldn't have been very convincing as she burst out laughing. Poor Kvothe, I'm teasing you. I only tell him about the ones that come prowling around, panting and sniffing like dogs. You're not like them. You've always been different. I've always prided myself on my lack of panting and sniffing. Denna turned her shoulder and let her swinging harp bump me playfully. You know what I mean. They come and go with little gain or loss. You are the gold behind the wind-blown dross. Master Ash might think he has a right to know about my personal affairs, my comings and goings. She scowled a bit, but he doesn't. I'm willing to concede some of that, for now. She reached out and took hold of my upper arm possessively. But you are not part of the bargain, she said, her voice almost fierce. You are mine. Mine alone. I don't intend to share you. The momentary tension passed, and we walked the wide west road away from Severin, laughing and talking of small things. Half a mile past the city's last inn was a quiet patch of trees with a single tall gray stone nestled in its center. We had found it while searching for wild strawberries, and it had become one of our favorite places to escape the noise and stink of the city. Denna sat at the base of the greystone and put her back against it. Then she brought her harp out of its case and pulled it close to her chest, causing her dress to gather and expose a scandalous amount of leg. She arched an eyebrow at me and smirked as if she knew exactly what I was thinking. Nice harp, I said casually. She snorted indelicately. I sat where I was, sprawling comfortably on the long, cool grass. I tugged a few strands of it out of the ground and idly began to twist them together into a braid. Honestly, I was nervous. While we had spent a great deal of time together over the last month, I'd never heard Denna play anything of her own creation. We had sung together, and I knew she had a voice like honey on warm bread. I knew her fingers were sure, and she had a musician's timing. But writing a song isn't the same as playing one. What if hers wasn't any good? What would I say? Denna spread her fingers to the strings, and my worries faded to the background. I've always found something powerfully erotic about the way a woman puts her hands to a harp. She began a rolling gliss down the strings from high to low. The sound of it was like hammers on bells, like water over stones, like bird song through the air. She stopped and tuned a string, plucked, tuned. She struck a sharp chord, a hard chord, a lingering chord, then turned to look at me, flexing her fingers nervously. Are you ready? You're incredible, I said. I saw her flush a little, then brush her hair back to hide her reaction. Fool, I haven't played you anything yet. You're incredible all the same. Hush. She struck a hard chord and let it fade into a quiet melody. As it rose and fell, she spoke the introduction to her song. I was surprised at such a traditional opening. Surprised, but pleased. Old ways are best. Gather round and listen well, for I've a tale of tragedy to tell. I sing of subtle shadow spread across a land, and of the man who turned his hand toward a purpose few could bear. Fair Lanre, stripped of wife, of life, of pride, still never from his purpose swayed, who fought the tide and fell and was betrayed. At first, it was her voice that caught my breath. Then, it was the music. But before 10 lines had passed her lips, I was stunned for different reasons. She sang the story of Mir Tariniel's fall, of Lanre's betrayal. It was the story I had heard from Scarpi in Tarbean. But Denna's version was different. In her song, Lanre was painted in tragic tones, a hero wrongly used. Salitos' words were cruel and biting. Mere Terrennial, a warren that was better for the purifying fire. Lanre was no traitor, but a fallen hero. So much depends upon where you stop a story, and hers ended when Lanre was cursed by Salitos. It was the perfect ending for a tragedy. In her story, Lanre was wronged, misunderstood. Salitos was a tyrant, an insane monster who tore out his own eye in fury at Lanre's clever trickery. It was dreadfully, painfully wrong. Despite this, it had the first glimmers of beauty to it. The chords well chosen, the rhyme subtle and strong. The song was very fresh, and there were rough patches aplenty, but I could feel the shape of it. I saw what it could become. It would turn men's minds. They would sing it for 100 years. You've probably heard it, in fact. Most folk have. She ended up calling it the Song of Seven Sorrows. Yes, Denna composed it, and I was the first person to hear it played entire. As the last notes faded in the air, Denna lowered her hands, unwilling to meet my eye. I sat, still and silent on the grass. For this to make sense, you need to understand something every musician knows. Singing a new song is a nervous thing. More than that, it's terrifying. It's like undressing for the first time in front of a new lover. It's a delicate moment. I needed to say something. A compliment, a comment, a joke, a lie, anything was better than silence. But I couldn't have been more stunned if she had written a hymn praising the Duke of Gibeah. The shock was simply too much for me. I felt raw as reused parchment, as if every note of her song had been another flick of a knife, scraping until I was entirely blank and wordless. I looked down dumbly at my hands. They still held the half-formed circle of green grass I'd been weaving when the song began. It was a broad, flat plate already beginning to curve into the shape of a ring. Still looking down, I heard the rustle of Denna's skirts as she moved. I needed to say something. I'd already waited too long. There was too much silence in the air. The city's name wasn't Mirinitel, I said, without looking up. It was not the worst thing I could have said, but it wasn't the right thing to say. There was a pause. What? Not Mirinitel, I repeated. The city Lanre burned was Mir Terrennial. Sorry to tell you that. Changing a name is hard work. It will wreck the meter in a third of your verses. I was surprised at how quiet my voice was, how flat and dead it sounded in my own ears. I heard her draw a surprised breath. You've heard this story before? I looked up at Denna, her expression excited. I nodded, still feeling oddly blank, empty, hollow as a dried gourd. What made you pick this for a song? I asked her. It wasn't the right thing to say either. I can't help but feel that if I'd said the right thing at that moment, everything would have turned out differently. But even now, after years of thinking, I can't imagine what I could have said that might have made things right. Her excitement faded slightly. I found a version of it in an old book when I was doing genealogical research for my patron, she said. Hardly anyone remembers it, so it's perfect for a song. It's not like the world needs another story about Oren Velsiter. I'll never make my mark repeating what other musicians have already hashed over 100 times before. Denna gave me a curious look. I thought I was going to be able to surprise you with something new. I never would have guessed you'd heard of Lanre. I heard it years ago, I said numbly. From an old storyteller in Tarbean. If I had half your luck, Denna shook her head in dismay. I had to piece it together out of 100 little scraps. She made a conciliatory gesture. Me and my patron, I should say. He's helped. Your patron, I said. I felt a spark of emotion when she mentioned him. Hollow as I was, it was surprising how quickly the bitterness spread through my gut, as if someone had kindled a fire inside me. Denna nodded. "He fancies himself a bit of a historian," she said. "I think he's angling for a court appointment. He wouldn't be the first to ingratiate himself by shining a light on someone's long-lost heroic ancestor, or maybe he's trying to invent a heroic ancestor for himself. That would explain the research we've been doing in old genealogies." She hesitated for a moment, biting her lips. "The truth is," she said, as if confessing something, "I half suspect the song is for Alvaron himself. Master Ash has implied he's had dealings with the mayor." She gave a mischievous grin. "Who knows? Running in the circles you do, you might have already met my patron and not even known it." My mind flickered over the hundreds of nobles and courtiers I'd met in passing over the last month, but it was hard to focus on their faces. The fire in my gut was spreading until my whole chest was full of it. "But enough of this," Denna said, waving her hands impatiently. She pushed her harp away and folded her legs to sit cross-legged on the grass. "You're teasing me. What did you think of it?" I looked down at my hands and idly fingered the flat braid of green grass I'd woven. It was smooth and cool between my fingers. I couldn't remember how I'd planned to join the ends together to form a ring. "I know it's got some rough patches," I heard Denna say, her voice brimming with nervous excitement. "I'll have to fix that name you mentioned, if you're sure it's the right one. The beginning is rough, and the 7th verse is a shambles, I know. I need to expand the battles and his relationship with Lyra. The ending needs tightening, but overall, what did you think?" Once she smoothed it out, it would be brilliant. As good a song as my parents might have written. But that just made it worse. My hands were shaking, and I was amazed at how hard it was to make them stop. I looked away from them, up at Denna. Her nervous excitement faded when she saw my face. "You're going to have to rework more than just the name." I tried to keep my voice calm. Lanray wasn't a hero. She looked at me oddly, as if she couldn't tell if I was making a joke. "What?" "You've got the whole thing wrong," I said. "Lanray was a monster, a traitor. You need to change it." Denna tossed back her head and laughed. When I didn't join her, she cocked her head, puzzled. "You're serious?" I nodded. Denna's face went stiff. Her eyes narrowed and her mouth made a thin line. "You have to be kidding." Her mouth worked silently for a moment. Then she shook her head. "It wouldn't make any sense. The whole story falls apart if Lanray isn't the hero." "It's not about what makes a good story," I said. "It's about what's true." "True?" She looked at me incredulously. "This is just some old folk story. None of the places are real. None of the people are real. You might as well get offended at me for coming up with a new verse for Tinker Tanner." I could feel words rising in my throat, hot as a chimney fire. I swallowed down hard against them. "Some stories are just stories," I agreed, "but not this one. It's not your fault. There's no way you could have—" "Oh, well, thank you," she said bitingly. "I'm so glad this isn't my fault." "Fine," I said sharply. "It is your fault. You should have done more research." "What do you know about the research I did?" she demanded. "You haven't the slightest idea. I've been all over the world digging up pieces of this story." It was the same thing my father had done. He'd started writing a song about Lanray, but his research led him to the Chandrian. He'd spent years chasing down half-forgotten stories and digging up rumors. He wanted his song to tell the truth about them, and they had killed my entire troop to put an end to it. I looked down at the grass and thought about the secret I had kept for so long. I thought of the smell of blood and burning hair. I thought of rust and blue fire and the broken bodies of my parents. How could I explain something so huge and horrible? Where would I even begin? I could feel the secret deep inside me, huge and heavy as a stone. "In the version of the story I heard," I said, touching the far edge of the secret, "Lanray becomes one of the Chandrian. You should be careful. Some stories are dangerous." Denna stared at me for a long moment. "The Chandrian?" she said incredulously. Then she laughed. It was not her usual delighted laugh. This was sharp and full of derision. "What kind of child are you?" I knew exactly how childish it made me sound. I felt myself flush hot with embarrassment, my whole body suddenly prickling with sweat. I opened my mouth to speak, and it felt like cracking open the door of a furnace. "I'm like a child?" I spat. "What do you know about anything, you stupid—" I almost bit off the end of my tongue to keep from shouting the word whore. "You think you know everything, don't you?" she demanded. "You've been to the university, so you think the rest of us are—" "Quit looking for excuses to be upset and listen to me," I snapped. The words poured out of me like molten iron. "You're having a snit like a spoiled little girl." "Don't you dare." She jabbed a finger at me. "Don't talk to me like I'm some sort of witless farm girl. I know things they don't teach at your precious university. Secret things. I'm not an idiot." "You're acting like an idiot!" I shouted so loudly the words hurt my throat. "You won't shut up long enough to listen to me! I'm trying to help you!" Denna sat in the center of a chilly silence. Her eyes were hard and flat. "That's what it's all about, isn't it?" she said coldly. Her fingers moved in her hair, every flick of her fingers stiff with irritation. She untied her braids, smoothed them out, then absent-mindedly retied them in a different pattern. "You hate that I won't take your help. You can't stand that I won't let you fix every little thing in my life. Is that it? Well, maybe someone needs to fix your life," I snapped. "You've made a fair mess of it so far, haven't you?" She continued to sit very still, her eyes furious. "What makes you think you know anything about my life?" "I know you're so afraid of anyone getting close that you can't stay in the same bed 4 days in a row," I said, hardly knowing what I was saying anymore. Angry words poured out of me like blood from a wound. "I know you live your whole life burning bridges behind you. I know you solve your problems by running—" "What makes you think your advice is worth one thin sliver of a dam anyway?" Denna burst out. "Half a year ago you had 1 foot in the gutter, hair all shaggy and only 3 raggedy shirts. There isn't a noble in 100 miles of Imre that would piss on you if you were on fire. You had to run 1,000 miles to have a chance of a patron." My face burned with shame at her mention of my 3 shirts, and I felt my temper flare hot again. "You're right, of course," I said scathingly. "You're much better off. I'm sure your patron would be perfectly happy to piss on you." "Now we get to the heart of it," she said, throwing her hands up in the air. "You don't like my patron because you could get me a better one. You don't like my song because it's different from the one you know." She reached for her harp case, her movements stiff and angry. "You're just like all the rest." "I'm trying to help you." "You're trying to fix me," Denna said crisply as she put away her harp. "You're trying to buy me, to arrange my life. You want to keep me like I'm your pet, like I'm your faithful dog." "I'd never think of you as a dog," I said, giving her a bright and brittle smile. "A dog knows how to listen. A dog has sense enough not to bite a hand that's trying to help." Our conversation spiraled downward from there. At this point in the story, I'm tempted to lie. To say I spoke these things in an uncontrollable rage, that I was overwhelmed with grief at the memory of my murdered family. I'm tempted to say I tasted plum and nutmeg. Then I would have some excuse, but they were my words. In the end, I was the one who said those things. Only me. Denna responded in kind, hurt and furious and sharp-tongued as myself. We were both proud and angry and filled with the unshakable certainty of youth. We said things we never would have said otherwise, and when we left, we did not leave together. My temper was hot and bitter as a bar of molten iron. It seared at me as I walked all the way back to Severin. It burned as I made my way through the city and waited for the freight lifts. It smoldered as I stalked through the mayor's estates and slammed the door to my rooms behind me. It was only hours later that I cooled enough to regret my words. I thought of what I might have said to Denna. I thought of telling her of how my troop was killed, about the Chandrian. I decided I would write her a letter. I would explain it all, no matter how foolish or unbelievable it seemed. I brought out pen and ink and laid a sheet of fine white paper on the writing desk. I dipped the pen and tried to think of where I could begin. My parents had been killed when I was 11. It was an event so huge and horrifying it had driven me nearly mad. In the years since, I had never told a soul of those events. I had never so much as whispered them in an empty room. It was a secret I had clutched so tightly for so long that when I dared think of it, it lay so heavy in my chest that I could barely breathe. I dipped the pen again, but no words came. I opened a bottle of wine, thinking it might loosen the secret inside me, give me some fingerhold I could use to pry it up. I drank until the room spun and the nib of the pen was crusted with dry ink. Hours later, the blank sheet still stared at me, and I beat my fist against the desk in fury and frustration, striking it so hard my hand bled. That is how heavy a secret can become. It can make blood flow easier than ink. Chapter 74. Rumors. The day after I fought with Denna, I woke late in the afternoon, feeling miserable for all the obvious reasons. I ate and bathed, but pride kept me from heading down to Severin Low to look for Denna. I sent a ring to Braden, but the runner returned with the news that he was still away from the estate. So, I opened a bottle of wine and began to leaf through the pile of stories that had been slowly accumulating in my room. The majority of these were scandalous, spiteful things, but their petty meanness suited my mood and helped distract me from my own misery. Thus I learned the previous Comte Banbride hadn't died of consumption, but of syphilis contracted from an amorous stable hand. Lord Veston was addicted to denner resin, and money intended for the maintenance of the King's Road was paying for his habit. Baron Jackas had paid several officials to avoid scandal when his youngest daughter was discovered in a brothel. There were two versions of that story, one where she was selling, and another where she was buying. I filed that information away for future use. I'd started a second bottle of wine by the time I read that young Natalia Lackless had run away with a troupe of traveling performers. Her parents had disowned her, of course, leaving Meluin the only heir to the Lackless lands. That explained Meluin's hatred of the Rue, and made me doubly glad I hadn't made my edema blood public here in Severin. There were 3 separate stories of how the Duke of Cormorant flew into rages while in his cups, beating whoever happened to be nearby, including his wife, his son, and several dinner guests. There was a brief speculative account of how the king and queen held depraved orgies in their private gardens, hidden from the eyes of the royal court. Even Braden made an appearance. He was said to conduct pagan rituals in the secluded woods outside his northern estates. They were described with such extravagant and meticulous detail that I wondered if they weren't copied directly from the pages of some old Aturan romance. I read well into the evening, and was only halfway through the stack of stories when I finished the bottle of wine. I was just about to send a runner for another when I heard the soft hush of air from the other room that announced Alvaron's entrance into my chambers through his secret passage. I pretended to look surprised when he entered the room. "Good afternoon, Your Grace," I said as I came to my feet. "Sit, if you wish," he said shortly. I remained standing out of deference, as I'd learned it was better to err on the side of formality with the mayor. "How are things progressing with your lady?" I asked. From Stapes's excited gossip, I knew matters were rapidly coming to a close. "We pledged a formal troth today," he said distractedly. "Signed papers and all. It's done." "If you'll forgive me for saying so, Your Grace, you don't seem very pleased." He gave a sour smile. "I suppose you've heard about the trouble on the roads of late?" "Only rumors, Your Grace." He snorted. "Rumors I have been trying to keep quiet. Someone has been waylaying my tax collectors on the North Road." That was serious. "Collectors, Your Grace?" I asked, stressing the plural. "How much have they managed to take?" The mayor gave me a stern look that let me know the impropriety of my question. Enough. More than enough. This is the fourth I've had go missing. Over half of my northern taxes taken by highwaymen. He gave me a serious look. The Lackless lands are in the north, you know. You think the Lacklesses are waylaying your collectors? He gave me a stunned look. What? No. It's bandits in the Eld. I blushed a little in embarrassment. Have you sent out patrols, Your Grace? Of course I've sent out patrols, he snapped. I've sent 12. They haven't found so much as a campfire. He paused and looked at me. I suspect someone in my guard is in league with them. His expression was grave. I assume Your Grace has given your collectors escorts? 2 apiece, he said. Do you know how much it costs to replace 12 guardsmen? Armor, weapons, horses? He sighed. On top of it all, only part of the stolen taxes are mine. The rest belong to the king. I nodded in understanding. I don't imagine he's very pleased. Alvaron waved a hand dismissively. Oh, Roderick will have his money regardless. He holds me personally responsible for his tithe. So I'm forced to send the collectors around again to gather His Majesty's share a second time. I don't imagine that sits very well with most people, I said. It does not. He sat in an overstuffed chair and rubbed his face tiredly. I'm at my wits' end over the matter. How will it look to Maelowin if I cannot keep my own roads safe? I took a seat as well, facing him. What of Dagon? I asked. Couldn't he find them? Alvaron gave a short, humorless bark of a laugh. Oh, Dagon would find them. He'd have their heads on poles inside 10 days. Then why not send him? I asked, puzzled. Because Dagon is a man of straight lines. He would raise 12 villages and set fire to 1,000 acres of the Eld to find them. He shook his head seriously. Even if I thought him suited to this task, he is tracking down Codicus at the moment. Besides, I believe there may be magic at work in the Eld, and that is outside Dagon's ken. I suspected the only magic at work was 6 sturdy Modegan longbows, but it's the nature of people to cry magic whenever they're faced with something they cannot easily explain, especially in Vintas. Alvaron leaned forward in his seat. Might I rely on your help in this? There was only one response to that. Of course, Your Grace. Do you know much woodcraft? I studied under a yeoman when I was younger, I exaggerated, guessing he was looking for someone to help devise a better defense for his collectors. I know enough to track a man and hide myself. Alvaron raised an eyebrow at that. Really? You are possessed of quite the diverse education, aren't you? I've led an interesting life, Your Grace. The bottle of wine I'd drunk made me bolder than usual, and I added, I've got an idea or two you might find helpful in dealing with your bandit problem. He leaned forward in his chair. Do tell. I could devise some arcane protection for your men. I made a flourish with the long fingers of my right hand, hoping it looked sufficiently mystical. I juggled numbers in my head and wondered how long it would take to create an arrow catch using only the equipment in Codicus's tower. Alvaron nodded thoughtfully. That might suffice if I was only concerned for the safety of my collectors, but this is the King's Road, a major artery of trade. I need to be rid of the bandits themselves. In that case, I said, I would assemble a small group who know how to make their way quietly in a forest. They shouldn't have too much difficulty locating your bandits. When they do, it should be a simple matter to send your guard out to catch them. Easier yet to set an ambush and kill them, wouldn't you say? Alvaron said slowly, as if looking to gauge my reaction. Or that, I admitted. Your Grace is the arm of the law. Death is the penalty for banditry, especially on the King's Road, Alvaron said firmly. Does that seem harsh to you? Not in the least, I said, looking him squarely in the eye. Safe roads are the bones of civilization. Alvaron surprised me with a sudden smile. "Your plan is the very image of my own. I have gathered a handful of mercenaries to do just as you've suggested. I've had to move secretly, as I don't know who might be sending these bandits their warnings, but I've got 4 good men ready to leave tomorrow. A tracker, 2 mercenaries with some skill in the forest, and an ADEM mercenary. The last did not come cheaply either." I gave him a congratulatory nod. "You've already planned it better than I could, Your Grace. It hardly seems as if you need my help at all." "Quite the contrary," he said. "I still need someone with a little sense to lead them." He looked at me meaningfully. "Someone who understands magic. Someone I can trust." I felt a sudden sinking sensation. Alvaron got to his feet, smiling warmly. "Twice now you have served me beyond all expectations. Are you familiar with the expression 'third time pays for all'?" Again, there was only one reasonable answer to that question. "Yes, Your Grace." Alvaron took me to his rooms, and we looked over maps of the countryside where his men had been lost. It was a long stretch of the King's Highway running through a piece of the Eld that had been old when Vintas was nothing more than a handful of squabbling sea kings. It was a little more than 80 miles away. We could be there in 4 days of hard walking. Stapes provided me with a new travel sack, and I packed it as well as I was able. I took a few of the more practical clothes from my wardrobe, though they were still more suited for a ballroom than the road. I packed away a few items I'd quietly pilfered from Caudicus's lab over the last span, and gave Stapes a list of a few essential items I was lacking, and he produced them all more quickly than a grocer in a store. Finally, at the hour when all but the most desperate and dishonest persons are abed, Alvaron gave me a purse containing 100 silver bits. "This is a messy way of handling it," Alvaron said. "Normally, I would give you a writ charging citizens to provide you with assistance and aid." He sighed. "But using something like that as you travel would be as good as blowing a trumpet announcing your arrival." I nodded. "If they're clever enough to have a spy among your guard, it's safe to assume they have connections with the local populace as well, Your Grace." "They might be the local populace," he said darkly. Stapes led me out of the estate through the same secret passage the mayor used to enter my rooms. Carrying a hooded thief's lamp, he took me through several twisting passages, then down a long, dark stairway that bored deep into the stone of the sheer. Thus I found myself standing alone in the chill cellar of an abandoned shop in Severin Low. It was in the section of the city that had been ravaged by fire some years ago, and the building's few remaining roof beams stretched like dark bones against the first pale light of dawn. I stepped from the burned shell of the building. Above, the mayor's estates perched on the edge of the sheer like some predatory bird. I spat, none too pleased with my situation, press-ganged into mercenary service. My eyes were gritty from my sleepless night and my long journey through the twisting stone passages in the sheer. The wine I'd drunk wasn't improving anything either. For the last few hours, I could feel myself growing less drunk and more hungover by slow degrees. I'd never been awake through the entire process before, and it was not pleasant. I'd managed to keep up appearances in front of Alvaron and Stapes, but the fact of the matter was that my gut was sour and my thoughts were thick and sluggish. The cool, pre-dawn air cleared my head a little, and within 100 steps I began thinking of things I'd forgotten to include on the list I'd given Stapes. The wine had done me no favors there. I had no tinderbox, no salt, no knife. My loot. I hadn't picked it up from the luthier after having its loose peg fixed. Who knew how long I might be hunting bandits for the mayor? How long would it sit unclaimed before the man decided it had been abandoned? I went 2 miles out of my way, but found the luthier's shop dark and lifeless. I hammered on the door to no avail. Then, after a moment's indecision, I broke in and stole it. Though it hardly seemed to be stealing, since the loot was mine to begin with, and I'd already paid for the repairs. I had to climb a wall, force a window, and trip 2 locks. It was fairly simple stuff, but given my sleepless, wine-sodden head, I'm probably lucky I didn't fall off the roof and break my neck. But aside from a loose piece of slate that set my heart racing, things went smoothly, and I was back on my way in 20 minutes. The 4 mercenaries Alvaron had assembled were waiting in a tavern 2 miles north of Severin. We made brief introductions and left immediately, heading north on the King's Highway. My thoughts were so sluggish that I was miles north of Severin before I began to reconsider a few things. Only then did it occur to me that the mayor might have been less than completely honest in everything he had told me the night before. Was I truly the best person to lead a handful of trackers into an unfamiliar forest to kill a band of highwaymen? Did the mayor really think so much of me? No, of course not. It was flattering, but simply not true. The mayor had access to better resources than that. The truth was, he probably wanted his sweet-tongued assistant out of the way now that he had the Lady Lackless well in hand. I was foolish for not realizing it sooner. So he sent me on a fool's errand to get me out from underfoot. He expected me to spend a month chasing his wild goose in the deep forest of the Eld, then come back empty-handed. The purse made better sense, too. 100 bits would keep us provisioned for a month or so. Then, when I ran out of money, I'd be forced to return to Severin, where the mayor would cluck his tongue in disappointment and use my failure as an excuse to ignore some of the favor I'd accumulated so far. On the other hand, if I got lucky and found the bandits, all the better. It was exactly the sort of plan I'd credit to the mayor. No matter what happened, he got something he wanted. It was irritating, but I could hardly go back to Severin and confront him. Now that I'd committed myself, there was nothing to do but make the best of the situation. As I walked north, my head throbbing and my mouth gritty, I decided I would surprise the mayor again. I'd hunt down his bandits. Then third time would pay for all, and Mayor Alvaron would be well and truly in my debt. Chapter 75. The Players. Over the next few hours of walking, I did my best to get to know the men Alvaron had saddled me with. I speak figuratively, of course, as one of them was a woman, and we were all 5 of us afoot. Tempe caught my eye first, and held it the longest, as he was the first Adem mercenary I'd ever met. Far from being the imposing, hard-eyed killer I'd expected, Tempe was rather nondescript, neither particularly tall nor heavily built. He was fair-skinned with light hair and pale gray eyes. His expression was blank as fresh paper, strangely blank, studiously blank. I knew Adem mercenaries wore blood-red clothing as a sort of badge, but Tempe's outfit was different than I'd expected. His shirt was held tight against his body with a dozen soft leather straps. His pants, too, were belted tightly at the thigh and calf and knee. Everything was dyed the same bright and bloody red, and it fit him snugly as a gentleman's glove. As the day grew warm, I saw him begin to sweat. After living in the cool, thin air of the storm wall, the weather must have seemed disproportionately hot to him. An hour before noon, he loosened the leather straps of his shirt and peeled it away, using it to wipe the sweat from his face and arms. He didn't seem even slightly self-conscious about walking the King's Highway naked to the waist. Tempe's skin was so pale it was almost the color of cream, and his body was lean and sleek as a coursing hound, his muscles shifting under his skin with an animal grace. I tried not to stare, but my eyes couldn't help but pick out the thin, pale scars that crossed his arms and chest and back. He never offered a word of complaint about the heat. Words of any sort seemed rare from him, and he responded to most questions with a nod or a shake of the head. He carried a travel sack like mine, and his sword, far from being intimidating, seemed rather short and unimpressive. Dedan was as different from Tempe as one man can be from another. He was tall, wide, and thick around the chest and neck. He carried a heavy sword, a long knife, and wore a mismatched set of boiled leather armor, hard enough to knock on and often mended. If you have ever seen a caravan guard, then you have seen Dedan, or at least someone cut from the same bolt of cloth. He ate most, complained most, swore most, and had a stubborn streak thicker than a broad oak plank. But, to be fair, He also had a friendly manner and an easy laugh. I was tempted to think of him as stupid due to his manners and his size, but Dedan had a quick wit when he bothered using it. Hespa was a female mercenary, not as rare a creature as some folk think. In appearance and equipage, she was a near mirror of Dedan. The leather, the heavy sword, the slightly weather-worn and world-wise attitude. She had broad shoulders, strong hands, and a proud face with a jaw like a cinder brick. Her hair was blonde and fine, but cut short in the fashion of a man's. But to see her as a female version of Dedan was a mistake. She was reserved where Dedan was all bravado. And while Dedan had an easy manner when his temper wasn't up, Hespa had a vague hardness about her, as if she were constantly expecting someone to give her trouble. Martin was the oldest of us, our tracker. He wore a little leather, softer and better cared for than Dedan's or Hespa's. He carried a long knife, a short knife, and a hunter's bow. Martin had worked as a huntsman before falling out of favor with the baronet whose forces he had tended. Mercenary work was a poor job by comparison, but it kept him fed. His skill with the bow made him valuable despite the fact that he wasn't nearly as physically imposing as either Dedan or Hespa. The three of them had formed a loose partnership some months ago and had been selling their services as a group ever since. Martin told me they'd done other jobs for the mayor, the most recent of which involved scouting some of the lands around Tinue. It took me about 10 minutes to realize Martin should be the leader of this expedition. He had more woodcraft than all the rest of us put together, and had even hunted men for bounty once or twice. When I mentioned this to him, he shook his head and smiled, telling me that being able to do something and wanting to do it were two very different things indeed. Last was me, their fearless leader. The mayor's letter of introduction had described me as a discerning young man of good education and diverse useful qualities. While this was perfectly true, it also made me sound like the most wretchedly useless court dandy in existence. Not helping matters was the fact that I was younger than any of them by years and wearing clothes more suited for a dinner party than the road. I carried my loot and the mayor's purse. I wore no sword, no armor, no knife. I dare say they didn't quite know what to make of me. The sun was about an hour from setting when we passed a tinker on the road. He wore the traditional brown robe, belted with a length of rope. He didn't have a cart, but led a single donkey so loaded with bundles of oddments that it looked like a mushroom. He made his slow way toward us, singing, "If you need no mending and nothing needs tending, a wise man will still see the right time for spending. Enjoy the sunshine, but though you might feel fine, if you don't stop now, you'll be filled with regret. It's better to simply pay and prepare for a rainy day than think of the tinker when you're dripping wet." I laughed and applauded. Proper traveling tinkers are a rare breed of people, and I am always glad to see one. My mother told me they were lucky, and my father had valued them for their news. The fact that I was in desperate need of a few items made this meeting 3 times welcome. "Oh, tinker," Dedan said, smiling. "I need fire and a pint. How long before we hit an inn?" The tinker pointed back the way he had come. "Not 20 minutes' walk." He eyed Dedan. "But you can't tell me there's nothing you need," he admonished. "Everyone needs something." Dedan shook his head politely. "I beg your pardon, tinker. My purse is too thin." "How about you?" The tinker eyed me up and down. "You've the look of a lad who's wanting something." "I do need a few things," I admitted, seeing the others look longingly down the road. I motioned them on. "Go ahead," I told them. "I'll be a few minutes." As they headed off, the tinker rubbed his hands together, grinning. "Well, now, what is it you're looking for?" "Some salt to begin with." "And a box to put it in," he said as he began to rummage around in his donkey's packs. "I could use a knife, too, if you have one that's not too hard to come by." "Especially if you're heading north," he said without missing a beat. "Dangerous road that way. Wouldn't do to be without a knife." "Did you have any trouble?" I asked, hoping he might know something that could help us find the bandits. "Oh, no," he said as he dug through his packs. "Things aren't so bad that anyone would dream of laying hands on a tinker. Still, it's a bad stretch of road." He produced a long, narrow knife in a leather sheath and handed it to me. "Ramsden steel." I drew it out of its sheath and gave the blade a close look. It was Ramsden steel. "I don't need anything that fine," I said, handing it back. "I'll be putting it to everyday use, eating mostly." "Ramsden's fine for everyday use," the tinker said, pushing it back into my hands. "You can use it to trim kindling, then shave with it if you like. Keeps an edge forever." "I might have to put it to hard use," I clarified. "And Ramsden's brittle." "There is that," the tinker admitted easily. "As my father always used to say, the best knife you'll ever have until it breaks. But the same could be said of any knife, and truth be told, that's the only knife I have." I sighed. I know when I'm being skinned. "And a tinderbox?" He held one out almost before I finished saying it. "I couldn't help but notice you got a little ink about the fingers." He gestured at my hands. "I've got some paper here, good quality. Pen and ink, too. Nothing worse than having an idea for a song and not being able to write it down." He held out a leather parcel of paper, pens, and ink. I shook my head, knowing that the mayor's purse would only stretch so far. "I think I'm done with songwriting for a while, Tinker." He shrugged, still holding it out. "Letter writing, then? I know a fellow who had to open a vein once to write a note to his lady love. Dramatic, true, symbolic, certainly, but also painful, unsanitary, and more than slightly macabre. Now he carries pen and ink with him wherever he goes." I felt the color drain from my face as the tinker's words reminded me of something else I'd forgotten in my rush to leave Severin. Denna. All thought of her had been forced out of my mind by the mayor's talk of bandits, 2 bottles of strong wine, and a night with no sleep. I had left without a word after our terrible fight. What would she think if I spoke so cruelly to her, then simply disappeared? I was already a full day's journey from Severin. I couldn't go back just to tell her I was leaving, could I? I considered it for a moment. No. Besides, Denna herself had disappeared for days without a word of warning. Surely she would understand if I did the same. Stupid, stupid, stupid. My thoughts spun in circles as I tried to decide among my several unpleasant options. The harsh hee-haw of the tinker's donkey startled a thought into me. "Are you headed to Severin, Tinker?" "More through than to," he said, "but yes." "I just remember a letter I needed to send. If I gave it to you, could you deliver it to a certain inn?" He nodded slowly. "I could," he said, "given that you'll be needing paper and ink." He smiled, waving the package again. I grimaced. "I will, Tinker. But how much will the lot of this cost me?" He looked at the accumulated items. "Salt and box, 4 bits. Knife, 15 bits. Paper, pens, and ink, 18 bits. Tinderbox, 3 bits. "And the delivery," I said. "An urgent delivery," the tinker said with a bit of a smile. "To a lady, unless I mistake the look on your face." I nodded. "Right." He rubbed his chin. "Ordinarily, I'd push for about 35, then have a nice leisurely dicker where you bargain me down to 30. The price was reasonable, especially considering how hard it was to find good paper. Still, it was a full third of the money the mayor had given me. We would need that money for food, lodging, and other supplies. But before I could say anything, the tinker continued. "Now I can tell that's too much for your comfort," he said. "And I hope you don't think me too forward in saying this, but that is a rather fine cloak you are wearing. I'm always willing to make a fellow a trade." I pulled my lovely burgundy cloak around me self-consciously. "I suppose I'd be willing to give it up," I said, not having to fake the regret in my voice. "But that will leave me with no cloak at all. What will I do when it rains?" "No trouble there," the tinker said. He pulled a bundle of cloth out of a pack and held it up for me to see. It had been black once upon a time, but long use and many washings had faded it to a dark greenish color. "It's a little tatty," I said, reaching out to finger a fraying seam. "It's just broken in, that's all," he said easily, spreading it across my shoulders. "Good fit. Good color for you, brings out your eyes. Besides, you don't want to be looking too well off, what with those bandits on the road." I sighed. "What will you give me in trade?" I asked, handing my beautiful cloak over to him. That cloak's not a month old, mind you, and it's never even seen a drop of rain. The tinker ran his hands over my beautiful cloak. "It's got all sorts of little pockets," he said admiringly. "That's just lovely." I fingered the thinning cloth of the tinker's cloak. "If you'll throw in needle and thread, I'll trade you my cloak for the lot of it," I said with sudden inspiration. "Plus, I'll give you an iron penny, a copper penny, and a silver penny." I grinned. It was a pittance. But that's what tinkers in stories ask for when they trade some fabulous piece of magic to an unsuspecting widow's son when he's off to make his fortune in the world. The tinker threw his head back and laughed. "I was about to suggest that very thing," he said. Then he tossed my cloak over his arm and shook my hand firmly. I fished around in my purse and handed over an iron drab, 2 vintage halfpennies, and, much to my pleasant surprise, an Turin hard penny. The last was lucky for me, as it was only worth a fraction of a vintage silver round. I emptied the dozen pockets of my burgundy cloak into my travel sack and collected my new possessions from the tinker. Then I wrote a quick letter to Denna, explaining that my patron had sent me away unexpectedly. I apologized for the rash things I'd said, and told her I would meet with her as soon as I was back in Sebren. I would have liked more time to compose it. I would have liked to give a more subtle apology, a more detailed explanation, but the tinker had finished packing away my beautiful cloak and was obviously eager to be on his way again. Not having any sealing wax to secure the letter, I used a trick I'd invented while writing notes on the mayor's behalf. I folded the piece of paper against itself, then tucked it together in such a way that it would be necessary to tear the paper in order to unfold it again. I handed it to the tinker. "It goes to a pretty dark-haired woman by the name of Denna. She's staying at the 4 Tapers in Severn Low." "That reminds me," he exclaimed as he tucked my letter into a pocket. "Candles!" He reached into a saddlebag and pulled out a handful of fat tallow tapers. "Everyone needs candles." Funny thing was, I could use some, though not for the reasons he thought. "I've also got some rubbing wax for your boots," he continued, rooting through his bundles. "We get fierce rain this time of year." I held up my hands, laughing. "I'll give you a bit for 4 candles, but I can't afford any more. If this keeps up, I'll have to buy your donkey just to carry the lot with me." "Suit yourself," he said with an easy shrug. "Pleasure doing business with you, young sir." Chapter 76. Tinder. The sun was starting to set by the time we found a good place to camp on the second night. Dedan went foraging for firewood. Martin began cutting up carrots and potatoes and sent Hespa to fill the cookpot with water. I used Martin's small spade to dig a pit for our fire. Without being asked, Tempe picked up a branch and used his sword to shave thin strips of dry wood to use for tinder. Unsheathed, his sword still didn't seem terribly impressive, but given how easily it was peeling away paper-thin strips of wood, it must have been sharp as a shaving razor. I finished lining the pit with stones. Wordlessly, Tempe handed me a handful of tinder. I nodded. "Would you like to use my knife?" I asked, hoping to draw him into a bit of a conversation. I'd barely shared a dozen words with him in the last 2 days. Tempe's pale gray eyes looked at the knife on my belt, then back at his sword. He shook his head, fidgeting nervously. "Isn't it bad for the edge?" I asked. The mercenary shrugged, avoiding my eye. I began to lay the fire, and that was when I made my first mistake. As I've said, there was a chill in the air, and we were all of us tired, So rather than spend half an hour slowly nursing a spark into a decent campfire, I arranged twigs around Tempe's tinder, then stacked progressively bigger sticks around it, making a tightly packed cluster of wood. Dedan returned with another armload of firewood just as I was finishing. "Lovely," he groused, quiet enough he could pretend he was just talking to himself, but loud enough so everyone could hear. "And you're in charge. Wonderful." "What's stuck in your teeth now?" Martin asked tiredly. "Boy's making a little wooden fort, not a fire." Dedan sighed dramatically, then assumed a tone he probably thought was fatherly, but came across as profoundly condescending. "Here, I'll help you out. A spark will never catch on that. Do you have flint and steel? I'll show you how to use them." No one enjoys being talked down to, but I have a particular aversion to it. Dedan had been making it clear for 2 days that he thought I was an idiot. I gave a tired sigh, my oldest, most world-weary sigh. That was how I needed to play it. He thought of me as young and useless. I needed to drive home the point that I was nothing of the sort. "Dedan," I asked, "what do you know about me?" He gave me a blank look. "You know one thing about me," I said calmly. "You know the mayor put me in charge." I looked him in the eye. "Is the mayor an idiot?" Dedan made a dismissive gesture. "Of course not. I was just saying." I stood up and regretted it, as it just brought into sharp contrast how much taller he was. Would the mayor have put me in charge if I were an idiot? He gave an insincere smile, trying to pass off 2 days' worth of derogatory muttering as some sort of misunderstanding. "Now, don't get all twisted up over—" I held up my hand. "This isn't your fault. You just don't know anything about me. But let's not waste time on it tonight. We're all tired. For now, rest assured that I'm not some rich tit's son out for a lark." I pinched a thin piece of Tempe's tinder between my fingers and concentrated. I pulled more heat than I needed and felt my arm go chilly all the way to the shoulder. "And rest assured, I know how to start a fire." The shaved pieces of wood caught fire, flaring up hot and sudden, catching the rest of the tinder and making flames leap up almost instantly. I'd meant it to be a dramatic gesture so Dedan would stop thinking of me as some useless boy, but the time I spent at the university had made me jaded. Starting a fire like this was as simple as putting on your boots for a member of the Arcanum. Dedan, on the other hand, had never met an arcanist, and probably hadn't ever been within 500 miles of the university. Everything he knew about magic was from campfire stories. So when the fire flared up, he went pale as a sheet and took several sudden steps back. He looked for all the world as if I'd suddenly called up a roaring sheet of fire like Taborlin the Great. Then I saw Martin and Hespa wearing the same expression, native vintage superstition written clearly on their faces. Their eyes went to the flickering fire, then back to me. I was one of those. I meddled with dark powers. I summoned demons. I ate the entire little cheese, including the rind. Looking at their stunned faces, I realized nothing I said would set them at ease. Not right now. So instead, I sighed and began to set up my sleeping roll for the night. While there wasn't much cheerful conversation around the fire that night, there wasn't any muttering from Dedan either. I'd like respect, but failing that, a little healthy fear can go a long way to making things run smoothly. 2 days with no further dramatics on my part helped everyone relax. Dedan was still all bluff and bravado, but he had quit calling me boy and was only complaining about half as much, so I considered it a victory. Flushed with this lukewarm success, I decided to make an active attempt to draw Tempe into a conversation. If I was going to be in charge of this little group, I needed to know more about him. Most importantly, I needed to know if he could speak more than 5 words in a row. So I approached the Adem mercenary when we stopped for our midday meal. He was sitting slightly apart from the rest of us. He wasn't standoffish. It's just that the rest of us would sit and talk while we ate. Tempe, on the other hand, simply ate. But today, I made a point of sitting down next to him with my lunch, a chunk of hard sausage and some cold potatoes. "Hello, Tempe." He looked up and nodded. For a second, I caught a glimpse of his pale gray eyes. Then he looked away, shifting restlessly. He ran his hand through his hair, and for a second, he reminded me of Simon. They both had the same slender build and sandy hair. Simon wasn't this quiet, though. Sometimes I could barely get a word in edgewise with Sim. I tried to talk to Tempe before, of course. Ordinary small talk, the weather, sore feet after a long day's walk, the food, these had all come to nothing. At best, a word or two. More often, a nod or a shrug, but most common was a blank look followed by fidgeting and a stubborn refusal to do so much as look me in the eye. So today, I had a conversational gambit. "I have heard stories about the Lethani," I said. "I would like to know more." "Would you tell me about it?" Tempe's pale eyes touched mine briefly, his expression still blank. Then he looked away again. He tugged one of the red leather straps that held his shirt close to his body and fidgeted with his sleeve. "No, I will not speak on Lethani. It is not for you. Do not ask." He looked away from me again, down at the ground. I counted in my head. 16 words. That answered one of my questions, at least. Chapter 77. Penny's Worth. Twilight was settling in as we rounded a curve in the road. I heard clapping and stomping mingled with music, shouting, and roars of laughter. After 10 hours of walking, the sound lifted my spirits to an almost cheerful level. Located at the last major crossroad south of the Eld, the Pennyworth Inn was enormous. Built of rough-hewn timber, it had 2 full stories and a scattering of gables that hinted at a smaller 3rd floor above that. Through the windows, I caught glimpses of men and women dancing while an unseen fiddler sawed out a mad and breathless tune. Dedan took a deep breath. "Can you smell that? I tell ya, there's a woman in this place could cook a stone and make me beg for more. Sweet Peg. By these hands, I hope she's still around." He made a curving gesture, showing me the double meaning of his words as he nudged Martin with an elbow. Hespa's eyes narrowed as she stared at the back of Dedan's head. Oblivious, Dedan continued. "Tonight, I'll sleep with a belly full of lamb and brandy, although a little less sleeping might prove a little more entertaining, if my last trip here was any indication." I saw the storm brewing on Hespa's face and spoke up quickly. "Whatever's in the pot and a bunk for each of us," I said firmly. "Anything else comes out of your own pocket." Dedan looked as if he couldn't quite believe his ears. "Come off it! We've been sleeping rough for days. Besides, 'tain't your money. Don't be a stingy shim with it." "We haven't done our job yet," I said calmly. "Not even a piece of it. I don't know how long we may be out here, but I know I'm not rich. If we run through the mayor's purse too quickly, we're going to have to hunt for what we eat." I looked around at everyone. "Unless someone else has enough coin to keep us fed and cares to share." Martin smiled ruefully at the suggestion. Hespa's eyes were for Dedan, who continued glowering in my direction. Tempe fidgeted, his expression unreadable as ever. Avoiding my eyes, he glanced at everyone in turn, his expression blank. His eyes moved not from face to face, but at Dedan's hands, then Dedan's feet, then Martin's feet, then Hespa's, then mine. He shifted his weight and moved a half-step closer to Dedan. Hoping to dispel the tension, I softened my tone and said, "After everything is done, we'll split what's left of the purse. That way each of us will have a little extra in our pocket before we even get back to Severin. We can each spend our lots as we want to. Then." I could tell Dedan wasn't pleased and waited to see if he would press the point. Instead, it was Martin who spoke up. "After a day of long walking," he said in a musing voice, as if talking to himself, "a drink would go down nice." Dedan looked to his friend, then back to me expectantly. "I think the purse can stand a round of drinks," I conceded with a smile. "I don't think the mayor is trying to make priests of us, do you?" This got a throaty laugh from Hespa, while Martin and Dedan cracked smiles. Tempe glanced at me with his pale eyes, fidgeted, and looked away. A few minutes of relaxed haggling got the 5 of us common bunks, a simple supper, and a round of drinks for a single silver bit. After that was done, I found a table in a quieter corner of the room and tucked my loot out of harm's way under my bench. Then I sat down, bone-weary and wondering what I could do to get Dedan to stop acting like such a little swaggercock. Such was the distracted turning of my thoughts when my dinner thumped onto the table in front of me. I looked up to see a woman's face and well-advertised bosom framed by a tumble of bright red curls. Her skin was white as cream with just the barest hint of freckle, her lips a pale, dangerous pink, her eyes a bright, dangerous green. "Thank you," I said, somewhat belatedly. "You're welcome, love." She smiled playfully with her eyes and brushed her hair back from her bare shoulder. "It looked like you were almost asleeping in your seat." "I nearly was. A long day and a long road." "That's a shame indeed," she said with playful regret as she rubbed the back of her neck. "If I thought you'd still be on your feet in an hour, I'd take you off them." She reached out and twined her fingers lightly through the hair on the back of my head. "The 2 of us would be enough to start a fire." I froze like a startled deer. I cannot say why, except perhaps that I was tired from several days on the road. Perhaps it was that I'd never been approached in such a forthright manner before. Perhaps I was young and woefully inexperienced. Let us leave it at that. I scrambled desperately for something to say, but by the time I found my tongue, she'd taken a half step away and given me a shrewd look. I felt my face grow hot, embarrassing me further. Without thinking, I looked down at the table and the dinner she'd brought. Potato soup, I thought numbly. She gave a small, quiet laugh and touched my shoulder kindly. "I'm sorry, lad. You look like you were a little more—" She broke off, as if reconsidering her words, then started again. "I like the fresh look of you, but I didn't think you were that young." Though she spoke gently, I could hear the smile in her voice. It made my face burn even hotter, all the way to my ears. Finally, seeming to realize that anything she said would just embarrass me further, she took her hand off my shoulder. "I'll be back to see if you need anything later." I nodded dumbly and watched her go. Her retreat was pleasing, but I was distracted by the sounds of scattered laughter. I looked around to see amusement on the faces of the men sitting at the long tables around me. One group raised their mugs in a silent, mocking salute. Another fellow leaned over to pat my back consolingly, saying, "Don't take it personal, boy. She's turned all of us away." Feeling as if everyone in the room was watching me, I kept my eyes low and began to eat my dinner. As I tore off pieces of bread and dipped them in my soup, I composed a mental catalogue of the extent of my idiocy. Surreptitiously, I watched the red-haired serving girl entertain and rebuff the ploys of a dozen men as she carried drinks from table to table. I had regained a bit of my composure by the time Martin slid into a chair next to me. "You did a good job with Dedan out there," he said without preamble. My spirits lifted a bit. "Did I?" Martin nodded slightly as his sharp eyes wandered over the crowd that filled the room. "Most folk try to bully him, make him feel stupid. He'd have paid you back 10 times the trouble if you'd done it that way." "He was being stupid," I pointed out. "And when you come right down to it, I did bully him. It was his turn to shrug. But you did it smart, so he'll still listen to you. He took a drink and paused, changing the subject. Hespa offered to share a room with him tonight, he said casually. Really? I said, more than slightly surprised. She's getting bolder. He gave a slow nod. And? I prompted. And nothing. Dedan said he'd be damned before he spent money on a room he should have for free. He slid his eyes to me and raised an eyebrow. You're not serious, I said flatly. He has to know. He's just playing the simpleton because he doesn't like her. I don't think so, Martin said, turning toward me and lowering his voice a bit. 3 span ago, we finished a caravan job from Raelian. It was a long haul, and Dedan and me had a pocket full of coin and nothing in particular to do with it. So by the end of the night we're sitting in this grubby little dockside tavern, too drunk to stand up and leave, and he starts talking about her. Martin shook his head slowly. He went on for an hour, and you wouldn't have recognized the woman he was describing as our hard-eyed Hespa. He practically sang about her. He sighed. He thinks she's too good for him, and he's convinced if he so much as looked at her sideways, he'd end up with his arm broken in 3 places. Why didn't you tell him? Tell him what? That was before she started going all cow-eyed over him. I thought his worries were fairly sensible at the time. What do you think Hespa would do to you if you were to give her a friendly pat on any of her friendlier parts? I looked over to where Hespa stood at the bar. 1 foot tapped roughly in time to the rhythm of the fiddle. Other than that, the set of her shoulders, her eyes, the line of her jaw were all hard, almost belligerent. There was a small but noticeable gap between her and the men standing on either side of her at the bar. I probably wouldn't risk my arm either, I admitted. But he has to know by now. He isn't blind. He's no worse off than the rest of us. I started to protest, then glanced at the red-haired serving girl. We could tell him, I said. You could. He trusts you. Martin sucked at his teeth with his tongue. Nah, he said, setting his drink down firmly. It would just make things muddier. Either he'll see it, or he won't. In his own time, in his own way. He shrugged. Or not, and the sun will still rise in the morning. Neither of us spoke for a long while. Martin watched the buzzing room over the top of his mug, his eyes growing distant. I let the noise of the place fade to a low, comforting purr as I leaned against the wall, drowsing. And as my thoughts untended tend to do, they wandered to Denna. I thought about the smell of her, the arch of her neck near her ear, the way her hands moved when she talked. I wondered where she was tonight, if she was well. I wondered just a bit if her thoughts ever wandered into warm musings of me. Hunting bandits shouldn't be hard. Besides, it'll be nice to get the jump on them for a change, lawless, damn rabble bastards. The words drew me out of my warm drowse like a fish yanked from a pool. The fiddler had stopped playing to have a drink, and in the relative quiet of the room, Dedan's voice was loud as a donkey's bray. I opened my eyes and saw Martin was looking around in mild alarm too, no doubt roused by the same words that had caught my ear. It only took me a second to spot Dedan. He was sitting 2 tables away having a drunken conversation with a gray-haired farmer. Martin was already getting to his feet. Not wanting to draw attention to the situation, I hissed, "Get him!" and forced myself back into my seat. I gritted my teeth as Martin threaded quickly through the tables, tapped Dedan on the shoulder, and jerked a thumb toward the table where I sat. Dedan grumbled something I'm glad I didn't hear, and grudgingly pushed himself to his feet. I forced my eyes to wander around the room rather than follow Dedan. Tempe was easy to spot in his mercenary reds. He was facing the hearth, watching the fiddler tune his instrument. There were several empty glasses on the table in front of him, and he had loosened the leather straps of his shirt. He eyed the fiddler with a strange intensity. As I watched, a serving girl brought him another drink. He looked her over, his pale eyes moving pointedly up and down her body. She said something, and he kissed the back of her hand as smoothly as a courtier. She blushed and pushed at his shoulder playfully. One of his hands moved smoothly to the curve of her waist and rested there. She didn't seem to mind. Dedan stepped close to my table, eclipsing my view of Tempe just as the fiddler lifted his bow and began to saw out a jig. A dozen people came to their feet, eager to dance. "What?" Dedan demanded as he came to stand in front of my table. "Have ye called me over here to tell me it's getting late, that I've got a busy day tomorrow and I should tuck my little self into bed?" He leaned forward under the table, putting his eyes more on level with mine. I caught a sour smell on his breath. Dreg. A cheap, repulsive liquor that you can start fires with. I laughed dismissively. "Hell, I'm not your mum." Actually, I had been about to say that very thing and scrambled mentally for something else to distract him with. My eye lighted on the redhead that had served me my dinner earlier that evening, and I leaned forward in my seat. "I was wondering if you could tell me something," I said in my best conspiratorial tone. His scowl gave way to curiosity, and I lowered my voice a little more. "You've been here before, right?" He nodded, leaning a little closer. "Do you know what that girl's name is?" I nodded my head in the redhead's direction. Dedan took an over-careful look over his shoulder that surely would have drawn her attention if she hadn't been facing away from us. "The blonde one the Adam's pawing at?" Dedan asked. Redhead. Dedan's broad forehead wrinkled as he squinted the far side of the room into focus. "Lucine?" he asked softly. He turned to me, still squinting. "Little Lucy?" I shrugged and began to regret my choice of diversionary tactic. An explosive laugh burst out of the big man and he half fell, half slid onto the bench across from me. "Lucy?" He chuckled a little more loudly than I liked. "Kvothe, I had you all wrong." He slapped the table with the flat of his hand and laughed again, nearly tipping himself over backward on the bench. "Ah, you've got a good eye, boy, but you haven't got a damn chance." My battered pride pricked up at this. "Why not? Isn't she, well—" I trailed off, making an inarticulate gesture. He somehow managed to gather my meaning. "A whore?" he asked incredulously. "God, boy, no! There's a couple around." He made a sweeping gesture over his head, then lowered his voice to a more private level. "Not really whores, mind you, just girls who don't mind a little extra at night." He paused, blinked. "Money. Extra money. And extra other things," he chortled. "I just thought—" I began weakly. "Aye, any man who ever had eyes and balls thought that." He leaned a little closer. "She's a lusty little one. She'll trip a man who catches her eye. But she can't be talked or bought into bed. If she could, she'd be rich as a king of Vint." He looked in her direction. "How much is a roll with that worth? I'd give—" He squinted in her direction, his lips moving as if going through some silent, complex arithmetic. After a moment, he shrugged. "More than I've got." He looked back to me, shrugged again. "Still, it's no good wishing. Save yourself the trouble. If you want, I know a lady here who's no shame to look at. Might be willing to brighten up your evening." He started to look around the room. "No." I put my hand on his arm to stop him. "I was just curious, that's all." I sounded insincere, and I knew it. "Thanks for filling me in." "Nothing to it." He carefully got to his feet. "Oh, I said, as if a thought had just occurred to me. "Could you do me a favor?" He nodded, and I gestured him closer. "I'm worried Hespa might end up talking about our job for the mayor. If the bandits here were hunting them, things will get 10 times harder." A guilty look flashed across his face. "I'm pretty sure she wouldn't mention it, but you know how women like to talk." "I understand," he said quickly as he stood up. "I'll talk to her. Better to be careful." The hawk-faced fiddler finished his jig, and everyone clapped and stomped and pounded empty mugs on their tables. I sighed and rubbed my face into my hands. When I looked up, I saw Martin at the table next to mine. He touched his fingers to his forehead and nodded a small salute. I gave a slight, seated bow. It was always nice to have an appreciative audience. Chapter 78. Another Road, Another Forest. I took a certain dark pleasure in seeing a rather hung-over Trebon on the road before the sun was fully in the sky the next morning. The large man carried himself delicately, but, to give him due credit, he didn't offer a word of complaint, unless the occasional low moan can be counted as a word. Now that I was watching more closely, I spotted the marks of infatuation on Trebon. The way he said Hespa's name, the coarse jokes he made when talking to her. Every few minutes he would find an excuse to glance in her direction, always under some pretext, a stretch, an idle glance at the road, a gesture to the trees around us. Despite this, Trebon remained oblivious to the sporadic courtship Hespa was paying him in return. At times it was amusing to watch, like a well-orchestrated Modegan tragedy. At times, I wanted to strangle them both. Tempe traveled wordlessly among us like a mute, well-behaved puppy. He watched everything, the trees, the road, the clouds. If it weren't for the unquestionably intelligent look in his eyes, I'd have thought him a simpleton by this point. The few questions I put to him were still met with awkward fidgeting nods, shrugs, or shakes of the head. All the while my curiosity nagged at me. I knew the Lethani was just a piece of storybook nonsense, but part of me couldn't help but wonder. Was he really saving his words? Could he really use his quiet like armor? Move fast as a snake? The truth was, after catching glimpses of what Alxa-Dal and Fela could do by calling on the names of fire and stone, the thought of someone storing up words to burn as fuel didn't seem nearly as foolish as it used to. The 5 of us got to know each other in dribs and drabs, growing familiar with each other's quirks. Trebon carefully groomed the ground where he lay his bedroll, not just removing twigs and stones, but stomping flat every tuft of grass or lump of dirt. Hespa whistled tunelessly when she thought no one was listening and picked her teeth methodically after every meal. Martin wouldn't eat meat that had the barest bit of pink to it or drink water that hadn't been boiled or mixed with wine. He told the rest of us at least twice a day that we were fools for not doing the same. But in terms of odd behavior, Tempe was the prize winner of the lot. He wouldn't look me in the eye, didn't smile, didn't frown, didn't speak. Since we left the Pennyworth, he had made only one comment of his own free will. "Rain would make this road another road, this forest another forest." He said each word distinctly, as if he had been deliberating on the statement all day. For all I knew, he had. He washed himself obsessively. The rest of us would take advantage of a bathhouse when we stopped at an inn, but Tempe bathed every day. If there was a stream handy, he would bathe both at night and then again when he woke. Otherwise, he would wash himself using a cloth and some of his drinking water. And twice a day, without fail, he performed an elaborate ritual stretch, his hands making careful shapes and patterns in the air. It reminded me of the slow court dances they perform in Modeg. It obviously kept him limber, but it was strange to watch. Hespa made jokes about how if the bandits asked us to dance, our sweet-smelling mercenary would be a wonderful help, but she said it quietly when Tempe was out of earshot. In terms of quirks, I suppose I was in no position to throw stones. I played my lute most evenings, when I wasn't too weary from walking. I dare say it didn't improve the other's opinion of me as a tactical leader or arcanist. As we neared our destination, I grew increasingly anxious. Martin was the only one of us truly suited to this work. Dedan and Hespa would be good in a fight, but they were troublesome to work with. Dedan was argumentative and stubborn. Hespa was lazy. She rarely helped prepare meals or clean up afterward unless she was asked, and even then her help was so grudging it was barely any help at all. And then there was Tempe, a hired killer who wouldn't look me in the eye or hold a conversation, a mercenary I firmly believed could look forward to a decent career in the Modegan theater. 5 days after leaving Severin, we came to the area where the attacks had been made. A 20-mile stretch of twisting road that ran through the Eld. No towns, no inns, not even an abandoned farm. An utterly isolated stretch of the King's Highway in the middle of an endless ancient wood. The natural habitat of bears, mad hermits, and poachers. A highwayman's paradise. Martin went scouting while the rest of us set up camp. An hour later, he emerged from the trees, winded but in good spirits. He reassured us he hadn't found sign of anyone else nearby. "I can't believe I'm defending tax collectors," Dedan muttered disgustedly. Hespa gave a throaty laugh. "You're defending civilization," I corrected, "and you're keeping the roads safe. Besides, Mayor Alvaron does important things with those taxes." I grinned. "Like pay us." "That's what I'm fighting for," Martin said. After dinner, I outlined the only strategy I'd been able to come up with in 5 long days of thinking. I drew a curving line on the ground with a stick. "Okay. Here's the road, about 20 miles of it." "Miles?" The soft voice was Tempe's. "Excuse me?" I asked. This was the first thing I had heard him say in a day and a half. "Meals." His accent was so thick around the unfamiliar word that it took me a second to understand he was saying miles. "Miles," I said distinctly. I pointed in the direction of the road and held up one finger. "From here to the road is 1 mile. Today we walked 15 miles. He nodded once. I turned back to my drawing. "It's safe to assume the bandits are within 10 miles of the road." I drew a box around my crude sketch of the road. "That gives us 400 square miles of forest to search." There was a moment of silence as everyone absorbed that piece of information. Finally, Tempe spoke. "That is large." I nodded seriously. It would take us months to search that much territory, but we shouldn't have to. I added a couple more lines to my drawing. "Every day, Martin will scout ahead for us." I looked up to him. "How much ground can you safely cover in a day?" He thought for a second, looking around at the trees surrounding us. "This forest, with this much underscrub, about a square mile." "How many if you're being careful?" He smiled. "I'm always careful." I nodded and drew a line parallel to the road. "Martin will scout a strip about a half-mile wide, about a mile back from the road. He'll keep an eye out for their camp or their sentries, so the rest of us don't stumble into them accidentally." Hespa shook her head. "That's no good. They won't be that close to the road. If they're looking to stay hid, they'll be farther back, at least 2 or 3 miles. Dedan nodded. "I'd make sure I was at least 4 miles from the road before I hunkered down and made a habit of killing folk." "I think so too," I agreed. "But they have to make their way to the road sooner or later. They have to post lookouts and travel back and forth for ambushes. They need to reprovision themselves. Since they've been here several months, odds are they've worn some sort of trail." I added a little detail to my dirt map with my stick. After Martin is scouted, 2 of us will go in and make a careful search behind him. We'll cover a thin strip of forest, searching it for any sign of their trail. The other 2 will keep an eye on the camp. We can cover about 2 miles a day. We'll start on the north side of the road and search from west to east. If we don't find a trail, we'll cross to the south side of the road and work our way back from east to west. I finished drawing in the dirt and stood back. We'll find their trail in a span of days, maybe 2, depending on our luck. I leaned back and drove my stick into the ground. Dedan stared bleakly at the rough map. We'll need more supplies. I nodded. We'll move camp every 5th day. 2 of us will walk back to Crossan to get supplies. The other 2 will move the camp. Martin will rest. Martin spoke up. We'll have to be careful with our fires from now on, too, he said. The smell of smoke will give us away if we're upwind of them. I nodded. We'll need a fire pit every night, and we'll want to keep an eye out for rennel trees. I looked at Martin. You know what a rennel looks like, don't you? His expression was surprised. Hespa looked back and forth between us. What's rennel? She asked. It's a tree, Martin said. Good for firewood. It burns clean and hot. No smoke to speak of, and hardly any stink of smoke either. Even when the wood is green, I said. Same with the leaves. It's useful stuff. It doesn't grow everywhere, but I've seen some around. How does a city boy like you know something like that? Dedan asked. Knowing things is what I do, I said seriously. And what in the world makes you think I grew up in a city? Dedan shrugged, looking away. That should be the only wood we burn from here on out, I said. If it's in short supply, we'll save it for a cook fire. If we don't have any, we'll have to eat cold, so keep an eye out. Everyone nodded, Tempe slightly later than the rest. Lastly, we'd better have our story straight in case they stumble onto us while we're looking for them. I pointed to Martin. What are you going to say if someone catches you while you're out scouting? He looked surprised, but hardly hesitated in his response. I'm a poacher. He pointed to his unstrung bow leaning against a tree. It won't be far from the truth. And you're from? There was a flicker of hesitation. Crossan, just a day west of here. And your name is? Maris, he said awkwardly. Dedan laughed. I cracked a smile. Don't lie about your name. It's hard to do convincingly. If they catch you and let you go, fine. Just don't lead them back to our camp. If they want to take you back with them, make the best of it. Pretend you'd like to join up. Don't try to run. Martin looked uneasy. I just stay with them? I nodded. They'll expect you to run on the first night if they think you're stupid. If they think you're clever, they'll expect you to run on the second night. But by the 3rd night, they should trust you a bit. Wait until midnight, then start some sort of disturbance. Light a couple of tents on fire or something. We'll be waiting for the confusion and take them apart from the outside. I looked around at the other 3. The plan is the same for any of you. Wait until the 3rd night. How will you find their camp? Martin asked, a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. I didn't blame him. This was a dangerous game we were playing. If they catch me, I won't be there to help track you down. I won't be finding them, I said. I'll be finding you. I can find any of you in the forest. I looked around the fire, expecting at least a grumble from Dedan, but none of them seemed to doubt my arcane abilities. Idly, I wondered how much they thought I was capable of. The truth was, I'd surreptitiously collected a hair from each of them in the last few days, so I could easily create a makeshift dowsing pendulum for anyone in the group in less than a minute. Given vintage superstition, I doubted they'd be happy knowing the specific details. What should our stories be? Hespa tapped Dedan on the chest with the back of her hand, her knuckles making a hollow noise on his hard leather vest. Do you think you could convince them you were disgruntled caravan guards who had decided to turn bandit? Dedan snorted. Hell, I've thought about it once or twice. At a look from Hesper, he snorted. Don't tell me you haven't done the same. Span after span of walking in the rain, eating beans, sleeping on the ground, all for a penny a day? He shrugged. God's teeth, I'm surprised half of us don't take to the trees. I smiled. You'll do just fine. What about him? Hesper jerked her thumb at Tempe. Nobody is going to believe he's gone wild. Adam make 10 times what we do for a day's work. 20 times, Dedan grumbled. I'd been thinking the same thing. Tempe, what will you do if you are found by the bandits? Tempe fidgeted a little, but didn't say anything. He looked at me briefly, then broke eye contact, glancing down and to the side. I couldn't tell if he was thinking or merely confused. If it weren't for his Adam reds, he wouldn't look like anything special, Martin said. Even the sword doesn't look like much. Doesn't look like 20 times as much as me, that's for sure. Dedan's voice was low, but not so low that everyone couldn't hear. I was worried about Tempe's outfit, too. I'd tried to draw the Adam into a conversation several times with the hope of discussing the problem with him, but it was like trying to have a chat with a cat. But the fact that he hadn't known the word miles made me realize something I should have thought of long before. Turan wasn't his native language. Having recently struggled to make myself fluent in Siaru at the university, I could understand the impulse to keep quiet rather than speak and make a fool of myself. He could try to play along, same as us, Hesper said dubiously. It's hard to lie convincingly when you're not good with the language, I said. Tempe's pale eyes darted to each of us as we spoke, but he didn't offer any comment. Folk underestimate a person who can't speak well, Hesper said. Maybe he could sort of just play dumb? Act confused, like he was lost. Wouldn't have to play dumb, Dedan continued under his breath. Could just be dumb. Tempe looked at Dedan, still expressionless, but with more intensity than before. He drew a slow, deliberate breath before speaking. Quiet is not stupid, he said, his voice flat. You always talk. Check, 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 check. He made a motion with one hand, like a mouth opening and closing. Always. Like dog all night barking at tree. Try to be big. No, just noise. Just dog. I shouldn't have laughed, but it caught me completely off guard, partly because I thought of Tempe as so quiet and passive, and partly because he was absolutely right. If Dedan were a dog, he would be a dog that barked endlessly at nothing, barking just to hear himself bark. Still, I shouldn't have laughed, but I did. Hespa laughed too and tried to hide it, which was worse. Dedan's face went dark with anger, and he got to his feet. You come here and say that? Still expressionless, Tempe stood and walked around the fire until he stood next to Dedan. Well, if I say he stood next to him, you will take the wrong impression. Most people stand 2 or 3 feet away when talking to you, but Tempe walked until he was less than a foot away from Dedan. To get any closer, he would have had to give him a hug or climb him. I could lie and say this happened too quickly for me to intervene, but that wouldn't be true. The simple truth was that I couldn't think of an easy way to break up the situation, but the more complicated truth was that I was pretty fed up with Dedan myself by this point. What's more, this was the most I'd ever heard Tempe speak. For the first time since I'd met him, he was behaving like a person, not just some mute ambulatory doll. And I was curious to see him fight. I'd heard a lot about the legendary Adam prowess, and I was hoping to see it thump some of the sullen mutter out of Dedan's thick head. Tempe walked up to Dedan, standing close enough to put his arms around him. Dedan stood a full head taller, broader across the shoulders, and thicker in the chest. Tempe looked up at him without a trace of anything you might expect to see on his face. No bravado, no mocking smile, nothing. "Just dog," Tempe said softly with no particular inflection. "Big noise dog." He lifted up his hand and made a mouth of it again. Check, check, check. Dedan lifted a hand and shoved hard against Tempe's chest. I'd seen this sort of thing countless times in the taverns near the university. It was the sort of shove that sends a man staggering backward, off balance, and prone to stagger and trip. Except Tempe didn't stagger. He just stepped away. Then he reached out casually and cuffed Dedan along one side of his head, the way a parent might swat an unruly child in the market. It wasn't even hard enough to move Dedan's head, but we could all hear a soft paff sound, and Dedan's hair puffed out like a milkweed pod someone had blown against. Dedan stood still for a moment, as if he couldn't quite understand what had happened. Then he frowned and brought both hands up to give Tempe a more violent shove. Tempe stepped away from this, too, then swatted Dedan on the other side of his head. Dedan scowled, grunted, and brought his hands up making fists. He was a big man, and his mercenary leathers creaked and strained at the shoulders as he lifted his arms. He waited a moment, obviously hoping Tempe would make the first move. Then he stomped forward, drew his arm back, and threw a punch, hard and heavy as a farmhand swinging an axe. Tempe saw it coming and stepped away a third time, but halfway through his clumsy swing, everything about Dedan changed. He raised himself up on the balls of his feet, and his ponderous haymaker punch evaporated. Suddenly, he no longer looked like a lumbering bull, and instead, he darted forward and snapped out 3 quick punches, fast as a bird's wing flapping. Tempe sidestepped one, slapped the other aside, but the third caught him high on the shoulder, spinning him partway around and knocking him backward. He took 2 quick steps out of Dedan's reach, regained his balance, and shook himself slightly. Then he laughed, high and delighted. The sound softened the expression on Dedan's face, and he grinned in return, though he didn't lower his hands or move off the balls of his feet. Despite this, Tempe stepped up, avoided another jab, and struck Dedan in the face with the flat of his hand. Not across the cheek, as if they were squabbling lovers on stage. Tempe's hand came down from above and struck Dedan across the front of his face, from his forehead down to his chin. "Ah!" Dedan shouted. "Black damn!" He staggered away, clutching at his nose. "What's wrong with you? Did you just slap me?" He peered out at Tempe from behind his hand. "You fight like a woman!" For a moment, Tempe looked as if he might object. Then he gave the first smile I had ever seen from him and gave a small nod and a shrug instead. "Yes, I fight like a woman." Dedan hesitated, then laughed and clapped Tempe roughly on the shoulder. I half expected Tempe to dart away from his touch, but instead the Adem returned the gesture, even to the point of gripping Dedan's shoulder and jostling him around playfully. The display struck me as odd coming from someone who had been so reserved over the last several days, but I decided not to look a gift horse in the mouth. Anything other than fidgety silence from the Adem was a blessing. Even better, I now had a measure of Tempe's fighting ability. Whether or not Dedan wanted to admit it, Tempe obviously had the better of him. I guess the Adem reputation was more than just empty air. Martin watched Tempe return to his seat. "Those clothes are still a problem," the woodsman said, as if nothing much had happened. He eyed Tempe's blood-red shirt and pants. "Might as well run around waving a flag as wear that in the trees." "I'll talk with him about it," I told the others. If Tempe was self-conscious about his Turin, I guessed our conversation would go more smoothly without an audience. "And I'll work out what he'll do if he runs into them. You 3 can go settle in and get dinner started." The 3 of them scattered off, looking to claim the prime places for their bedrolls. Tempe watched them go, then turned back to look at me. He glanced down at the ground and took a small, shuffling step away. "Tempe?" He cocked his head and looked at me. "We need to talk about your clothing." It happened again as soon as I started to talk. His attention slowly slid away from me, his eyes drifting down and to the side, as if he couldn't be bothered to actually listen, as if he were a sulky child. I don't need to tell you how infuriating it is to try and have a discussion with a person who won't look you in the eye. Still, I didn't have the luxury of taking offense or putting off this talk. I'd already delayed this conversation too long. "Tempe." I fought the urge to snap my fingers in order to draw his attention back to me. "Your clothes are red," I said, trying to keep it as simple as possible. "Easy to see. Dangerous." He gave no response for a long moment. Then his pale eyes darted up to mine and he nodded, a simple bob of the head. I began to have a horrible suspicion that he might not actually understand what it was we were doing out here in the Eld. "Tempe, you know what we are doing out here in the forest?" Tempe's eyes moved to my rough sketch in the dirt, then back up at me. He shrugged and made a vague gesture with both hands. "What is many, but not all?" At first, I thought he was asking some strange philosophical question. Then I realized he was asking for a word. I held up my hand and grabbed 2 of my fingers. "Some?" I grabbed 3 fingers. "Most?" Tempe watched my hands intently, nodding. "Most," he said, fidgeting. "I know most. Talk is fast." "We are looking for men." His eyes slid away as soon as I started to speak, and I fought the urge to sigh. "We are trying to find men." Nod. "Yes. Hunt men." He stressed the word. "Hunt Visanta." At least he knew why we were here. "Red?" I reached out and touched the red leather strap that held the fabric of his shirt tight to his body. It was surprisingly soft. "For hunting. Do you have other clothes? Not red?" Tempe looked down at his outfit, fidgeting. Then he nodded and went over to his pack and drew out a shirt of plain gray homespun. He held it up for me. "For hunting, but not fighting." I wasn't sure what his distinction meant, but I was willing to let it go for now. "What will you do if Visanta find you in the forest?" I asked. "Talk or fight?" He seemed to think about it for a moment. "Not good at talk," he admitted. "Visanta? Fight." I nodded. 1 bandit, fight. 2, talk. He shrugged. "Can fight too." "Fight and win?" He gave another nonchalant shrug and pointed to where Dedan was carefully picking twigs out of the sod. "Like him? 3 or 4. He held out his hand, palm up, as if offering me something. "If 3 bandit, I fight. If 4, I try best talk. I wait until 3 night. Then—" He made an odd, elaborate gesture with both hands. "Fire intense." I relaxed, glad he had followed our earlier discussion. "Yes. Good. Thank you." The 5 of us had a quiet dinner of soup, bread, and a rather unimpressive gummy cheese we'd bought in Crossan. Dedan and Hespa bickered in a friendly way, and I speculated with Martin about what sort of weather we might expect over the next few days. Other than that, there wasn't much chatter. 2 of us had already come to blows. We'd come 100 miles since Severin, and we were all aware of the grim work ahead of us. "Hold on," Martin said. "What if they catch you?" He looked up at me. "We all have a plan if the bandits find us. We head back with them and you'll track us down on the third day." I nodded. "And don't forget the distraction." Martin looked anxious. "But what if they catch you? I don't have any magic. I can't guarantee I'll be able to track them down by that third night. Probably, sure, but tracking isn't a certain thing." "I'm just a harmless musician," I reassured him. "I got in some trouble with the Baronet Banbride's niece and thought it would be best if I legged it into the forest for a while." I grinned. "They might rob me, but as I don't have much, they'll probably just let me go. I'm a persuasive fellow, and I don't look like much of a threat." Daydan muttered something under his breath I was glad I couldn't hear. "But what if?" Hespa pressed. "Martin's got a point. What if they take you back with them?" That was something I hadn't figured out yet, but rather than end the evening on a sour note, I smiled my most confident smile. "If they take me back to their camp, I should be able to kill them off myself without much trouble." I shrugged with exaggerated nonchalance. "I'll meet you back at camp after the job is done." I thumped the ground beside me, grinning. I had intended it as a joke, sure Martin at least would chuckle at my flippant response. But I'd underestimated how deep Vintic superstition tends to run, and my comment was met with an uncomfortable silence. There was little conversation after that. We drew lots for the watch, doused the fire, and one by one we drifted off to sleep. Chapter 79. Signs. After breakfast, Martin began teaching Tempe and me how to search for the bandits' trail. Anyone can spot a piece of torn shirt hanging from a branch or a footprint gouged into the dirt, but those things never happen in real life. They make for convenient plot devices in plays, but really, when have you ever torn your clothing so seriously that you've left a piece of it behind? Never. The people we were hunting were clever, so we couldn't count on them making any obvious mistakes. That meant Martin was the only one among us who had any idea what we were really looking for. "Any broken twig," he said. "They'll mostly be where things are thick and tangled, waist-high or ankle-high." He gestured as if kicking through thick scrub and pushing things aside with his hands. "Seeing the actual break is hard, so look at the leaves instead." He gestured to a nearby bush. "What do you see there?" Tempe pointed at a lower branch. He wore his plain gray homespun today, and without his mercenary reds, he looked even less imposing. I looked where Tempe was pointing and saw the branch had been snapped, but not badly enough to break off. "So, someone has been through here?" I asked. Martin shrugged his bow higher up on his shoulder. "I was. I did this last night." He looked at us. "See how even the leaves that aren't hanging strange are starting to wilt?" I nodded. "That means someone has been by this way within a day or so. If it's been 2 or 3 days, the leaves will brown out and die. You see both close to each other." He looked at me. "It means you have someone moving through the area more than once, days apart." He nodded. "Since I'm scouting and keeping an eye out for bandits, you'll be the ones with your noses to the ground. When you find something like this, call me." "Call?" Tempe cupped his hands around his mouth and turned his head in different directions. He made a wide gesture to the surrounding trees and put his hand to his ear, pretending to listen. Martin frowned. "You're right. You can't just go shouting for me." He rubbed the back of his neck in frustration. "Damn. We didn't think this all the way through." I smiled at him. "I thought it through," I said, and brought out a rough wooden whistle I'd carved last night. It only had 2 notes, but that was all we needed. I put it to my mouth and blew ta-ta-dee, ta-ta-dee. Martin grinned. "That's a Will's widow, isn't it? The pitch is dead on." I nodded. "That's what I do." He cleared his throat. Unfortunately, Will's widow is also called a nightjar. He grimaced apologetically. Nightjar, mind you. That'll catch at the ear of any experienced woodman like a fishhook if you go blowing it every time you want me to come take a look at something. I looked down at the whistle. Black hands, I swore. I should have thought of that. It's a good idea, he said. We just need one for a daytime bird, maybe a gold piper. He whistled 2 notes. That should be simple enough. I'll carve a different one tonight, I said, then reached down for a twig. I snapped it and handed half to Martin. This will do if I need to signal you today. He looked at the stick oddly. How exactly will this help? When we need your opinion on something we found, I'll do this. I concentrated, muttered a binding, and moved my half of the stick. Martin jumped 2 feet up and 5 feet back, dropping the stick. To his credit, he didn't shout. What in 10 hells was that? He hissed, wringing his hand. His reaction had startled me, and my own heart was racing. Martin, I'm sorry. It's just a little sympathy. I saw a wrinkle in between his eyebrows and changed my tack. Just a small magic. It's like a bit of magic string I use to tie 2 things together. I imagined Elxadal swallowing his tongue at this description, but pressed ahead. I can tie these things together, so when I tug on mine, I moved to stand over where his half of the twig lay on the ground. I raised my half, and the half on the ground lifted into the air. My display had the desired effect. Moving together, the 2 twigs looked like the crudest, saddest string puppet in the world. Nothing to be frightened of. It's just like invisible string, except it won't get tangled or caught on anything. How hard will it pull at me? He asked warily. I don't want it yanking me out of a tree when I'm scouting. It's just me on the other end of the string, I said. I'll just jiggle it a bit, like the float on a fishing line. Martin stopped wringing his hand and relaxed a little. Startled me is all, he said. That's my fault, I said. I should have warned you. I picked up the stick, handling it with a deliberate casualness, as if it were nothing more than an ordinary stick. Of course, it was nothing more than an ordinary stick, but Martin needed to be reassured as to that point. It's like Tecum said, nothing in the world is harder than convincing someone of an unfamiliar truth. Martin showed us how to see when leaves or needles had been disturbed, how to spot when stones had been walked across, how to tell if moss or lichen had been damaged by someone's passing. The old huntsman was a surprisingly good teacher. He didn't belabor his points, didn't talk down to us, and didn't mind questions. Even Tempe's trouble with the language didn't frustrate him. Even so, it took hours, a full half day. Then, when I thought we were finally finished, Martin turned us around and started leading us back toward the camp. We've already been that way, I said. If we're going to practice, let's practice in the right direction. Martin ignored me and kept walking. Tell me what you see. 20 paces later, Tempe pointed. Moss, he said. My foot. I've walked. Realization dawned, and I began to see all the marks Tempe and I had made. For the next 3 hours, Martin walked a step by humiliating step back through the trees, showing us everything we had done to betray our presence there. A scuff against the lichen on a tree trunk, a piece of freshly broken rock, the discoloration of overturned pine needles. Worst of all were a half-dozen bright green leaves that lay shredded on the ground in a tiny semicircle. Martin raised an eyebrow and I blushed. I had plucked them from a nearby bush, idly shredding them while listening to Martin. Think twice and step carefully, Martin said. And keep an eye on each other. He looked back and forth between Tempe and me. We're playing a dangerous game here. Then Martin showed us how to cover our tracks. It quickly became clear that a poorly concealed sign was often more obvious than one simply left alone. So over the next 2 hours, we learned how to hide our mistakes and spot mistakes that others had tried to hide. Only then, as afternoon was turning to evening, did Tempe and I begin searching this swath of forest bigger than most baronies. We walked close together, zigzagging back and forth, looking for any sign of the bandits' trail. I thought about the long days stretching out ahead of us. I'd thought searching the archives had been tedious, but looking for a broken twig in this much forest made hunting for the gram seem like going to the baker for a bun. In the archives, I had the chance to make accidental discoveries. In the archives, I'd had my friends, conversation, jokes, affection. Looking sideways at Tempe, I realized I could count the words he had said today, 24, and the number of times he had met my eye, 3. How long would this take? 10 days? 20? Merciful Telu, could I spend a month out here without going mad? With thoughts like this, when I saw some bark chipped off a tree and a tuft of grass bent the wrong way, I was flooded with relief. Not wanting to get my hopes up, I motioned to Tempe. "Do you see anything here?" He nodded, fidgeting with the collar of his shirt, then pointed to the grass I'd spotted. Then he pointed to a scuffed bit of exposed root I hadn't noticed. Almost light-headed with excitement, I pulled out the oak twig and signaled Martin. I twitched it very gently, not wanting to send him into another panic. It was only 2 minutes before Martin came out of the trees, but in that time I had already formed 3 plans as to how to track and kill the bandits, composed 5 apologetic soliloquies to Denna, and decided that when I got back to Severin, I would donate money to the Talon Church as thanks for this tangible miracle. I expected Martin to be irritated that we'd called him back so soon, but his expression was purely matter-of-fact as he came to stand next to us. I pointed out the grass, the bark, and the root. "Tempe spotted the last," I said, giving credit where credit is due. "Good," he said seriously. "Good job. There's also a bent branch over there." He gestured a few paces off to the right. I turned to face the direction the trail seemed to indicate. "Odds are they're going to be north of here," I said. "Farther from the road. Do you think it would be better to scout things out a bit now, or wait until tomorrow when we're fresh?" Martin squinted at me. "Good Lord, boy. These aren't real trail signs, so obvious, all so close together." He gave me a long look. "I left them. I needed to make sure you weren't going to glaze over after a few minutes of looking." My elation fell from some place in my chest and landed around my feet, shattering like a glass jar tipped from a high shelf. My expression must have been pitiful, as Martin gave me an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry. I should have told you. I'll be doing it off and on every day. It's the only chance we have to stay alert. This isn't my first time hunting through haystacks, you know." The third time we called Martin back, he suggested we make a standing wager. Tempe and I would win a halfpenny for every sign we found, and he'd win a silver bit for every one we missed. I jumped at the offer. Not only would it help keep us on our toes, but 5-to-1 odds seemed rather generous. This made the rest of the day pass quickly. Tempe and I missed a few signs. A log shifted out of place, some scattered leaves, and a broken spider web. I thought this last one was a bit unfair, but even so, by the time we headed back to camp that evening, Tempe and I were 2 pennies ahead. Over supper, Martin told a story about a young widow's son who left home to make his fortune. A tinker sold him a pair of magic boots that helped him rescue a princess from a tower high in the mountains. Dedan nodded along while he ate, smiling as if he'd heard it before. Hespa laughed in places, gasped in others, the perfect audience. Tempe sat perfectly still with his hands folded in his lap, showing none of the nervous restlessness I'd come to expect from him. He stayed that way through the entire story, listening while his dinner grew cold. The story was a good one. There was a hungry giant and a riddle game, but the widow's son was clever, and in the end, he brought the princess back and married her. It was a familiar story, and listening to it reminded me of days long gone, back when I had a home, a family. Chapter 80. Tone. The next day Martin left with Hespa and Dedan, while Tempe and I remained behind to keep an eye on the camp. With nothing else to occupy my time, I started gathering extra firewood. Then, I searched for useful herbs in the undergrowth and brought water from the nearby spring. Then I busied myself by unpacking, sorting, and rearranging everything in my travel sack. Tempe disassembled his sword, meticulously cleaning and oiling all the pieces. He didn't look bored, but then again, he never looked like anything. By midday, I was nearly mad with boredom. I would have read, but I hadn't brought a book. I would have sewn pockets into my threadbare cloak, but I didn't have any spare cloth. I would have played my lute, but a trooper's lute is designed to carry music through a noisy taproom. Out here, the sound of it could carry for miles. I would have chatted with Tempe, but trying to have a conversation with him was like playing catch with a well. Still, it seemed to be my only option. I walked over to where Tempe sat. He had finished cleaning his sword and was making small adjustments to the leather grip. Tempe? Tempe lay aside his sword and came to his feet. He stood uncomfortably close to me, with barely more than 8 inches of space between us. Then he hesitated and frowned. It wasn't much of a frown, barely a thinning of the lips and a slight line between his eyebrows, but on Tempe's blank sheet of a face, it stood out like a word written in red ink. He backed away from me by 2 good paces, then eyed the ground between us and stepped forward slightly. Understanding dawned on me. Tempe, how close do Adem stand? Tempe looked at me blankly for a second, then burst out laughing. A shy smile flickered onto his face, making him look very young. It left his mouth quickly, but lingered around his eyes. Smart. Yes, different in Adem. For you, close. He stepped uncomfortably close, then backed away. For me? I asked. Is it different for different people? He nodded. Yes. How close for Dedan? He fidgeted. Complicated. I felt a familiar curiosity flicker up inside me. Tempe, I asked, would you teach me these things? Teach me your language? Yes, he said, and though his face betrayed none of it, I could hear a great weight of relief in his voice. Yes, please, yes. By the end of the afternoon, I had learned a wild, useless scattering of Ademic words. The grammar was still a mystery, but that is how it always begins. Luckily, languages are like musical instruments. The more you know, the easier it is to pick up new ones. Ademic was my 4th. Our major problem was that Tempe's Turin was not very good, which gave us little common ground. So we drew in the dirt, pointed, and waved our hands quite a bit. Several times, when mere gestures were not enough, we ended up performing something close to pantomime or little mummers' plays in order to get our meaning across. It was more entertaining than I had expected. There was one stumbling block the first day. I had learned a dozen words and thought of another that would be useful. I made a fist and pretended to throw a punch at Tempe. Friyat, he said. Friyat, I repeated. He shook his head. No. Friyat. Friyat, I said carefully. No, he said firmly. Friyat is... He bared his teeth and worked his jaw as if he were biting something. Freyat. He punched his fist into his palm. Freyat, I said. No. I was amazed at the weight of condescension in his voice. Freyat. My face got hot. That's what I'm saying. Freyat, Freyat, Frey... Tempe reached out and smacked me in the side of the head with the flat of his hand. It was the same way he had struck Dedan last night, the way my father had cuffed me when I was being troublesome in public. It wasn't hard enough to hurt. It was just startling. No one had done that to me in years. Even more startling was that I hardly saw it. The motion was smooth and lazy and faster than snapping your fingers. He didn't seem to mean anything insulting by it. He was merely getting my attention. He lifted his sandy hair and pointed to his ear. "Here," he said firmly. "Friyat." He bared his teeth again, making a biting motion. "Friyat." Raised fist. "Friyat. Friyat. Friyat." And I did hear it. It wasn't the sound of the word itself. It was the cadence of the word. "Friyat," I said. He favored me with a small, rare smile. "Yes. Good." Then I had to go back and relearn all the words, making note of their rhythm. I hadn't really heard it before, just mimicked it. Slowly, I discovered each word could have several different meanings depending on cadence of the sound that composed them. I learned the all-important phrases, "What does that mean?" and "Explain that more slowly," in addition to a couple dozen words, "fight," "look," "sword," "hand," "dance." The dumb show I had to perform to get him to understand the last of these left both of us laughing. It was fascinating. The different cadences of each word meant the language itself had a sort of music to it. I couldn't help but wonder. "Tempe," I asked, "what are your songs like?" He looked at me blankly for a moment, and I thought he might not understand the abstract question. "Could you sing me an Adem song?" "What is song?" he asked. In the last hour, Tempe had learned twice as many words as I had. I cleared my throat and sang. "Little Jenny No-Shoes went a-walking with the wind. She was looking for a bonny boy to laugh and make her grin. Upon her head a feather cap, upon her lips a whistle. Her lips were wet and honey-sweet, her tongue was sharp as thistle." Tempe's eyes went wide as I sang. He practically gaped. "You?" I prompted, pointing to his chest. "Can you sing an Adem song?" His face blushed a burning red, and a dozen emotions ran wild and undisguised over his face. Astonishment, horror, embarrassment, shock, disgust. He got to his feet, turning away and chattering something in Ademic far too quickly for me to follow. He looked for all the world as if I'd just asked him to strip naked and dance for me. "No," he said, managing to collect himself somewhat. His face was composed again, but his fair skin was still flushed a violent red. "No." Looking down at the ground, he touched his chest, shaking his head. "No song. No Adem song." I got to my feet as well, not knowing what I'd done wrong. "Tempe, I'm sorry." Tempe shook his head. "No. Nothing sorry." He drew a deep breath and shook his head as he turned and started to walk away. "Complicated." Chapter 81. The Jealous Moon. That evening, Martin shot a trio of fat rabbits. I dug roots and picked a few herbs, and before the sun was down, the five of us sat down to a meal made perfect by the addition of 2 large loaves of fresh bread, butter, and a crumbly cheese too local to have any specific name. Spirits were high after a day of good weather, and so with dinner came more stories. Hespa told a surprisingly romantic tale of a queen who loved a serving boy. She told her story with a gentle passion, and if her telling didn't show a tender heart, the look she gave Dedan as she spoke of the queen's love did. Dedan, however, failed to see the marks of love on her, and, with a folly I have rarely seen equaled, he began to tell a story he'd heard at the Pennyworth Inn, a tale of Felurian. "The boy who told me this was hardly as old as Kvothe here," Dedan said, "and if you'd heard him talk, You'd have seen he wasn't the sort who could invent such a tale. The mercenary tapped his temple meaningfully. But listen, and judge for yourself if it's worth believing. As I've said, Trebon had a good tongue in his head, and a sharper wit than you'd guess, when he decided to use it. Unfortunately, this was one of the times that the former was working and the latter was not. For time out of mind, men have been wary of this stretch of woods, not for fear of lawless men or becoming lost. He shook his head. No, they say the fair folk make their homes here. Cloven-hoofed pucks that dance when the moon is full, dark things with long fingers that steal babes from cribs. Many's the woman, old wife or new, who leaves out bread and milk at night, and many's the man who makes well sure he builds his house with all his doors in a row. Some might call these folks superstitious, but they know the truth. The safest thing is to avoid the Fae, but barring that, you want to keep in their good graces. This is a story of Felurian, Lady of Twilight, Lady of the First Quiet, Felurian who is deaf to men, but a glad deaf, and one they go to willingly. Tempe drew a breath. It was a small motion, but it was eye-catching as he'd continued his habit of sitting perfectly still through the evening's stories. Now this made better sense to me. He was being quiet. Felurian, Tempe asked, deaf to men, she is... He paused. She is... sentient? He lifted his hands in front of himself and made a sort of gripping gesture. He eyed us expectantly. Then, seeing we didn't understand, he touched his sword where it lay at his side. I understood. No, I said. She's not one of the Adem. Tempe shook his head and pointed at Martin's bow. I shook my head. No, she's not a fighter at all. I trailed off, unable to think of how I would explain how Felurian killed men, especially if we were forced to resort to gestures. Desperate, I looked to Trebon for help. Trebon didn't hesitate. Sex, he said frankly. Do you know sex? Tempe blinked, then threw back his head and laughed. Trebon looked as if he were trying to decide whether or not to be offended. After a moment, Tempe caught his breath. Yes, he said simply. Yes, I know sex. Trebon smiled. That's how she kills men. For a moment, Tempe looked more blank than usual. Then a slow horror spread across his face. No, not horror. It was raw disgust and revulsion, made all the worse by the fact that his face was usually so blank. His hand clenched into several unfamiliar gestures at his side. Ow! He choked out the word. Trebon started to say something, then stopped. Then he started to make a gesture, and stopped that as well, looking self-consciously at Hespa. Hespa chuckled low in her throat and turned to Tempe. She thought for a moment, then made a gesture as if holding someone in her arms, kissing them. Then she began to tap her chest rhythmically, mimicking a heartbeat. She beat faster and faster, then stopped, clenching her hand into a fist and making her eyes wide. She tensed her whole body, then went limp, lolling her head to one side. Trebon laughed and clapped at her performance. That's it, but sometimes... He tapped his temple, then snapped his fingers, crossing his eyes and sticking out his tongue. Crazy. Tempe relaxed. Oh, he said, plainly relieved. Good. Yes. Trebon nodded and settled back into his story. Right. Felurian. Fondest desire of all men. Beauty beyond compare. For Tempe's benefit, he made a gesture as if he were brushing out long hair. 20 years ago, this boy's father and uncle were out hunting in this very stretch of forest as the sun began to set. They stayed out later than they should, then decided to make their way home by cutting straight through the forest instead of using the road like sensible folk. They hadn't been walking very long when they heard singing in the distance. They made their way toward it, thinking they were close to the road, but instead they found themselves at the edge of a small clearing, and there stood Felurian singing softly to herself. Ceilani and Luhiel, Dumari Felanua, Criata tu Sier, tu Alaran Didarella, Amawan, Losi Andelan, tu Nia Vorulan, Felurian Thay. Though Dedan made rough work of the tune, I shivered at the sound of it. The melody was eerie, compelling, and utterly unfamiliar. I didn't recognize the language either, not a bit of it. Dedan nodded as he saw my reaction. More than anything, that song gives the boy's story the ring of truth. I can't put a bit of sense to those words, but they stuck right in my head even though he only sang it once. So the two brothers are huddled at the edge of the clearing, and thanks to the moon, they could see like it was noon instead of night. She wasn't wearing a stitch, and though her hair was almost to her waist, it were real obvious she was as naked as the moon. I have always enjoyed stories about Felurian, but as I glanced at Hespa, my anticipation cooled. She was watching Dedan, and as he spoke, her eyes narrowed. Dedan failed to see this. She was tall with long, graceful legs. Her waist was slender, her hips curved as if begging for the touch of a hand. Her stomach was perfect and smooth, like a flawless piece of birch bark, and the dimple of her navel seemed made for kissing. Hespa's eyes were dangerous slits by this point, but even more telling was her mouth, which had formed a thin, straight line. A word of advice to you. Should you ever see that look on a woman's face, leave off talking at once and sit on both your hands. It may not mend matters, but it will at least keep you from making them any worse. Unfortunately, Dedan continued, his thick hands gesturing in the firelight. Her breasts were full and round, like peaches waiting to be taken from the tree. Even the jealous moon, which steals the color from all things, couldn't hide the rosy... Hespa made a disgusted noise and pushed herself to her feet. I'll just leave, then, she said. Her voice held such a chill even Dedan couldn't miss it. What? He looked up to her, still holding his hands in front of himself, frozen in the act of cupping an imagined pair of breasts. She stormed away, muttering under her breath. Dedan let his hands drop heavily into his lap. His expression moved from confused to injured to angry in the space of a breath. After a second, he got to his feet, roughly brushing bits of leaf and twig from his pants and muttering to himself. Gathering up his blankets, he started toward the other side of our little clearing. Did it end with both brothers chasing after her and the boy's father falling behind? I asked. Dedan looked back at me. You've already heard it, then. You could have stopped me if you didn't. I'm just guessing, I said quickly. I hate not hearing the ending of a story. Father put his foot in a rabbit hole, Dedan said shortly. Sprained his ankle. Nobody saw the uncle again. He stalked out of the circle of firelight, his expression grim. I cast an imploring look at Martin, who shook his head. No, he said softly. I won't have any part of it. Not for the world. Trying to help right now would be like trying to put out a fire with my hands. Painful, and with no real results. Tempe began to make up his bed. Martin made a circular gesture with one finger and gave me a questioning look, asking if I wanted the first watch. I nodded, and he gathered up his bedroll, saying, Attractive as some things are, you have to weigh your risks. How badly do you want it? How badly are you willing to be burned? I spread the fire, and soon the deep dark of night settled into the clearing. I lay on my back, looked at the stars, and thought of Denna. Chapter 82 Barbarians. The next day Tempe and I moved camp while Dedan and Hespa walked back to Crossan for supplies. Martin scouted out an isolated piece of flat ground close to water. Then we packed and moved everything, dug the privy, built the fire pit, and generally got everything settled. Tempe was willing to talk as we worked, but I was nervous. I had offended him by asking about the Lethani early on, so I knew to avoid that subject. But if he was upset by a simple question about singing, how could I begin to guess what might offend him? Again, his blank expression and refusal to make eye contact were the main problems. How could I make intelligent conversation with a person when I had no idea how he felt? It was like trying to walk blindfolded through an unfamiliar house. So, I took the safer road and simply asked for more words as we worked. Objects for the most part, as we were both too busy with our hands to pantomime. Best of all, Tempe got to practice his Turin while I built up my Ademic vocabulary. I noticed the more mistakes I made in his language, the more comfortable he grew in his own attempts at expressing himself. This meant, of course, that I made many mistakes. In fact, I was occasionally so thick-headed that Tempe was forced to explain himself several times in several different ways. All in Turin, of course. We finished setting up camp around noon. Martin left to go hunting, and Tempe stretched and began to move through his slow dance. He did it twice in a row, and I began to suspect he was somewhat bored himself. By the time he finished, he was covered in a sheen of sweat and told me he was going to bathe. With the camp to myself, I melted down the tinker's candles to make 2 small wax simulacra. I'd been wanting to do this for days, but even at the university, creating a mommet was questionable behavior. Here in Vintas, suffice to say, I thought it best to be discreet. It wasn't elegant work. Tallow isn't nearly as convenient as sympathy wax, but even the crudest mommet can be a devastating thing. Once I had them tucked into my travel sack, I felt much better prepared. I was cleaning the last of the tallow off my fingers when Tempe returned from his bath, naked as a new baby. Years of stage training allowed me to keep a calm expression, but just barely. After spreading his wet clothing over a nearby branch to dry, Tempe walked over to me without showing the least embarrassment or modesty. He held out his right hand, thumb and forefinger pinched together. "What is this?" He spread his fingers slightly for me to see. I looked closely, glad to have something to focus my attention on. "That's a tick." This close, I couldn't help but notice his scars again, faint lines crossing his arms and chest. I could read scars from my time in the Medica, and his didn't show the wide, puckered pink that would indicate a deep wound cutting through the layers of skin, fat, and muscle underneath. These were shallow wounds, dozens of them. I couldn't help but wonder how long he had been a mercenary to have scars so old. He didn't look much older than 20. Oblivious to my scrutiny, Tempe stared at the thing between his fingers. "It bites. On me. Bites and stays." His expression was blank as always, but his tone was tinged with disgust. His left hand fidgeted. "There are no ticks in Edemre?" "No." He made a point of trying to pinch it between his fingers. "It not break." I gestured, showing him how to crush it between his fingernails, which he did with a certain amount of relish. He threw it away and stalked back to his bedroll. Then, still naked, he proceeded to pull out all his clothing and give it a vigorous shaking. I kept my eyes averted, knowing deep down in my heart that this would be the moment Dedan and Hespa would return from crossing. Thankfully, they didn't. After a quarter hour or so, Tempe put on a pair of dry pants, carefully inspecting them first. Shirtless, he walked back to where I sat. "I hate thick," he declared. When he spoke, his left hand made a sharp gesture, as if he were brushing crumbs off the front of his shirt near his hip. Except he wasn't wearing a shirt, and there was nothing on his bare skin to brush away. What's more, I realized he'd made the same gesture earlier. In fact, now that I thought of it, I'd seen him make that gesture a half-dozen times in the last several days, though never so violently. I had a sudden suspicion. "Tempe, what does this mean?" I mimicked the brushing away gesture. He nodded. "It is this." He scrunched his face up in an exaggerated expression of disgust. My mind went spinning back over the last span of days, thinking of how many times I had seen Tempe fidgeting restlessly while we talked. I reeled at the thought of it. "Tempe," I asked, "is all of this—" I made a gesture to my face, then smiled, frowned, rolled my eyes. "Does all this happen with hands in Ademic?" He nodded and made a gesture at the same time. "That!" I pointed at his hand. "What is that?" He hesitated, then gave a forced, awkward-looking smile. I copied the gesture, splaying my hand slightly and pressing my thumb to the inside of my middle finger. "No," he said. "Other hand. Left." "Why?" He reached out and thumped on my chest, just left of the breastbone. Tum-tump, tum-tump. Then he ran a finger down to my left hand. I nodded to show I understood. It was closest to the heart. He held up his right hand and made a fist. "This hand is strong." He held up his left. "This hand is clever." It made sense. That is why most lutists chord with the left hand and strum with their right. The left hand is more nimble, as a rule. I made the gesture with my left hand, fingers splayed. Tempe shook his head. "That is this." He quirked half of his mouth up into a smirk. The expression seemed so out of place on his face that it was all I could do to keep from gawking. I looked more closely at his hand and adjusted the position of my fingers slightly. He nodded approval. His face was expressionless, but for the first time I understood why. In the hours that followed, I learned that Ademic hand gestures did not actually represent facial expressions. It was nothing so simple as that. For example, a smile can mean you're amused, happy, grateful, or satisfied. You can smile to comfort someone. You can smile because you're content or because you're in love. A grimace or a grin look similar to a smile, but they mean entirely different things. Imagine trying to teach someone how to smile. Imagine trying to describe what different smiles mean and when precisely to use them in conversation. It's harder than learning to walk. Suddenly, so many things made sense. Of course Tempe wouldn't look me in the eye. There was nothing to be gained by looking at the face of the person you were talking to. You listen to the voice, but you watch the hand. I spent the next several hours attempting to learn the basics, but it was maddeningly difficult. Words are fairly simple things. You can point to a stone. You can act out running or jumping. But have you ever tried to pantomime compliance, respect, sarcasm? I doubt even my father could have accomplished such a thing. Because of this, my progress was frustratingly slow, but I couldn't help but be fascinated. It was like suddenly being given a second tongue. And it was a secret thing, of sorts. I have always had a weakness for secrets. It took 3 hours to learn a handful of gestures, if you'll pardon the pun. My progress felt glacial, but when I finally learned the handspeak for understatement, I felt a glow of pride that can barely be described. I think Tempe felt it too. "Good," he said with a flattening of the hand I was fairly certain indicated approval. He rolled his shoulders and got to his feet, stretching. He glanced at the sun through the branches overhead. "Food now?" "Soon." There was one question that had been bothering me. "Tempe, why make all this work?" I asked. "A smile is easy. Why smile with your hands?" "With hands is easy too. Better. More—" He made a slightly modified version of the shirt-brushing gesture he'd used earlier. Not disgust. Irritation? "What is the word for people living together? Roads, right things." He ran his thumb along his collarbone. Was that frustration? "What is word for good together living? Nobody shits in the well." I laughed. Civilization? He nodded, splaying his fingers. Amusement. Yes, he said. Speaking with hands is civilization. But smiling is natural, I protested. Everyone smiles. Natural is not civilization, Tempe said. Cooking meat is civilization. Washing off stink is civilization. So in Edemre you always smile with hands? I wished I knew the gesture for dismay. No. Smiling with face good with family. Good with some friend. Why only family? Tempe repeated his thumb on collarbone gesture again. Then you make this. He pressed his palm to the side of his face and blew air into it, making a great flatulent noise. That is natural, but you do not make it near others. Rude. With family, he shrugged. Amusement. Civilization not important. More natural with family. What about laughing? I asked. I have seen you laugh. I made a ha-ha sound so he knew what I was talking about. He shrugged. Laughing is. I waited for a moment, but he didn't seem inclined to continue. I tried again. Why not laugh with hands? Tempe shook his head. No, laugh is different. He stepped close and used 2 fingers to tap my chest over my heart. Smile? He ran his finger down my left arm. Angry? He tapped my heart again. He made a scared expression, a confused one, and poked his lip out in a ridiculous pout. Each time he tapped my chest. But laugh? He pressed the flat of his hand against my stomach. Here lives laugh. He ran his fingers straight up to my mouth and spread his fingers. Pushback laugh is not good, not healthy. Also cry? I asked. I traced an imaginary tear down my cheek with 1 finger. Also cry. He put his hand on his own belly. Ha ha ha, he said, pressing in with his hand to show me the motion of his stomach. Then his expression changed to sad. Huh, huh, huh. He heaved with exaggerated sobs, pressing his stomach again. Same place. Not healthy to push down. I nodded slowly, trying to imagine what it must be like for Tempe, constantly assaulted by people too rude to keep their expressions to themselves. People whose hands constantly made gestures that were nonsense. It must be very hard for you out here. Not so hard. Understatement. When I leave Edemre, I know this. Not civilization. Barbarians are rude. Barbarians? He made a wide gesture, encompassing our clearing, the forest, all of Vintas. Everyone here like dogs. He made a grotesquely exaggerated expression of rage, showing all his teeth, snarling and rolling his eyes madly. That is all you know. He shrugged nonchalant acceptance, as if to say he didn't hold it against us. What of children? I asked. Children smile before they talk. Is that wrong? Tempe shook his head. All children barbarians. All smile with face. All children rude. But they go old. Watch. Learn. He paused thoughtfully, choosing his words. Barbarians have no woman to teach them civilization. Barbarians cannot learn. I could tell he didn't mean any offense, but it made me more determined than ever to learn the particulars of the Adem hand talk. Tempe stood and began limbering up with a number of stretches similar to those the tumblers used in my troop when I was young. After 15 minutes of twisting himself this way and that, he began his slow, dance-like pantomime. Though I didn't know it at the time, it was called the Katen. Still nettled about Tempe's barbarians cannot learn comment, I decided I would follow along. After all, I didn't have anything better to do. As I tried to mimic him, I became aware of how devilishly complex it was. Keeping the hands cupped just so, the feet correctly positioned. Despite the fact that Tempe moved with almost glacial slowness, I found it impossible to imitate his smooth grace. Tempe never paused or looked in my direction. He never offered a word of encouragement or advice. It was exhausting, and I was glad when it was over. Then I started the fire and lashed together a tripod. Wordlessly, Tempe brought out a hard sausage and several potatoes that he began to peel carefully using his sword. I was surprised by this, as Tempe fussed over his sword much the same way I did with my lute. Once, when Dedan had picked it up, the Adem had responded with a rather dramatic emotional outburst. Dramatic for Tempe, that is. He'd spoken 2 full sentences and frowned a bit. Tempe saw me watching him and cocked his head curiously. I pointed. "Sword?" I asked. "For cutting potatoes?" Tempe looked down at the half-peeled potato in one hand, his sword in the other. "He's sharp." He shrugged. "He's clean." I returned the shrug, not wanting to make an issue of it. While working together, I learned the words for iron, knot, leaf, spark, and salt. Waiting for the water to boil, Tempe stood, shook himself, and began his limbering stretches a second time. I followed him again. It was harder this time. The muscles of my arms and legs were loose and shaky from my previous effort. Toward the end, I had to fight to keep myself from trembling, but I gleaned a few more secrets. Tempe continued to ignore me, but I didn't mind. I've always been drawn to a challenge. Chapter 83. Lack of Sight. "So Taborlin was prisoned deep underground," Martin said. "They had left him with nothing but the clothes upon his back and an inch of guttering candle to push away the darkness. The Sorcerer King planned to leave Taborlin trapped until hunger and thirst weakened his will. Cyphus knew if Taborlin swore to help him, the wizard would abide by his promise because Taborlin never broke his word. Worst of all, Cyphus had taken Taborlin's staff and sword, and without them, his power was all dim and guttery. He'd even taken Taborlin's cloak of no particular color, but he— Sorry, but— Hesper, would you be a darling and pass me the skin? Hesper tossed Martin the water skin, and he took a deep drink. That's better. He cleared his throat. Where was I again? We had been in the Eld for 12 days, and things had fallen into a steady rhythm. Martin had changed our standing wager to reflect our growing skill. First to 10-1, then 15-1, which was the same arrangement he had with Dedan and Hesper. My understanding of the Adem hand language was growing, and, as a result, Tempe was becoming something other than a frustrating blank page of a man. As I learned to read his body language, he was slowly being colored in around the edges. He was thoughtful and gentle. Dedan rubbed him the wrong way. He loved jokes, though many of mine fell flat, and the ones he tried to tell invariably made no sense in translation. This isn't to say things were perfect between us. I still offended Tempe occasionally, making social gaffes I couldn't understand even after the fact. Every day I continued to follow him in his strange dance, and every day he pointedly ignored me. Now, Taborlin needed to escape, Martin said, continuing his story. But when he looked around his cave, he saw no door, no window. All around him was nothing but smooth, hard stone. But Taborlin the Great knew the names of all things, so all things were his to command. He said to the stone, "Break," and the stone broke. The wall tore like a piece of paper, and through that hole Taborlin could see the sky and breathe the sweet spring air. Taborlin made his way out of the caves, into the castle, and finally to the doors of the royal hall itself. The doors were barred against him, so he said, "Burn," and they burst into flame and were soon nothing more than fine grey ash. Taborlin stepped into the hall and saw King Cyphus sitting there with 50 guards. The king said, "Capture him!" But the guards had just seen the doors burn to ash, so they moved closer, but none of them came too close, if you know what I mean. King Cyphus said, "Cowards! I will battle Taborlin with wizardry and best him." He was afraid of Taborlin too, but he hid it well. Besides, Cyphus had his staff, and Taborlin had none. Then Taborlin said, "If you're so brave, give me my staff before we duel." "Certainly," Cyphus said, even though he didn't really mean to give it back, you see. "It's right next to you in that chest there." Martin looked around at us conspiratorially. You see, Cyphus knew the chest was locked and had only one key, and that key was right in his pocket. So Taborlin went over to the chest, but it was locked. Then Cyphus laughed, and so did a few of the guards. That made Taborlin angry, and before any of them could do anything, he struck the top of the chest with his hand and shouted, "Adro!" The chest sprung open, and he grabbed his cloak of no particular color, wrapping it around himself. Martin cleared his throat again. "Excuse me," he said, and paused to take another long drink. Hespa turned to Dedan. "What color do you think Taborlin's cloak was?" Dedan's forehead creased a bit, almost like the beginning of a scowl. "What do you mean?" "It's no particular color, just like it says." Hespa's mouth went flat. "I know that. But when you think of it in your head, what does it look like? You have to picture it as looking like something, don't you?" Dedan looked thoughtful for a moment. "I always pictured it as kind of shimmery," he said, "like the cobblestones outside a tallow works after a hard rain." "I always thought of it as a dirty grey," she said, "sort of washed out from his being on the road all the time." "That makes good sense," Dedan said, and I watched Hespa's face go gentle again. "White," Tempe volunteered. "I think white. No color." "I always thought of it as a kind of pale sky blue," Martin admitted, shrugging. "I know that doesn't make any sense. That's just how I picture it." Everyone turned to look at me. "Sometimes I think of it like a quilt," I said, "made entirely out of patchwork, a bunch of different colored rags and scraps, but most of the time I think of it as dark, like it really is a color, but it's too dark for anyone to see." When I was younger, stories of Taborlin had left me wide-eyed with wonder. Now that I knew the truth about magic, I enjoyed them on a different level, somewhere between nostalgia and amusement. But I held a special place in my heart for Taborlin's cloak of no particular color. His staff held much of his power, his sword was deadly, his key, coin, and candle were valuable tools, but the cloak was at the heart of Taborlin. It was a disguise when he needed it, helped him hide when he was in trouble. It protected him from rain, from arrows, from fire. He could hide things in it, and it had many pockets full of wonderful things. A knife, a toy for a child, a flower for a lady. Whatever Taborlin needed was somewhere in his cloak of no particular color. These stories are what made me beg my mother for my first cloak when I was young. I drew my own cloak around me, my nasty, tatty, faded cloak the tinker had traded me. On one of our trips into Crossan for supplies, I'd picked up some spare cloth and sewn a few clumsy pockets into the inside. But it was still a poor replacement for my rich burgundy cloak, or the lovely black and green one Fella had made for me. Martin cleared his throat again and launched back into his story. "So, Trebon struck the trunk with his hand and shouted, "Adro!" The lid of the chest popped open, and he grabbed his cloak of no particular color and his staff. He called forth great barbs of lightning and killed 20 guards. Then he called forth a sheet of fire and killed another 20. Those that were left threw down their swords and cried for mercy. Then Trebon gathered up the rest of his things from the chest. He took out his key and coin and tucked them safe away. Lastly, he brought out his copper sword, Skjaldrun, and belted, "What?" Daden interrupted, laughing. "You tit! Trebon's sword wasn't copper." "Shut up, Den," Martin snapped, nettled at the interruption. "It was so copper." "You shut up," Daden replied. "Who's ever heard of a copper sword? Copper wouldn't hold an edge. It'd be like trying to kill someone with a big penny." Hespa laughed at that. "It was probably a silver sword, don't you think, Martin?" "It was a copper sword," Martin insisted. "Maybe it was early on in his career," Daden said in a loud whisper to Hespa. "All he could afford was a copper sword." Martin shot the two of them an angry look. "Copper, damn you! If you don't like it, you can just guess at the ending." He folded his arms in front of himself. "Fine," Daden said. "Kvothe can give us one. He might be a pup, but he knows how to tell a proper story. Copper sword, my arse." "Actually," I said, "I'd like to hear the end of Martin's." "Oh, go ahead," the old tracker said bitterly. "I'm in no mood to finish now. And I'd rather listen to you than hear that donkey yaw his way through one of his." Nightly stories had been one of the few times we could sit as a group without falling into petty bickering. Now, even they were becoming tense. What's more, the others were beginning to count on me for the evening's entertainment. Hoping to put an end to the trend, I'd put a lot of thought into what story I was going to tell tonight. "Once upon a time," I began, "there was a little boy born in a little town. He was perfect, or so his mother thought. But one thing was different about him. He had a gold screw in his belly button, just the head of it peeping out. Now his mother was simply glad he had all his fingers and toes to count with, but as the boy grew up, he realized not everyone had screws in their belly buttons, let alone gold ones. He asked his mother what it was for, but she didn't know. Next, he asked his father, but his father didn't know. He asked his grandparents, but they didn't know either. That settled it for a while, but it kept nagging him. Finally, when he was old enough, he packed a bag and set out, hoping he could find someone who knew the truth of it. He went from place to place, asking everyone who claimed to know something about anything. He asked midwives and physicers, but they couldn't make heads or tails of it. The boy asked arcanists, tinkers, and old hermits living in the woods, but no one had ever seen anything like it. He went to ask the sealed merchants, thinking if anyone would know about gold, it would be them. But the sealed merchants didn't know. He went to the arcanists at the university, thinking if anyone would know about screws and their workings, they would. But the arcanists didn't know. The boy followed the road over the storm wall to ask the witch women of the Tal, but none of them could give him an answer. Eventually, he went to the king of Vint, the richest king in the world, but the king didn't know. He went to the emperor of Atur, but even with all his power, the emperor didn't know. He went to each of the small kingdoms one by one, but no one could tell him anything. Finally, the boy went to the High King of Modeg, the wisest of all the kings in the world. The High King looked closely at the head of the golden screw peeping from the boy's belly button. Then the High King made a gesture, and his seneschal brought out a pillow of golden silk. On that pillow was a golden box. The High King took a golden key from around his neck, opened the box, and inside was a golden screwdriver. The High King took the screwdriver and motioned the boy to come closer. Trembling with excitement, the boy did. Then the High King took the golden screwdriver and put it in the boy's belly button. I paused to take a long drink of water. I could feel my small audience leaning toward me. Then the High King carefully turned the golden screw. Once, nothing. Twice, nothing. Then he turned it the third time and the boy's ass fell off. There was a moment of stunned silence. "What?" Hespa asked incredulously. "His ass fell off," I repeated with an absolutely straight face. There was a long silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on me. The fire snapped, sending a red ember floating upward. "And then what happened?" Hespa finally asked. "Nothing," I said. "That's it. The end." "What?" she said again, more loudly. "What kind of story is that?" I was about to respond when Tempe burst out laughing, and he kept laughing, great shaking laughs that left him breathless. Soon, I began to laugh as well, partly at Tempe's display and partly because I'd always considered it an oddly funny story myself. Hespa's expression turned dangerous, as if she were the butt of the joke. Dedan was the first to speak. "I don't understand. Why did—" He trailed off. "Did they get the boy's ass back on?" Hespa interjected. I shrugged. "That's not part of the story." Dedan gestured wildly, his expression frustrated. "What's the point of it?" I put on an innocent face. "I thought we were just telling stories." The big man scowled at me. "Sensible stories! Stories with endings! Not stories that just have a boy's ass." He shook his head. "This is ridiculous! I'm going to sleep." He moved off to make his bed. Hespa stalked off in her own direction. I smiled, reasonably sure neither one of them would be troubling me for any more stories than I cared to tell. Tempe got to his feet as well. Then, as he walked past me, he smiled and gave me a sudden hug. A span of days ago, this would have shocked me, but now I knew that physical contact was not particularly odd among the Adem. Still, I was surprised he did it in front of the others. I returned his hug as best I could, feeling his chest still shaking with laughter. "He's ass off," he said quietly, then made his way to bed. Martin's eyes followed Tempe. Then he gave me a long, speculative look. "Where did you hear that one?" he asked. "My father told it to me when I was young," I said honestly. "Odd story to tell a child." "I was an odd child," I said. "When I was older, he confessed he made the stories up to keep me quiet. I used to pepper him with questions. Hour after hour, he said the only thing that would keep me quiet was some sort of puzzle. But I cracked riddles like walnuts, and he ran out of those." I shrugged and started to lay out my bed. So he made up stories that seemed like puzzles and asked me if I understood what they meant. I smiled a little wistfully. I remember thinking about that boy with the screw in his belly button for days and days, trying to find the sense in it. Martin frowned. "That's a cruel trick to play on a boy." The comment surprised me. "What do you mean?" "Tricking you just to get a little peace and quiet. It's a shabby thing to do." I was taken aback. It wasn't done in meanness. I enjoyed it. It gave me something to think about. But it was pointless. Impossible. "Not pointless," I protested. "It's the questions we can't answer that teach us the most. They teach us how to think. If you give a man an answer, all he gains is a little fact. But give him a question, and he'll look for his own answers." I spread my blanket on the ground and folded over the threadbare tinker's cloak to wrap myself in. That way, when he finds the answers, they'll be precious to him. The harder the question, the harder we hunt. The harder we hunt, the more we learn. An impossible question. I trailed off as realization burst onto me. Elodin. That is what Elodin had been doing. Everything he'd done in his class. The games, the hints, the cryptic riddling, they were all questions of a sort. Martin shook his head and wandered off, but I was lost in my thoughts and hardly noticed. I had wanted answers, and in spite of all I had thought, Elodin had been trying to give them to me. What I had taken as a malicious crypticism on his part was actually a persistent urging toward the truth. I sat there, silent and stunned by the scope of his instruction. By my lack of understanding, my lack of sight. Chapter 84. The Edge of the Map. We continued to inch our way through the Eld. Every day began with the hope of finding traces of a trail. Every night ended with disappointment. The shine was definitely off the apple, and our group was slowly being overtaken by irritation and backbiting. Any fear Dedan once felt for me had worn paper thin, and he pushed at me constantly. He wanted to buy a bottle of brand using the mayor's purse. I refused. He thought we didn't need to keep nightly watches, merely set up a trip line. I disagreed. Every small battle I won made him resent me more, and his low grumbling steadily increased as our search wore on. It was never anything so bold as a direct confrontation, just a sporadic peppering of snide comments and sulky insubordination. On the other hand, Tempe and I were slowly moving towards something like friendship. His Aturan was becoming better, and my Ademic had progressed to the point where I could actually be considered inarticulate as opposed to just confusing. I continued to mimic Tempe as he performed his dance, and he continued to ignore me. Now that I'd been doing it for a while, I recognized a hint of martial flavor to it. A slow motion with one arm gave the impression of a punch. A glacial raising of the foot resembled a kick. My arms and legs no longer shook from the effort of moving slowly along with him, but I was still irritated by how clumsy I was. I hate nothing so much as doing a thing badly. For example, there was a portion halfway through that looked easy as breathing. Tempe turned, circled his arms, and took a small step. But whenever I tried to do the same, I inevitably found myself stumbling. I had tried a half-dozen different ways of placing my feet, but nothing made any difference. But the day after I told my loose screw story, as Dedan eventually came to refer to it, Tempe stopped ignoring me. This time, after I stumbled, he stopped and faced me. His fingers flicked, disapproval, irritation. "Go back," he said, settling into the dance position that came before my stumble. I went into the same position and tried to mimic him. I lost my balance again and had to shuffle my feet to keep from stumbling. "My feet are stupid," I muttered in Ademic, curling the fingers on my left hand. Embarrassment. "No." Tempe grabbed my hips in his hands and twisted them. Then he pushed my shoulders back and slapped at my knee, making me bend it. "Yes." I tried moving forward again and felt the difference. I still lost my balance, but only a little. "No," he said again. "Watch." He tapped his shoulder. "This." He stood directly in front of me, barely a foot away, and repeated the motion. He turned his hands, made a circle to the side, and his shoulder pushed into my chest. It was the same motion you would make if you were trying to push open a door with your shoulder. Tempe wasn't moving very quickly, but his shoulder pushed me firmly aside. It wasn't rough or sudden, but the force of it was irresistible, like when a horse brushes up against you on a crowded street. I moved through it again, focusing on my shoulder. I didn't stumble. Since we were the only ones at the camp, I kept the smile from my face and gestured happiness. "Thank you." Understatement. Tempe said nothing. His face was blank, his hands still. He merely went back to where he had stood before and began his dance again from the beginning, facing away from me. I tried to remain stoic about the exchange, but I took this as a great compliment. Had I known more about the ADEM, I would have realized it was far more than that. Tempe and I came over a rise to find Martin waiting for us. It was too early for lunch, so hope rose in my chest as I thought that finally, after all these long days of searching, he might have caught the bandits' trail. "I wanted to show you this," Martin said, gesturing to a tall, sprawling, fern-like plant that stood a dozen feet away. "A bit of a rare thing. Been years since I've seen one." "What is it?" "It's called Anne's Blade," he said proudly, looking it over. "You'll need to keep an eye out. Not many folk know about them, so it might give us a clue if there are any more of them about." Martin looked back and forth between us eagerly. "Well?" he said at last. "What's so special about it?" I asked dutifully. Martin smiled. "The Anne's Blade is interesting because it can't tolerate folk," he said. "If any part of it touches your skin, it'll turn red as fall leaves in a couple hours. Redder than that. Bright as your mercenary reds," Martin gestured to Tempe. "And then the whole plant will dry up and die." "Really?" I asked, no longer having to feign interest. Martin nodded. "A drop of sweat will kill it just the same, which means, most times, it will die just from touching a person's clothes. Armor, too. Or a stick you've been holding. Or a sword." He gestured to Tempe's hip. "Some people say it will die if you so much as breathe on it," Martin said. "But I don't know if that's the truth." Martin turned to lead us away from the Anne's Blade. "This is an old, old piece of forest. You don't see the blade anywhere near where folk have settled. We're off the edge of the map here." "We're hardly on the edge of the map," I said. "We know exactly where we are." Martin snorted. "Maps don't just have outside edges. They have inside edges. Holes. Folk like to pretend they know everything about the world. Rich folk especially. Maps are great for that. On this side of the line is Baron Tax Twice's field. On that side is Count Updemoney's land." Martin spat. "You can't have blanks on your maps, so the folks who draw them shade in a piece and write the Eld." He shook his head. "You might as well burn a hole right through the map for what good that does. This forest is big as Vintas. Nobody owns it. You head off in the wrong direction in here, you'll walk 100 miles and never see a road, let alone a house or a plowed field. There are places around here that have never felt the press of a man's foot or heard the sound of his voice." I looked around. "It looks the same as most other forests I've seen." "A wolf looks like a dog," Martin said simply, "but it's not. A dog is—" He paused. "What's that word for animals that are around people all the time? Cows and sheep and such." "Domesticated?" "That's it," he said, looking around. "A farm is domesticated. A garden. A park. Most forests, too. Folk hunt mushrooms, or cut firewood, or take their sweethearts for a little rub and cuddle." He shook his head and reached out to touch the rough bark of a nearby tree. The gesture was oddly gentle, almost loving. "Not this place. This place is old and wild. It doesn't care one thin sliver of a damn about us. If these folk we're hunting get the jump on us, they won't even have to bury our bodies. We'll lie on the ground for 100 years and no one will come close to stumbling on our bones." I turned where I stood, looking at the rise and fall of the land, the worn rocks, the endless ranks of trees. I tried not to think about how the mayor had sent me here, like moving a stone on a tackboard. He had sent me to a hole in the map, a place where no one would ever find my bones. Chapter 85. Interlude. Fences. Kvothe sat upright in his seat, craning his neck to get a better look out the window. He was just holding his hand up to Chronicler when they heard a quick, light tapping on the wooden landing outside. Too fast and soft to be the heavy boots of farmers, it was followed by a high peal of childish laughter. Chronicler quickly blotted the page he was writing, then tucked it under a stack of blank paper as Kvothe got to his feet and walked toward the bar. Bast leaned back, tipping his chair onto two legs. After a moment, the door opened and a young man with broad shoulders and a thin beard stepped into the inn, carefully ushering a little blonde girl through the doorway ahead of him. Behind him, a young woman carried a baby boy sitting on her arm. The innkeeper smiled, raising a hand. "Mary! Hap!" The young couple exchanged a brief word before the tall farmer walked over to Chronicler, still gently ushering the little girl in front of him. Bast got to his feet and offered up his chair to Hap. Mary approached the bar, casually untangling one of the little boy's hands from her hair. She was young and pretty, with a smiling mouth and tired eyes. "Hello, Kvothe." "I haven't seen you two in a long while," the innkeeper said. "Can I get you some cider? I pressed it fresh this morning." She nodded, and the innkeeper poured 3 mugs. Bast carried 2 over to Hap and his daughter. Hap took his, but the little girl hid behind her father, peering shyly around his shoulder. "Would young Master Ben like his own cup?" Kvothe asked. "He would," Mary said, smiling at the boy as he chewed on his fingers. "But I wouldn't give it to him unless you're eager to clean the floors." She reached into her pocket. Kvothe shook his head firmly, holding up a hand. "I won't hear of it," he said. "Hap didn't take half of what the work was worth when he fixed my fences out back." Mary smiled a tired, anxious smile, and picked up her mug. "Thank you kindly, Kvothe." She walked over to where her husband sat, talking to Chronicler. She spoke to the scribe, swaying gently back and forth, bouncing the baby on one hip. Her husband nodded along, occasionally interjecting a word or two. Chronicler dipped his pen and began to write. Bast moved back to the bar and leaned against it, eyeing the far table curiously. "I still don't understand all of this," he said. "I know for a fact Mary can write. She's sent me letters." Kvothe looked curiously at his student, then shrugged. "I expect he's writing wills and dispositions, not letters. You want that sort of thing done in a clear hand, spelled properly and with no confusion." He motioned to where Chronicler was pressing a heavy seal onto a sheet of paper. "See? That shows he's a court official. Everything he witnesses has legal weight." "But the priest does that," Bast said. "Abbe Grimes is all sorts of official. He writes the marriage records and the deed when someone buys a plot of land. You said yourself, they love their records." Kvothe nodded. "True, but a priest likes it when you leave money to the church. If he writes up your will and you don't give the church as much as a bent penny," he shrugged, "that can make life hard in a little town like this. And if you can't read, well, then the priest can write down whatever he wants, can't he? And who's to argue with him after you're dead?" Bast looked shocked. "Abbe Grimes wouldn't do something like that." "He probably wouldn't," Kvothe conceded. "Grimes is a decent sort for a priest. But maybe you want to leave a piece of land to the young widow down the lane and some money to her second son." Kvothe raised an eyebrow meaningfully. "That's the sort of thing a fellow doesn't care to have his priest writing down. Better to have that news come out after you're dead and buried deep." Understanding came into Bast's eyes, and he looked at the young couple as if trying to guess what secrets they were trying to hide. Kvothe pulled out a white cloth and began to polish the bar absent-mindedly. Most times it's simpler than that. Some folk just want to leave Ellie the music box and not hear the other sisters wail about it for the next 10 years. "Like when the widow Graydon died?" "Exactly like when Widow Graydon died. You saw how that family tore itself up fighting over her things. Half of them still aren't on speaking terms." Across the room, the little girl stepped close to her mother and tugged insistently on her dress. A moment later, Mary came over to the bar with the little girl in tow. "Little Syl has to tend to her necessary," she said apologetically. Could we Coat nodded and pointed to the door near the stairway. Mary turned and held out the little boy to Bast. "Would you mind?" Moving mostly on reflex, Bast reached out with both hands to take hold of the boy, then stood there awkwardly as Mary escorted her daughter away. The little boy looked around brightly, not sure what to make of this new situation. Bast turned to face Kvothe, the baby held stiffly in front of himself. The child's expression slowly shifted from curious to uncertain to unhappy. Finally, he began to make a soft, anxious noise. He looked as if he were thinking about whether or not he wanted to cry, and was slowly starting to realize that, yes, as a matter of fact, he probably did. "Oh, for goodness sake, Bast," Kvothe said in an exasperated voice. "Here." He stepped forward and took hold of the boy, sitting him on top of the bar and holding him steady with both hands. The boy seemed happier there. He rubbed a curious hand on the smooth top of the bar, leaving a smudge. He looked at Bast and smiled. "Dog," he said. "Charming," Bast said, his voice dry. Little Ben began to chew on his fingers and looked around again, more purposefully this time. "Man," he said. "Ma, ma, ma, ma." Then he began to look concerned and make the same low, anxious noise as before. "Hold him up," Kvothe said, moving to stand directly in front of the little boy. Once Bast was steadying him, the innkeeper grabbed hold of the boy's feet and began a sing-song chant. "Cobbler, cobbler, measure my feet. Farmer, farmer, plant some wheat. Baker, baker, bake me bread. Tailor, make a hat for my head." The little boy watched as Kvothe made a different hand motion for each line, pretending to plant wheat and knead bread. By the final line, the little boy was laughing a delighted, burbling laugh as he clapped his hands to his own head along with the red-haired man. "Miller, keep your thumb off the scale. Milkmaid, milkmaid, fill your pail. Potter, potter, spin a jug. Baby, give your daddy a hug." Kvothe made no gesture for the last line. Instead, he tilted his head, eyeing Bast expectantly. Bast merely stood there, confused. Then, realization dawned on his face. "Reshi! How could you think that?" he asked, his voice slightly offended. He pointed at the little boy. "He's blonde!" Looking back and forth between the two men, the boy decided that he would, actually, like to have a bit of a cry. His face clouded over, and he began to wail. "This is your fault," Bast said flatly. Kvothe picked the little boy up off the bar and jiggled him in a marginally successful attempt to calm him. A moment later, when Mary came back into the tap room, the baby howled even louder and leaned toward her, reaching with both hands. "Sorry," Kvothe said, sounding abashed. Mary took him back, and he went instantly quiet, tears still standing in his eyes. "None of yours," she said. "He's just mother-hungry lately." She touched her nose to his, smiling, and the baby gave another delighted, burbling laugh. "How much did you charge them?" Kvothe asked as he walked back to Chronicler's table. Chronicler shrugged. "1.50." Kvothe paused in the act of sitting down. His eyes narrowed. "That won't cover the cost of your paper." Chronicler asked. "I have ears, don't I? The smith's prentice mentioned the Bentleys are on hard times. Even if he hadn't, I still have eyes. Fellow's got seams on both knees and boots worn nearly through. Little girl's dress is too short for her and half patches besides." Kvothe nodded, his expression grim. Their south field's been flooded out 2 years running, and they had both their goats die this spring. Even if these were good times, it would be a bad year for them. With their new little boy... He drew a long breath and let it out in a long, pensive sigh. "It's the levy taxes. 2 this year already." "Do you want me to wreck the fence again, Reshi?" Bast said eagerly. "Hush about that, Bast." A smile flickered around the edges of Kvothe's mouth. "We'll need something different this time." His smile faded. Before the next levy. "Maybe there won't be another," Chronicler said. Kvothe shook his head. "It won't come until after the harvest, but it'll come. Regular taxmen are bad enough, But they know enough to occasionally look the other way. They know they'll be back next year, and the year after. But the bleeders—" Chronicler nodded. "They're different," he said grimly, then recited, "If they could, they'd take the rain. If they can't get gold, they'll take the grain." Kvothe gave a thin smile and continued, "If you've got no grain, they'll take your goat. They'll take your firewood and your coat. If you've a cat, they'll take your mouse, and in the end, they'll take your house." "Everyone hates the bleeders," Chronicler agreed darkly. "If anything, the nobles hate them twice as much." "I find that hard to believe," Kvothe said. "You should hear the talk around here. If the last one hadn't had a full armed guard, I don't think he would have made it out of town alive." Chronicler gave a bent smile. "You should have heard the things my father used to call them," he said. "And he'd only had 2 levies in 20 years. He said he'd rather have locusts, followed by a fire, than the king's bleeder moving through his lands." Chronicler glanced at the door of the inn. "They're too proud to ask for help?" "Prouder than that," Kvothe said. "The poorer you are, the more your pride is worth. I know the feeling. I never could have asked a friend for money. I would have starved first." "Alone?" Chronicler asked. "Who has money to lend these days?" Kvothe asked grimly. "It's already going to be a hungry winter for most folk. But after a 3rd levy tax, the Bentleys will be sharing blankets and eating their seed grain before the snow thaws. That's if they don't lose their house as well." The innkeeper looked down at his hands on the table and seemed surprised that one of them was curled into a fist. He opened it slowly and spread both hands flat against the tabletop. Then he looked up at Chronicler, a rueful smile on his face. "Did you know I never paid taxes before I came here? The Adima don't own property as a rule." He gestured at the inn. "I never understood how galling it was. Some smug bastard with a ledger comes into town, makes you pay for the privilege of owning something." Kvothe gestured for Chronicler to pick up his pen. "Now, of course, I understand the truth of things. I know what sort of dark desires lead a group of men to wait beside the road, killing tax collectors in open defiance of the king." Chapter 86. The Broken Road. We finished searching the north side of the King's Highway and started on the southern half. Often, the only thing that marked one day from the next were the stories we told around the fire at night. Stories of Oren Velseter, Laniel Young again, and Ilian. Stories of helpful swineherds and the luck of Tinker's sons. Stories of demons and fairies, of riddle games and barrow drogs. The Adima Rue know all the stories in the world, and I am Adima down to the center of my bones. My parents told stories around the fire every night while I was young. I grew up watching stories in dumb show, listening to them in songs, and acting them out on stage. Given this, it was hardly surprising that I already knew the stories Dedan, Hespa, and Martin told at night. Not every detail, but I knew the bones of them. I knew their shapes and how they would end. Don't mistake me. I still enjoyed them. Stories don't need to be new to bring you joy. Some stories are like familiar friends. Some are dependable as bread. Still, a story I haven't heard before is a rare and precious thing, and after 20 days of searching the Eld, I was rewarded with one of those. "Once, long ago, and far from here," Hespa said as we sat around the fire after dinner, "there was a boy named Jax, and he fell in love with the moon. Jax was a strange boy, a thoughtful boy, a lonely boy. He lived in an old house at the end of a broken road. Dedan interrupted. "Did you say a broken road?" Hespa's mouth went firm. She didn't scowl exactly, but it looked like she was getting all the pieces of a scowl together in one place, just in case she needed them in a hurry. "I did. A broken road. That's how my mother told this story 100 times when I was little." For a moment, it looked like Dedan was going to ask another question, but instead, he showed a rare foresight and simply nodded. Hespa reluctantly put the pieces of her scowl away, Then she looked down at her hands, frowning. Her mouth moved silently for a moment. Then she nodded to herself and continued. Everyone who saw Jax could tell there was something different about him. He didn't play. He didn't run around getting into trouble. And he never laughed. Some folks said, "What can you expect of a boy who lives alone in a broken house at the end of a broken road?" Some said the problem was that he never had any parents. Some said he had a drop of fairy blood in him, and that kept his heart from ever knowing joy. He was an unlucky boy. There was no denying that. When he got a new shirt, he would tear a hole in it. If you gave him a sweet, he would drop it in the road. Some said the boy was born under a bad star, that he was cursed, that he had a demon riding his shadow. Other folks simply felt bad for him, but not so bad that they cared to help. One day, a tinker came down the road to Jax's house. This was something of a surprise because the road was broken, so nobody ever used it. "Hoy there, boy!" the tinker shouted, leaning on his stick. "Can you give an old man a drink?" Jax brought out some water in a cracked clay mug. The tinker drank and looked down at the boy. "You don't look happy, son. What's the matter?" "Nothing is the matter," Jax said. "It seems to me a person needs something to be happy about, and I don't have any such thing." Jax said this in a tone so flat and resigned that it broke the tinker's heart. "I'm betting I have something in my pack that will make you happy," he said to the boy. "What do you say to that?" "I'd say, if you make me happy, I'll be grateful indeed," Jax said. "But I haven't got any money to spend, not a penny to borrow, to beg, or to lend." "Well, that is a problem," said the tinker. "I am in business, you see." "If you can find something in your pack that will make me happy," Jax said, "I'll give you my house. It's old and broken, but it's worth something." The tinker looked up at the huge old house, one short step away from being a mansion. "It is at that," he said. Then Jax looked up at the tinker, his small face serious. "And if you can't make me happy, what then? Will you give me the packs off your back, the stick in your hand, and the hat off your head?" Now, the tinker was fond of a wager, and he knew a good bet when he heard one. Besides, his packs were bulging with treasures from all over the four corners, and he was confident he could impress a small boy. So he agreed, and the two of them shook hands. First, the tinker brought out a bag of marbles, all the colors of sunlight. But they didn't make Jax happy. The tinker brought out a ball and cup. But that didn't make Jax happy. "Ball and cup doesn't make anyone happy," Martin muttered. "It's the worst toy ever. Nobody in their right mind enjoys ball and cup." The tinker went through his first pack. It was full of ordinary things that would have pleased an ordinary boy. Dice, puppets, a folding knife, a rubber ball, but nothing made Jax happy. So the tinker moved on to his second pack. It held rarer things. A gear soldier that marched if you wound him. A bright set of paints with 4 different brushes. A book of secrets. A piece of iron that fell from the sky. This went on all day and late into the night, and eventually the tinker began to worry. He wasn't worried about losing his stick, but his packs were how he made his living, and he was rather fond of his hat. Eventually, he realized he was going to have to open his third pack. It was small, and it only had 3 items in it, but they were things he only showed to his wealthiest customers. Each was worth much more than a broken house, but still, he thought, better to lose one than to lose everything and his hat besides. Just as the tinker was reaching for his third pack, Jax pointed. "What is that?" "Those are spectacles," the tinker said. "They're a second pair of eyes that help a person see better." He picked them up and settled them onto Jax's face. Jax looked around. "Things look the same," he said. Then he looked up. "What are those?" "Those are stars," the tinker said. I've never seen them before." He turned, still looking up. Then he stopped stock still. "What is that?" "That is the moon," the tinker said. "I think that would make me happy," Jack said. "Well, there you go," the tinker said, relieved. "You have your spectacles." "Looking at it doesn't make me happy," Jack said. "No more than looking at my dinner makes me full. I want it. I want to have it for my own." "I can't give you the moon," the tinker said. "She doesn't belong to me. She belongs only to herself." "Only the moon will do," Jack said. "Well, I can't help you with that," the tinker said with a heavy sigh. "My packs and everything in them are yours." Jax nodded, unsmiling. "And here's my stick. A good sturdy one it is, too." Jax took it in his hand. "I don't suppose," the tinker said reluctantly, "that you'd mind leaving me with my hat? I'm rather fond of it." "It's mine by right," Jack said. "If you were fond of it, you shouldn't have gambled it away." The tinker scowled as he handed over his hat. Tempe made a low noise in his throat and shook his head. Hesper smiled and nodded. Apparently, even the ADEM knew it's bad luck to be rude to a tinker. So Jack settled the hat on his head, took the stick in his hand, and gathered up the tinker's packs. When he found the third one, still unopened, he asked, "What's in here?" "Something for you to choke on," the tinker spat. "No need to get tetchy over a hat," the boy said. "I have greater need of it than you. I have a long way to walk if I'm to find the moon and make her mine." "But for the taking of my hat, you could have had my help in catching her," the tinker said. "I will leave you with the broken house," Jack said. "That is something, though it will be up to you to mend it." Jax put the spectacles on his face and started walking down the road in the direction of the moon. He walked all night, only stopping when she went out of sight behind the mountains. So Jax walked day after day, endlessly searching. Dedan snorted. "Doesn't that sound just a little too familiar?" He muttered loud enough for everyone to hear. "I wonder if he was pissing his time up a tree like we are." Hesper glared at him, the muscles in her jaw clenching. I gave a quiet sigh. "Are you done?" Hesper asked pointedly, glaring at Dedan for a long moment. "What?" Dedan asked. "Shut up while I'm telling my story is what," Hesper said. "Everyone else had their say." Dedan climbed to his feet, indignant. "Even the mute chimed in." He waved a hand at Tempe. "How come I'm the only one you get hissy at?" Hesper seethed for a moment, then said, "You're trying to pick a fight halfway through my story is why." "Telling the truth isn't picking a fight," Dedan grumbled. "Someone needs to speak some sense around here." Hesper threw her hands up in the air. "You're still doing it. Can't you set it down for one evening? Every chance you get, you have to bitch and minge on." "At least when I don't agree, I speak my mind," Dedan said. "I don't take the coward's way out." Hesper's eyes flashed, and despite my better judgment, I decided to jump in. "Fine," I interrupted, looking at Dedan. "If you've got a better idea for finding these folk, let's hear it. Let's talk it over like adults." My interjection didn't slow Dedan down the least bit. It just pointed him in my direction. "What would you know about adults?" he said. "I'm sick and tired of being talked down to by some boy who probably doesn't even have hair on his balls yet." "I'm sure if the mayor had known how hairy your balls were, he would have put you in charge," I said, with what I hoped was infuriating calmness. Unfortunately, it seems he missed that fact and decided on me instead. Dedan drew a breath, but Tempe broke in before he could start. "Balls," said the ADEM curiously. "What is balls?" All the air went out of Dedan in a rush, and he turned to look at Tempe, half irritated, half amused. The big mercenary chuckled and made a very clear motion between his legs with a cupped hand. "You know, balls," he said, without a trace of self-consciousness. Behind his back, Hespa rolled her eyes, shaking her head. "Ah," Tempe said, nodding to show his understanding. "Why is the mayor looking at hairy balls?" A pause. Then a storm of laughter rolled through our camp, exploding with all the force of the pent-up tension that had been ready to boil into a fight. Hespa laughed herself breathless, clutching at her stomach. Martin wiped tears from his eyes. Dedan laughed so hard he couldn't stand upright and ended up crouching with one hand on the ground to steady himself. By the end of it, everyone was sitting around the fire, breathing hard and grinning like silly idiots. The tension that had been thick as winter fog was gone for the first time in days. It was only then that Tempe briefly caught my eye. His thumb and forefinger rubbed together gently. Gladness? No. Satisfaction. Realization dawned on me as I met his eye again. His expression was blank as always. Studiously blank. So blank it was almost smug. "Can we get back to your story, love?" Dedan asked Hespa. "I'd like to know how this boy gets the moon into bed." Hespa smiled at him, the first honest smile I'd seen her give Dedan in a handful of days. "I've lost my place," she said. "There's a rhythm to it, like a song. I can tell it from the beginning, but if I start halfway through, I'll get it all tangled up in my head." "Will you start over tomorrow if I promise to keep my mouth shut?" "I will," she agreed, "if you promise." Chapter 87. The Lithani. The next day Tempe and I went to Crossan for supplies. It meant a long day of walking, but not having to look for trail sign every step of the way made it feel like we were flying down the road. As we walked, Tempe and I traded words back and forth. I learned the word for dream, and smell, and bone. I learned there were different words in Ademic for iron and sword iron. Then we had a long hour's worth of fruitless conversation as he tried to help me understand what it meant when he rubbed his fingers over his eyebrow. It almost seemed to be the same thing as a shrug, but he made it clear that it wasn't the same. Was it indifference? Ambiguity? "Is it the feeling you have when someone offers you a choice?" I tried again. "Someone offers you an apple or a plum." I held up both hands in front of myself. "But you like both the same." I pressed my fingers together and smoothed them over my eyebrow twice. "This feeling?" Tempe shook his head. "No." He stopped walking for a moment, then resumed. At his side, his left hand said, "Dishonesty." "What is plum?" Attentive. Confused, I looked at him. "What?" "What does plum mean?" He gestured again, profoundly serious, attentive. I turned my attention to the trees and immediately heard it. Movement in the undergrowth. The noise came from the south side of the road, the side we hadn't searched yet. The bandits. Excitement and fear swelled in my chest. Would they attack us? In my tatty cloak, I doubted I looked like much of a target, but I was carrying my loot in its dark, expensive case. Tempe had changed back to his tight mercenary reds for the trip into town. Would that discourage a man with a longbow? Or would it seem I was a minstrel rich enough to hire an Adem bodyguard? We might look like fruit ripe for the picking. I thought longingly of the arrow catch I'd sold to Kilvin and realized he'd been right. People would pay dearly for them. I'd give every penny in my pocket for one right now. I gestured to Tempe. Acceptance. Dishonesty. Agreement. "A plum is a sweet fruit," I said, straining my ears for telltale sounds from the surrounding trees. Should we run to the trees for cover, or would it be better to pretend we were unaware of them? What could I do if they attacked? I had the knife I'd bought from the tinker on my belt, but I had no idea how to use it. I was suddenly aware of how terribly unprepared I was. What in God's name was I doing out here? I didn't belong in this situation. Why had the mayor sent me? Just as I was starting to sweat in earnest, I heard a sudden snap and rustle in the underbrush. A horned hart burst from the trees and was across the road in 3 easy bounds. A moment later, 2 hinds followed. One paused in the center of the road and turned to look at us curiously, her long ear twitching. Then she was off and lost among the trees. My heart was racing, and I let out a low, nervous laugh. I turned to look at Tempe, only to find him with his sword drawn, the fingers of his left hand curled into embarrassment. Then made several quick gestures I couldn't identify. He sheathed the sword without a flourish of any sort, a gesture as casual as putting your hand in your pocket. Frustration. I nodded, glad as I was not to be sprouting arrows from my back. An ambush would at least have given us a clue as to where the bandits were. Agreement. Understatement. We silently continued our walk toward Crossan. Crossan wasn't much as far as towns go. 20 or 30 buildings with thick forest on every side. If it hadn't been on the King's Highway, it probably wouldn't even have warranted a name. But since it was on the King's Highway, there was a reasonably stocked general goods store that supplied travelers and the scattering of nearby farms. There was a small post station that was also a livery and a farrier, and a small church that was also a brewery. And an inn, of course. While the Laughing Moon was barely a third the size of the Pennyworth, it was still several steps above what you'd expect for a town like this. It was 2 stories tall, with 3 private rooms and a bathhouse. A large hand-painted sign showed a gibbous moon wearing a waistcoat, holding its belly while it rocked with laughter. I'd brought my lute that morning, hoping I might be able to play in exchange for a bit of lunch, but that was just an excuse. I was desperate for any excuse to play. My enforced silence was wearing on me as much as Dedan's muttering. I hadn't gone so long without my music since I'd been homeless on the streets of Tarbean. Tempe and I dropped off our list of supplies with the elderly woman who ran the store. 4 large loaves of trail bread, a half-pound of butter, 1/4 pound of salt, flour, dried apple, sausages, a side of bacon, a sack of turnips, 6 eggs, 2 buttons, feathers for refletching Martin's hunting arrows, bootlaces, soap, and a new whetstone to replace one Dedan had broken. All told, it would come to 8 silver bits from the mayor's rapidly thinning purse. Tempe and I made our way over to the inn for lunch, knowing it would be an hour or 2 before our order was ready. Surprisingly, I could hear noise from the tap room from across the street. Places like this were usually busy in the evening when travelers stopped for the night, not in the middle of the day when everyone was in the fields or on the road. The room quieted when we opened the door. At first, I hoped the customers were glad to see a musician. Then I saw their eyes were all for Tempe in his tight mercenary reds. There were 15 or 20 people idling in the taproom. Some hunched at the bar, others clustered around tables. It wasn't so crowded we couldn't find a table to sit, but it did take a couple minutes before the single harassed-looking serving girl came to our table. "What'll it be, then?" she asked, brushing a sweaty strand of hair away from her face. "We've got pea soup with bacon in, and a bread pudding." "Sounds lovely," I said. "Can we get some apples and cheese, too?" "Drink?" "Soft cider for me," I said. "Beer," Tempe said, then made a gesture with 2 fingers on the tabletop. "Small whiskey. Good whiskey." She nodded. "I'll need to see your money." I raised an eyebrow. "You've had trouble lately?" She sighed and rolled her eyes. I handed her 3 halfpennies, and she hurried off. By then, I was sure I wasn't imagining it. The men in the room were giving Tempe dark looks. I turned to a man at the table next to us, quietly eating his bowl of soup. "Is this a market day or something?" He looked at me like I was an idiot, and I saw he had a bruise going purple on his jaw. "There's no market day in Crossan. There's no market." "I came through here a while back and things were quiet. What's everyone doing here?" "Same thing as always," he said. "Looking for work. Crossan is the last stop before the eld gets good and thick. A smart caravan will pick up an extra guard or 2. He took a drink. but too many folk been getting feathered off in the trees lately. Caravans aren't coming through so often." I looked around the room. They weren't wearing any armor, but now that I was looking, I could see the marks of mercenary life on most of them. They were rougher looking than ordinary townsfolk. More scars, more broken noses, more knives, more swagger. The man dropped his spoon into his empty bowl and got to his feet. "You can have the place for all I care," he said. "I've been here 6 days and only seen 4 wagons come through. Besides, only an idiot would head north as a pay-a-day." He picked up a large pack and slipped it over his shoulders. "And with all the folk gone missing, only an idiot would take on extra help in a place like this. I'll tell you this for free. Half of these reeking bastards would probably cut your throat the first night on the road." A broad-shouldered man with a wild black beard let loose a mocking laugh from where he stood at the bar. "Just because you canna roll dice dinna make me a criminal, Suey," he said with a thick northern accent. "You say something like that again, I'll give you twice as much as you got last night, plus interest." The fellow I'd been talking to made a gesture you didn't have to be Adem to understand, and headed out the door. The bearded man laughed. Our drinks showed up just then. Tempe drank off half his whiskey in a single swallow and let out a long, satisfied sigh, slouching down in his seat. I sipped my cider. I'd been hoping to play for an hour or two in exchange for our meal, but I wasn't fool enough to play to a room composed entirely of frustrated mercenaries. I could have done it, mind you. In an hour, I could have them laughing and singing. In 2 hours, I could have them crying into their beer and apologizing to the serving girl. But not for the price of a meal. Not unless I had no better options. This room reeked of trouble. It was a fight waiting to happen. No trooper worth his salt could fail to recognize that. The broad-shouldered man picked up a wooden mug and sauntered with theatrical casualness over to our table, where he pulled out a chair for himself. He smiled a wide, insincere smile through his thick black beard and stuck his hand out in Tempe's direction. "Hello there," he said loud enough for everyone in the bar to hear. "Me name's Tam. Yourself?" Tempe reached out and shook, his own hand looking small and pale gripped in the other man's huge, hairy one. "Tempe." Tam grinned at him. "And what are you doing in town?" "We're just passing through," I said. "We met up on the road and he was nice enough to walk with me." Tam looked me up and down dismissively. "I wasn't talking to you, boy," he growled. "Mind your betters." Tempe remained silent, watching the big man with the same placid, attentive expression he always wore. I watched his left hand come up to his ear in a gesture I didn't recognize. Tam took a drink, watching Tempe all the while. When he lowered his mug, the dark hair around his mouth was wet, and he wiped his forearm across his face to dry it. "I've always wondered," he said, loud enough for it to carry through the whole room. "You ate them. How much does one of your fancy lads make?" Tempe turned to look at me, his head tilted slightly to one side. I realized he probably couldn't understand the man's thick accent. "He wants to know how much money you earn," I explained. Tempe made a wavering motion with one hand. "Complicated." Tam leaned over the table. "What if you were hired to guard a caravan? How much would you charge a day?" "2 jots," Tempe shrugged. 3. Tam gave a showy laugh, loud enough that I could smell his breath. I'd expected it to stink, but it didn't. It smelled like cider, sweet with mulling spices. "You hear that, boys?" he shouted over his shoulder. 3 jots a day, and he canna hardly talk. Most everyone was already watching and listening, and this piece of information brought a low, irritated murmur from the room. Tam turned back to the table. Most of us get penny a day when we get work at all. I get 2 'cause I'm good with horses and I can lift up the back of a wagon if I need to. He rolled his broad shoulders. Are ye worth 20 men in a fight? I don't know how much of it Tempe understood, but he seemed to follow the last question fairly well. 20? He looked around appraisingly. No. 4? He wavered his spread hand back and forth uncertainly. 5? This did nothing to improve the atmosphere in the room. Tam shook his head in exaggerated bemusement. Even if I believed you for a second, he said, that means you should make 4 or 5 pennies a day, not 20. What? I put on my most ingratiating smile and leaned into the conversation. Listen, Tam's mug knocked hard against the tabletop, sending a splash of cider leaping up into the air. He gave me a dangerous look that didn't hold any of the false playfulness he'd been showing Tempe. Boy, he said, you interrupt me again, and I'll knock your teeth right out. He said it without any particular emphasis, as if he were letting me know that if I jumped into the river, I was bound to get wet. Tam turned back to Tempe. What makes you think you're worth 3 jots a day? Who buys me, buys this. Tempe held up his hand. And this. He pointed to the hilt of his sword. And this. He tapped a leather strap that bound his distinctive Adem reds tightly to his chest. The big man slapped the table hard with the flat of his hand. So that's the secret, he said. I need to get me a red shirt. This brought a chuckle from the room. Tempe shook his head. No. Tam leaned forward and flicked at one of the straps near Tempe's shoulder with a thick finger. Are you saying I'm not good enough to wear a fancy red shirt like yours? He flicked the strap again. Tempe nodded easily. Yes, you are not good enough. Tam grinned madly. What if I said your mother was a whore? The room grew quiet. Tempe turned to look at me. Curiosity. What is whore? Unsurprisingly, that hadn't been one of the words we had shared over the last span of days. For half a moment, I considered lying, but there was no way I could manage it. He says your mother is a person men pay money to have sex with. Tempe turned back to the mercenary and nodded graciously. You are very kind. I thank you. Tam's expression darkened, as if he suspected he was being mocked. You coward! For a bent penny I'd give you such a kicking you'd be wearing your picker backwards. Tempe turned to me again. I do not understand this man, he said. Is he attempting to buy sex with me, or does he wish to fight? Laughter roared through the room, and Tam's face grew red as blood under his beard. I'm pretty sure he wants to fight, I said, trying to keep from laughing myself. Ah, Tempe said. Why does he not say, why all of this? He flicked his fingers back and forth and gave me a quizzical look. Pouncing around? I suggested. Tempe's confidence was having a relaxing effect on me, and I wasn't above getting a little dig of my own in. After seeing how easily the Adem had dealt with Dedan, I was looking forward to seeing him thump some of the arrogance out of this horse's ass. Tempe looked back toward the big man. If you wish to fight, now stop pouncing around. The Adem made a broad gesture to the rest of the room. Go find others to fight with you. Bring enough women to feel safe. Good? My brief moment of relaxation evaporated as Tempe turned back to me, exasperation thick in his voice. You people are always talk. Tam stomped back to the table where his friends sat throwing dice. All right now, you heard him. The little gripshit says he's worth 4 of us, so let's show him the sort of damage 4 of us can do. Brendan, Vin, Jane, you in?" A bald man and a tall woman came to their feet, smiling, but the third waved his hand dismissively. "I'm too drunk to fight proper, Tam, but that's not half as drunk as I'd need to be to go up against a bloodshirt. They're bastards in a fight. I seen it." I was no stranger to bar fights. You'd think they'd be rare in a place like the university, but liquor is the great leveler. After 6 or 7 solid drinks, there is very little difference between a miller on the outs with his wife and a young alchemist who's done poorly on his exams. They're both equally eager to skin their knuckles on someone else's teeth. Even the Aeolian, genteel as it was, saw its share of scuffles. If you stayed late enough, you had a decent chance of seeing 2 of the embroidered nobility slapping away at each other. My point is, when you're a musician, you see a lot of fights. Some people go to the bars to drink. Some go to play dice. Some folk go looking for a fight, and others go hoping to watch a fight. Folk don't get hurt as much as you'd expect. Bruises and split lips are usually the worst of it. If you're unlucky, you might lose a tooth or break an arm, but there's a vast difference between a friendly bar fight and a back-alley coshing. A bar fight has rules and a host of unofficial judges standing around to enforce them. If things start to get vicious, spectators are quick to leap in and break things up because that's what you'd want someone to do for you. There are exceptions, of course. Accidents happen, and I knew all too well from my time in the Medica how easy it was to sprain a wrist or dislocate a finger. Those might be minor injuries to a cattle drover or an innkeeper, but to me, with so much of my livelihood relying on my clever hands, the thought of a broken thumb was terrifying. My stomach knotted as I watched Tempe take another swallow of whiskey and get to his feet. The problem was that we were strangers here. If things got ugly, could I count on the irritated mercenaries to step in and put a stop to things? 3 against 1 was nothing close to a fair fight, and if it got ugly, it would get ugly fast. Tempe took a mouthful of beer and looked at me calmly. "Watch my back," he said, then turned to walk to where the other mercenaries stood. For a moment, I was simply impressed by his good use of a Turin. Since I'd known him, he'd gone from practically mute to using idiomatic speech. But that pride quickly faded as I tried to think of something I could do to stop the fight if things got out of control. I couldn't think of a blessed thing. I hadn't seen this coming, and I had no clever tricks up my sleeve. For lack of any better options, I drew my knife out of its sheath and held it out of sight below the level of the table. The last thing I'd want to do is stab someone, but I could at least menace them with it and buy us enough time to get out the door. Tempe gave the 3 mercenaries an appraising look. Tam was inches taller than he, with shoulders like an ox. There was a bald fellow with a scarred face and a wicked grin. Last was the blonde woman who stood a full hand taller than Tempe. "There is only 1 woman," Tempe said, looking Tam in the eye. "Is enough. You may bring 1 more." The female mercenary bristled. "You swagger cock," she spat. "I'll show you what a woman can do in a fight." Tempe nodded politely. His continuing lack of concern began to relax me. I had heard the stories, of course, a single Adem mercenary defeating a dozen regular soldiers. Could Tempe really fight off these 3 at the same time? He certainly seemed to think so. Tempe looked at them. "This is my first fight of this sort. How does begin?" My palms started to sweat where I gripped the knife. Tam stepped up so their chests were only inches apart. He loomed over Tempe. "We'll start by whipping you bloody. Then we'll give you a kicking. Then we'll come round to do it again, to make sure we didn't miss anything." As he said the last, he slammed his forehead down into Tempe's face. My breath caught in my chest, and before I could get it back, the fight was over. When the bearded mercenary snapped his head forward, I had expected to see Tempe reel backward, nose broken and gushing blood. But Tam was the one who staggered backward, howling and clutching at his face, blood spurting from beneath his hands. Tempe stepped forward, got his hand on the back of the big man's neck, and spun him effortlessly into the ground, where he landed in a messy tangle of arms and legs. Without a hint of hesitation, Tempe turned and kicked the blonde woman squarely in the hip, making her stagger. While she was reeling, Tempe punched her sharply in the side of the head, and she folded bonelessly to the ground. That's when the bald man stepped in, arms spread like a wrestler. Quick as a snake, he got one hand on Tempe's shoulder and the other on his neck. I honestly can't say what happened next. There was a flurry of movement, and Tempe was left gripping the man's wrist and shoulder. The bald man snarled and struggled, but Tempe simply twisted the man's arm until he was bent over, staring at the floor. Then Tempe kicked the man's leg out from under him, sending him tumbling to the ground. All in less time than it takes to tell it. If I hadn't been so stunned, I would have burst into applause. Tam and the woman lay with the dead stillness of those deeply unconscious, but the bald man snarled something and began to make his way unsteadily back to his feet. Tempe stepped close, struck him in the head with casual precision, then watched the man slump limply to the ground. It was, I thought idly, the most polite punch I'd ever seen. It was the careful blow of a skilled carpenter pounding a nail, hard enough to drive it fully home, but not so hard as to bruise the wood around it. The room was very quiet in the aftermath. Then, the tall man who had refused to fight raised his mug in salute, spilling a little. "Good on ye," he said loudly to Tempe, laughing. "Nobody will think less of you if you show Tom a bit of your boot while he's down there. Lord knows he's done it enough in his day." Tempe looked down as if considering it, then shook his head and walked quietly back to our table. All eyes were still watching him, but the looks weren't nearly as dark as before. Tempe came back to the table. "Did you watch my back?" I looked up at him blankly, then nodded. "What did you see?" Only then did I understand what he really meant. "Your back was very straight." Approval. "Your back is not straight." He held up a flat hand, tilted to one side. "That is why you stumble in the then. It is—" Looking down, he trailed off, having noticed my knife half concealed in my tatty cloak. He frowned. Actually frowned with his face. It was the first time I'd seen him do it, and it was amazingly intimidating. "We will speak on this later," he said. At his side, he gestured, vast disapproval. Feeling more chastised than if I'd spent an hour on the horns, I ducked my head and put the knife away. We had been walking quietly for hours, our packs heavy with supplies, when Tempe finally spoke. "There is a thing I must teach you." Serious. "I'm always glad to learn," I said, making the gesture I hoped meant earnest. Tempe walked to the side of the road, set down his heavy pack, and sat on the grass. "We must speak of the Lethani." It took all my control to not burst out into a sudden giddy smile. I had been wanting to bring up the subject for a long while, as we were much closer than when I'd first asked him, but I hadn't wanted to risk offending him again. I sat quietly for a moment, partly to maintain my composure, but also to let Tempe know I was treating this subject with respect. "The Lethani," I repeated carefully. "You said I must not ask of it." "You must not, then. Now, perhaps. I—" uncertain. "I am pulled many ways, but now asking is." I waited for another moment to see if he would continue on his own. When he didn't, I asked the obvious question. "What is the Lethani?" Serious. Tempe looked at me for a long moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. "I do not know, and I cannot tell you." He laughed again, understatement. "Still, we must speak of it." I hesitated, wondering if this was one of his strange jokes that I could never seem to understand. "Is complicated," he said. hard in my own language. Yours. Frustration. Tell me what you know of the Litany. I tried to think of how I could describe what I'd heard of the Litany, using only the words he knew. I heard the Litany is a secret thing that makes the Adem strong. Tempe nodded. Yes, this is true. They say if you know the Litany, you cannot lose a fight. Another nod. I shook my head, knowing I wasn't getting my point across. They say the Litany is a secret power. Adem keep their words inside. I made a gesture as if gathering things close to my body and hoarding them. Then, those words are like wood in a fire. This word fire makes the Adem very strong, very fast, skin like iron. This is why you can fight many men and win. Tempe looked at me intently. He made a gesture I didn't recognize. That is mad talking, he said at last. Is that the correct word? Mad? He stuck out his tongue and rolled his eyes, wiggling his fingers at the side of his head. I couldn't help but laugh nervously at the display. Yes, mad is the word. Also crazy. Then what you have said is mad talking and also crazy. But what I saw today, I said, your nose did not break when struck with a man's head. That is no natural thing. Tempe shook his head as he climbed to his feet. Come, stand. I stood, and Tempe stepped close to me. Striking with the head is clever. It is quick. Can startle if opponent is not ready. But I am not ready. He stepped closer still, until we were almost touching chests. You are the loud man, he said. Your head is hard. My nose is soft. He reached out and took hold of my head with both his hands. You want this. He brought my head down slowly until my forehead pressed his nose. Tempe let go of my head. Striking with the head is quick. For me, little time. Can I move? He moved my head down as he pulled away, and this time my forehead came into contact with his mouth instead, as if he were giving me a kiss. This is not good. The mouth is soft. He tipped my head back again. If I am very fast. He took a full step back and brought my head down farther until my forehead touched his chest. He let me go, and I stood back up. This is still not good. My chest is not soft, but this man has a head harder than many. His eyes twinkled a little, and I chuckled, realizing he had made a joke. So, Tempe said, stepping back to where we were before. What can Tempe do? He motioned. Strike with the head. Slow. I show. Vaguely nervous, I brought my head down slowly as if trying to break his nose. Matching my slow speed, Tempe leaned forward and tucked his chin a bit. It wasn't much of a change, but this time, as I brought my head down, my nose met the top of his head. Tempe stepped back. See? Cleverness, not mad-thinking word-fire. It was very fast, I said, feeling slightly embarrassed. I could not see. Yes, fighting is fast. Train to be fast. Train, not word-fire. He gestured earnest and met my eye, a rarity for him. I tell this because you are the leader. You need the knowing. If you think I have secret ways and iron skin. He looked away, shaking his head. Dangerous. We both sat back down next to our packs. I heard it in a story, I said by way of explanation. A story like we tell around the fire at night. But you, he pointed to me, you have fire in your hands. You have... He snapped his fingers, then made a gesture like a fire roaring up suddenly. You have the doing of this, and you think the Adem have word fires inside? I shrugged. That is why I ask of the Lethani. It seems mad, but I have seen mad things be true, and I am curious. I hesitated before asking my other question. You said, who knows the Lethani cannot lose a fight. Yes, but not with word fires. The Lethani is a type of knowing. Tempi paused, obviously considering his words carefully. Lethani is most important thing. All Adem learn. Mercenary learn twice. Cheyenne learn 3 times. Most important. But complicated. Lethani is many things, but nothing touched or pointed to. Adem spend whole lives thinking on the Lethani. Very hard. Problem, he said. It is not my place to teach my leader, but you are my student in language. Women teach the Lethani. I am not such. It is a part of civilization, and you are a barbarian. Gentle sorrow. But you want to be civilization, and you have need of the Lethani. Explain it, I said. I will try to understand. He nodded. The Lethani is doing right things. I waited patiently for him to continue. After a minute, he gestured. Frustration. Now you ask questions. He took a deep breath and repeated, The Lethani is doing right things. I tried to think of an archetypal example of something good. So, the Lethani is giving a hungry child food to eat? He made a wavering motion that meant yes and no. The Lethani is not doing a thing. Lethani is the thing that shows us. Lethani means rules? Laws? Tempi shook his head. No. He gestured to the forest around us. Law is from outside, controlling. It is the horse mouth metal, and the head strings. Questioning. Bridle and bit? I suggested, motioning as if pulling a horse's head about with a pair of reins. Yes, law is bridle and bit. It controls from outside. The Lethani, he pointed between his eyes, then at his chest, lives inside. Lethani helps decide. Law is made because many have no understanding of Lethani. So, with the Lethani, a person does not need to follow the law. Pause. Perhaps. Frustration. He drew out his sword and held it parallel to the ground, its edge pointing up. If you were small, walking this sword would be like the Lethani. Painful for feet? I asked, trying to lighten the mood a bit. Amusement. Anger. Disapproval. No. Difficult to walk. Easy to fall on one side. Difficult to stay. The Lethani is very straight? No. Pause. What is it called when there is many mountain and one place for walking? A path? A pass? Pass. Tempi nodded. The Lethani is like a pass in the mountains. Bends. Complicated. Pass is easy way through. Only way through. But not easy to see. Path that is easy much times not go through mountains. Sometimes goes nowhere. Starve. Fall onto hole. So, the Lethani is the right way through the mountains. Partial agreement. Excitement. It is the right way through the mountains, but the Lethani is also knowing the right way. Both. And mountains are not just mountains. Mountains are everything. So, the Lethani is civilization. Pause. Yes and no. Tempe shook his head, frustrated. I thought back to what he had said about mercenaries having to learn the Lethani twice. Is the Lethani fighting? I asked. No. He said this with such absolute certainty that I had to ask the opposite to make sure. Is the Lethani not fighting? No. One who knows the Lethani knows when to fight and not fight. Very important. I decided to change directions. Was it of the Lethani for you to fight today? Yes. To show Adam is not afraid. We know with barbarians, not fighting is coward. Coward is weak, not good for them to think. So with many watching, fight, also to show one Adam is worth many. What if they had won? Then barbarians know Tempe is not worth many. Slight amusement. If they had won, would today's fight be not of the Lethani? No. If you fall and break a leg in Mountain Pass, it is still the pass. If I fail while following the Lethani, it is still the Lethani. Serious. This is why we are talking now. Today, with your knife, that was not the Lethani. It was not a right thing. I was afraid you would be hurt. The Lethani does not put down roots in fear, he said, sounding as if he were reciting. Would it be the Lethani to let you be hurt? A shrug. Perhaps. Would it be of the Lethani to let you be, extreme emphasis, hurt? Perhaps no, but they did not. To be first with the knife is not of the Lethani. If you win and are first with the knife, you do not win. Vast disapproval. I couldn't puzzle out what he meant by the last. I don't understand, I said. The Lethani is right action, right way, right time. Tempe's face suddenly lit up. The old trader man, he said with visible enthusiasm, in the stories with the packs, what is the word? Tinker? Yes, the tinker. How you must treat such men. I knew, but I wanted to see what the Adam thought. How? He looked at me, his fingers pressing together, irritation. You must be kind, and help them, and speak well, always polite, always. I nodded. And if they offer something, you must consider buying it. Tempe made a triumphant gesture. Yes, you can do many things when meeting Tinker, but there is only one right thing. He calmed himself a little. Caution. But only doing is not the Lethani. First knowing, then doing. That is the Lethani. I thought on this for a moment. So, being polite is the Lethani? Not polite, not kind, not good, not duty. The Lethani is none of these. Each moment, each choice, all different. He gave me a penetrating look. Do you understand? No. Happiness, approval. Tempe got to his feet, nodding. It is good you know you do not. Good that you say. That is also of the Lethani. Chapter 88. Listening. Tempe and I returned to find the camp surprisingly cheerful. Dedan and Hespa were smiling at each other, and Martin had managed to shoot a wild turkey for dinner. So we ate and joked, and after the washing up was done, Hespa told her story about the boy who loved the moon, starting again at the beginning. Dedan kept his mouth miraculously shut, and I dared to hope our little group was finally starting to become a team. Jax had no trouble following the moon because in those days the moon was always full. She hung in the sky, round as a cup, bright as a candle, all unchanging. Jax walked for days and days until his feet grew sore. He walked for months and months, and his back grew tired beneath his packs. He walked for years and years and grew up tall and lean and hard and hungry. When he needed food, he traded out of the tinker's packs. When his shoes wore thin, he did the same. Jax made his own way, and he grew up clever and sly. Through it all, Jax thought about the moon. When he began to think he couldn't go another step, he'd put on his spectacles and look up at her, round-bellied in the sky. And when he saw her, he would feel a slow stirring in his chest. And in time, he came to think he was in love. Eventually, the road Jax followed passed through Tinue, as all roads do. Still, he walked, following the great stone road east toward the mountains. The road climbed and climbed. He ate the last of his bread and the last of his cheese. He drank the last of his water and the last of his wine. He walked for days without either, the moon growing larger in the night sky above him. Just as his strength was failing, Jax climbed over a rise and found an old man sitting in the mouth of a cave. He had a long grey beard and a long grey robe. He had no hair on the top of his head or shoes on the bottom of his feet. His eyes were open and his mouth was closed. His face lit up when he saw Jax. He came to his feet and smiled. "Hello, hello," he said, his voice bright and rich. "You're a long way from anywhere. How is the road to Tinue?" "It's long," Jax said, "and hard and weary." The old man invited Jax to sit. He brought him water and goat's milk and fruit to eat. Jax ate hungrily, then offered the man a pair of shoes from his pack in trade. No need, the old man said happily, wiggling his toes. "But thanks for offering all the same." Jax shrugged. "As you will. But what are you doing here, so far from everything?" "I found this cave when I was out chasing the wind," the old man said. "I decided to stay because this place is perfect for what I do." "And what is that?" Jax asked. "I am a listener," the old man said. "I listen to things to see what they have to say." "Ah," Jax said carefully. "And this is a good place for that?" "Quite good, quite excellent good," the old man said. "You need to get a long ways away from people before you can learn to listen properly." He smiled. "What brings you out to my little corner of the sky?" "I am trying to find the moon." "That's easy enough," the old man said, gesturing to the sky. "We see her most every night, weather permitting." "No, I'm trying to catch her. If I could be with her, I think I could be happy." The old man looked at him seriously. "You want to catch her, do you? How long have you been chasing?" "More years and miles than I can count." The old man closed his eyes for a moment, then nodded to himself. "I can hear it in your voice. This is no passing fancy." He leaned close and pressed his ear to Jax's chest. He closed his eyes for another long moment and was very still. "Ooh," he said softly. "How sad. Your heart is broken, and you've never even had a chance to use it." Jax moved around, a little uncomfortable. "If you don't mind my asking," Jax said, "what's your name?" "I don't mind you asking," the old man said, "so long as you don't mind me not telling. If you had my name, I'd be under your power, wouldn't I?" "Would you?" Jax asked. "Of course." The old man frowned. "That is the way of things. Though you don't seem to be much for listening. It's best to be careful. If you managed to catch hold of even just a piece of my name, you'd have all manner of power over me." Jax wondered if this man might be able to help him. While he didn't seem to be terribly ordinary, Jax knew he was on no ordinary errand. If he'd been trying to catch a cow, he would ask a farmer's help. But to catch the moon, perhaps he needed the help of an odd old man. "You said you used to chase the wind," Jax said. "Did you ever catch it?" "In some ways, yes," the old man said. "And in other ways, no. There are many ways of looking at that question, you see." "Could you help me catch the moon?" "I might be able to give you some advice," the old man said reluctantly. "But first, you should think this over, boy. When you love something, you have to make sure it loves you back, or you'll bring about no end of trouble chasing it." Hespa didn't look at Dedan as she said this. She looked everywhere in the world but at him. Because of this, she didn't see the stricken, helpless look on his face. "How can I find out if she loves me?" Jax asked. "You could try listening," the old man said, almost shyly. "It works wonders, you know. I could teach you how." "How long would that take?" "A couple years," the old man said. "Give or take. It depends on if you have a knack for it. It's tricky, proper listening, but once you have it, you'll know the moon down to the bottoms of her feet." Jack shook his head. "Too long. If I can catch her, I can talk with her. I can make—" "Well, that's part of your problem right there," the old man said. "You don't really want to catch her. Not really. Will you trail her through the sky? Of course not. You want to meet her. That means you need the moon to come to you." "How can I do that?" he said. The old man smiled. "Well, that's the question, isn't it? What do you have that the moon might want? What do you have to offer the moon?" "Only what I have in these packs." "That's not quite what I meant," the old man muttered. "But we might as well take a look at what you've brought, too." The old hermit looked through the first pack and found many practical things. The contents of the second pack were more expensive and rare, but no more useful. Then the old man saw the third pack. "And what do you have in there?" "I've never been able to get it open," Jack said. "The knot is too much for me." The hermit closed his eyes for a moment, listening. Then he opened his eyes and frowned at Jax. "The knot says you tore at it, pricked it with a knife, bit it with your teeth." Jax was surprised. "I did," he admitted. "I told you I tried everything to get it open." "Hardly everything," the hermit said scornfully. He lifted the pack until the knotted cord was in front of his face. "I'm terribly sorry," he said. "But would you open up?" He paused. "Yes, I apologize. He won't do it again." The knot unraveled, and the hermit opened the pack. Looking inside, his eyes widened, and he let out a low whistle. But when the old man spread the pack open on the ground, Jax's shoulders slumped. He had been hoping for money, or gems, some treasure he could give the moon as a gift. But all the pack held was a bent piece of wood, a stone flute, and a small iron box. Of these, only the flute caught Jax's attention. It was made of a pale green stone. "I had a flute when I was younger," Jax said, "but it broke, and I could never make it right again." "They're all quite impressive," the hermit said. "The flute is nice enough," Jax said with a shrug. "But what use is a piece of wood in a box too small for anything practical?" The hermit shook his head. "Can't you hear them? Most things whisper. These things shout." He pointed at the piece of crooked wood. "That is a folding house, unless I miss my guess. Quite a nice one, too." "What's a folding house?" "You know how you can fold a piece of paper on itself, and each time it gets smaller?" The old man gestured at the piece of crooked wood. "A folding house is like that, Except it's a house, of course. Jax took hold of the piece of crooked wood and tried to straighten it. Suddenly, he was holding two pieces of wood that resembled the beginning of a door frame. "Don't unfold it here!" the old man shouted. "I don't want a house outside my cave, blocking my sunlight." Jax tried to push the two pieces of wood back together. "Why can't I fold it back up?" "Because you don't know how, I expect," the old man said plainly. "I suggest you wait until you know where you want it before you unfold it the rest of the way." Jack set the wood down carefully, then picked up the flute. "Is this special too?" He put it to his lips and blew a simple trill like a will's widow. Hesper smiled teasingly, lifted a familiar wooden whistle to her lips and blew ta-ta-dee, ta-ta-dee. Now everyone knows the will's widow is also called a nightjar, so it isn't out when the sun is shining. Despite this, a dozen nightjars flew down and landed all around Jax, looking at him curiously and blinking in the bright sunlight. "It seems to be more than the usual flute," the old man said. "And the box?" Jax reached out and picked it up. It was dark and cold and small enough that he could close his hand around it. The old man shivered and looked away from the box. "It's empty." "How can you tell without seeing inside?" "By listening," he said. "I'm amazed you can't hear it yourself. It's the emptiest thing I've ever heard. It echoes. It's meant for keeping things inside." "All boxes are meant for keeping things inside." "And all flutes are meant to play beguiling music," the old man pointed out. "But this flute is more so. The same is true with this box." Jax looked at the box for a moment, then set it down carefully and began to tie up the third pack with the 3 treasures inside it. "I think I'll be moving on," Jax said. "Are you sure you won't consider staying for a month or two?" the old man said. "You could learn to listen just a bit more closely. Useful thing, listening." "You've given me some things to think about," Jax said. "And I think you're right. I shouldn't be chasing the moon. I should make the moon come to me." "That's not what I actually said," the old man murmured, but he did so in a resigned way. Skilled listener that he was, he knew he wasn't being heard. Jax set off the next morning, following the moon higher into the mountains. Eventually, he found a large, flat piece of ground nestled high among the tallest peaks. Jax brought out the crooked piece of wood and piece by piece began to unfold the house. With the whole night in front of him, he was hoping to have it finished well before the moon began to rise. But the house was much larger than he had guessed, more a mansion than a simple cottage. What's more, unfolding it was more complicated than he had expected. By the time the moon reached the top of the sky, he was still far from being finished. Perhaps Jax hurried because of this. Perhaps he was reckless. Or perhaps it was just that Jax was unlucky as ever. In the end, the result was the same. The mansion was magnificent, huge and sprawling, but it didn't fit together properly. There were stairways that led sideways instead of up. Some rooms had too few walls, or too many. Many rooms had no ceiling, and high above they showed a strange sky full of unfamiliar stars. Everything about the place was slightly skewed. In one room, you could look out the window at the springtime flowers, while across the hall the windows were filmed with winter's frost. It could be time for breakfast in the ballroom, while twilight filled a nearby bedroom. Because nothing in the house was true, none of the doors or windows fit tight. They could be closed, even locked, but never made fast. And as big as it was, the mansion had a great many doors and windows, so there were a great many ways both in and out. Jax paid no mind to any of this. Instead, he raced to the top of the highest tower and put the flute to his lips. He poured out a sweet song into the clear night sky. No simple bird trill. This was a song that came from his broken heart. It was strong and sad. It fluttered like a bird with a broken wing. Hearing it, the moon came down to the tower. Pale and round and beautiful, she stood before Jax in all her glory, and for the first time in his life, he felt a single breath of joy. They spoke then, on the top of the tower. Jax telling her of his life, his wager, and his long, lonely journey. The moon listened and laughed and smiled. But eventually she looked longingly toward the sky. Jax knew what this foretold. "Stay with me," he pleaded. "I can only be happy if you're mine." "I must go," she said. "The sky is my home." "I have made a home for you," Jax said, gesturing to the vast mansion below them. "There is sky enough for you here, an empty sky that is all for you." "I must go," she said. "I have been away too long." He raised his hand as if to grab her, then stopped himself. "Time is what we make it here," he said. "Your bedroom can be winter or spring, all according to your desire." "I must go," she said, looking upward, "but I will return. I am always and unchanging, and if you play your flute for me, I will visit you again." "I have given you 3 things," he said, "a song, a home, and my heart. If you must go, will you not give me 3 things in return?" She laughed, holding her hands out to her sides. She was naked as the moon. "What do I have that I can leave with you? But if it is mine to give, ask, and I will give it." Jax found his mouth was dry. "First, I would ask for a touch of your hand." "One hand clasps another, and I grant you your request." She reached out to him, her hand smooth and strong. At first it seemed cool, then marvelously warm. Goose flesh ran all up and down Jax's arms. "Second, I would beg a kiss," he said. "One mouth tastes another, and I grant you your request." She leaned in close to him. Her breath was sweet, her lips firm as fruit. The kiss pulled the breath out of Jax, and for the first time in his life, his mouth curved into the beginning of a smile. "And what is the 3rd thing?" the moon asked. Her eyes were dark and wise. Her smile was full and knowing. "Your name," Jax breathed. "That I might call you by it." "One body," the moon began, stepping forward eagerly, then she paused. "Only my name?" she asked, sliding her hand around his waist. Jax nodded. She leaned close and spoke warmly against his ear. "Ludus." And Jax brought out the black iron box, closing the lid and catching her name inside. "Now I have your name," he said firmly. "So I have mastery over you, and I say you must stay with me forever, so I can be happy." And so it was. The box was no longer cold in his hand. It was warm, and inside he could feel her name fluttering like a moth against a window pane. Perhaps Jax had been too slow in closing the box. Perhaps he fumbled with the clasp, or perhaps he was simply unlucky in all things. But in the end, he only managed to catch a piece of the moon's name, not the thing entire. So Jax could keep her for a while, but she always slips away from him. Out from his broken mansion, back to our world, but still, he has a piece of her name, and so she always must return. Hesper looked around at us, smiling. "And that is why the moon is always changing, and that is where Jax keeps her when she is not in our sky. He caught her, and he keeps her still, but whether or not he is happy is only for him to know." There was a long moment of silence. "That," Dedan said, "is one hell of a story." Hesper looked down, and though the firelight made it difficult to tell, I would have bet a penny she was blushing. Hard Hesper, who I wouldn't have guessed had a drop of blushing in her. "It took me a long time to remember all of it," she said. "My mother used to tell it to me when I was a little girl. Every night always the same. Said she learned it from her mother." "Well, you'll need to make sure you tell your daughters too," Dedan said. "A story like that is too good to let fall by the roadside." Hesper smiled. Unfortunately, that peaceful evening was like the lull that comes in the center of a storm. The next day, Hespa made a comment that sent Dedan off in a huff, and for 2 hours they could barely look at each other without hissing like angry cats. Dedan tried to convince everyone we should give up our search and instead sign up as caravan guards, hoping the bandits would attack us. Martin said that made as much sense as trying to find a bear trap by putting your foot in it. Martin was right, but that didn't keep Dedan and the tracker from snapping at each other over the next couple days. 2 days later, Hespa gave a surprisingly girlish shriek of alarm while bathing. We ran to her assistance, expecting bandits, and instead found Tempe naked, knee-deep in the stream. Hespa stood half-dressed and dripping wet on the shore. Martin thought it was hilarious. Hespa did not, and the only thing that kept Dedan from flying into a rage and attacking Tempe was the fact that he couldn't figure out how to attack a naked man without looking in his direction or actually touching him. The day after that, the weather grew foggy and damp, souring everyone's mood and slowing our search even further. Then it began to rain. Chapter 89. Losing the Light. The last 4 days had been endlessly overcast and raining. At first, the trees had given us some shelter, but we soon discovered that the leaves overhead merely held the rain, and the slightest stir of wind sent down showers of heavy drops that had been gathering for hours. This meant that whether or not it was currently raining, we were constantly dripped upon and damp. Stories after supper had stopped. Martin caught a cold, and as it worsened, he grew sullen and sarcastic. And 2 days ago, the bread had gotten wet. This might sound like a small thing, but if you've ever tried to eat a piece of wet bread after a day of walking in the rain, you know what sort of mood it puts you in. Dedan had grown truly unmanageable. He balked and complained at the simplest of tasks. The last time he had gone into town for supplies, he had bought a bottle of dreg instead of potatoes, butter, and bowstrings. Hespa left him behind at Crossin, and he didn't get back to camp until nearly midnight, stinking drunk and singing loud enough to make the dead cover their ears. I didn't bother telling him off. Sharp as my trooper's tongue was, he was obviously immune to it. Instead, I waited until he passed out, poured the remaining dreg on the fire, and left the bottle sitting in the coals for him to see. After that, he stopped his constant derogatory muttering about me and settled into chilly silence. While the quiet was nice, I knew it was a bad sign. Given everyone's rising temper, I decided each of us would search for trail sign on our own. This was partly because walking in someone's footsteps over wet turf was a sure way to tear up the ground and leave a trail, but the other reason is that I knew if I sent Dedan and Hespa out together, their eventual argument would alert any bandit within 10 miles. I came back to camp dripping wet and miserable. It turns out the boots I'd bought in Severin didn't have a lick of waterproofing, so they drank rainwater like sponges. In the evening, I could dry them out using the heat of the fire and a little careful sympathy, but as soon as I took 3 steps, they were soaked through again. So on top of everything, my feet had been cold and damp for days. It was our 29th day in the Eld, and when I came over the tiny ridge that hid our latest camp, I saw Dedan and Hespa sitting on opposite sides of the fire, ignoring each other. Hespa was oiling her sword. Dedan was idly jabbing the ground in front of him with a pointed stick. I wasn't in much mood for conversation myself. Hoping the silence held, I went wordlessly to the fire. Except, there was no fire. "What happened to the fire?" I asked stupidly. What had happened was rather obvious. It had been left to burn down to charred sticks and damp ashes. "It's not my turn to get wood," Hespa said pointedly. Dedan poked at the dirt with his stick. I noticed the beginnings of a bruise high on his cheek. All I wanted in the world was a little something hot to eat and 10 minutes with dry feet. It wouldn't make me happy, but it would bring me closer to happy than I'd been all day. "I'm surprised the 2 of you can piss without help," I spat. Dedan glared up at me. "Just what do you mean by that?" "When Alvaron asked me to do this job for him, He implied I would have adults helping me, not a handful of school children. Dedan snapped. You don't know what she— I cut him off. I don't care. I don't care what you're bickering about. I don't care what she threw at you. I care that the fire is out. Telu above, a trained dog would be more help. Dedan's expression firmed into a familiar belligerence. Maybe if— Shut up, I said. I would rather listen to a jackass braying than waste my time with whatever you're saying. When I come back to camp, I expect fire and a meal. If this is beyond you, I'll arrange to have some 5-year-old come out from Crossin' and babysit the both of you. Dedan stood. The wind gusted in the trees above us, sending down heavy drops to patter on the ground. You're on your way to a meal you won't be able to stomach, boy. His hands clenched into fists, and I reached into my pocket to grip the mommet I had made of him 2 days ago. I felt my stomach clench in fear and fury. Dedan, if you take a single step toward me, I will lay such pain on you that you will scream for me to kill you. I stared him square in the eye. Right now, I am irritated. Do not even think of making me angry. He paused, and I could almost hear him thinking of every story he had ever heard about Taborlin the Great, fire and lightning. There was a moment of long silence as the two of us stared at each other, unblinking. Luckily, at this point, Tempe returned to camp, breaking the tension. Feeling a little foolish, I went to the embers of the fire to see if I could rekindle it. Dedan stomped into the trees, hopefully in search of wood. At this point, I didn't care if it was Rennell or not. Tempe sat by the side of the dead fire. Perhaps if I hadn't been busy, I might have noticed something odd in his movement. Then again, perhaps not. Even for a semi-educated barbarian such as myself, the moods of the Adem are difficult to read. As I coaxed the fire slowly back to life, I began to regret how I had handled things. That thought alone kept me from lashing out at Dedan when he returned with an armload of wet wood and dropped it at the edge of my newly rebuilt fire, scattering it. Martin came back shortly after I had rebuilt the fire a second time. He settled at the edge of it and spread his hands. His eyes were sunken and dark. Feeling any better? I asked him. Loads. His voice rasped wetly in his chest, sounding worse than it had this morning. I worried about the sound of his breathing, about pneumonia, about fever. I can mix you a tea that will make your throat a little easier, I suggested without much hope. He'd rejected all my offers of help over the last several days. He hesitated, then nodded. As I was heating the water, he had a fit of violent coughing that lasted nearly a minute. If the rain didn't stop tonight, we would have to head into town and wait for him to recover. I couldn't risk him catching pneumonia or giving away our position to bandit sentries with a coughing fit. I handed him his tea, and Tempe stirred in his seat by the edge of the fire. I killed 2 men today, he said. There was a long moment of stunned silence. Rain pattered on the ground around us. The fire hissed and spat. What? I asked incredulously. I was attacked by 2 men behind trees, Tempe said calmly. I rubbed the back of my neck. Damn it, Tempe! Why didn't you say something before? He gave me a level look, and his fingers made an unfamiliar circle. It is not easy to kill 2 men, he said. Are you hurt? Hespa asked. Tempe turned his cool look on her next, offended. I'd misunderstood his previous comment. It wasn't the fight itself he had found difficult. It was the fact that he had killed 2 men. I have needed this time to settle my thoughts. Also, I wait to when all are here. I tried to remember the gesture for apology, but I had to settle for sorrow instead. What happened? I asked calmly, as I fingered the frayed ends of my patience. Tempe paused to choose his words. I was trying to find trail when 2 men jump out from trees. What do they look like? Dedan asked, beating me to the question. Another pause. One your size. His arms longer than mine, stronger than me, but slow. Slower than you. Dedan's expression darkened, as if he couldn't decide if he had been insulted. The other was smaller and quicker. Both their swords were broad and thick, edged on both sides. This long. He held his hands perhaps 3 feet apart. I thought the description revealed more about Tempe than the men he fought. Where did it happen? How long ago? He pointed in the direction we had been searching. Less than 1 mile. Less than 1 hour. Do you think they were waiting for you? They weren't there when I came through, Martin said defensively. He gave a wet, tearing cough deep in his chest and spat something thick onto the ground. If they were waiting, they couldn't have been waiting long. Tempe gave an eloquent shrug. What sort of armor did they have? Dedan asked. Tempe was quiet for a moment, then reached out to tap my boot. This? Leather, I suggested. He nodded. Leather. Hard and with some metal. Dedan relaxed a bit. That's something, at least, he mused, then looked up sharply at Hespa. What? What was that look you just gave me? I wasn't looking at you, Hespa said frostily. You were so. You rolled your eyes. He looked at Martin. You saw her roll her eyes, didn't ya? Shut up, I snarled at the two of them. Surprisingly, things grew quiet. I pressed the heels of my hands to my eyes and gave our situation a moment of uninterrupted thought. Martin, how much light do we have left? He looked up at the slate-colored sky. About another hour and a half like this, he rasped. Enough to track in. Then, maybe a quarter hour of bad light after that. The sun will go down quick behind these clouds. Do you feel up to a little more running around today? I asked. His grin surprised me. If we can find these bastards tonight, let's do it. They've kept me tramping around this godforsaken place long enough. I nodded, reached out, and took a pinch of damp ash from the pitifully small fire. I rubbed it between my fingers thoughtfully, then wiped it onto a small rag and tucked it into my cloak. It wouldn't be a good source of heat, but anything was better than nothing. All right, I said. Tempe will lead us to the bodies. Then we'll see if we can trail them back to their camp. I stood up. Whoa, Dedan said, holding out his hands. What about us? You and Hespa stay here and guard the camp. I bit my tongue to keep from adding, and try to keep the fire from going out. Why? Let's all go. We can take care of them tonight. He got to his feet. And what if there's a dozen of them? I asked in my best scathing tones. He paused, but didn't back down. We'll have the element of surprise. We won't have the element of surprise if all 5 of us go tramping around, I said hotly. Why are you going then? Dedan demanded. It could just be Tempe and Martin. I'm going because I need to see what we're up against. I'm the one that's going to be making the plan that will get us through this alive. Why should Greenwood like you be making a plan at all? We're losing the light, Martin interjected wearily. Blessed Telu, a voice of reason speaks. I looked at Dedan. We are going. You are staying. That is an order. An order? Dedan echoed with dark incredulity. We eyed each other dangerously for a moment. Then I turned and followed Tempe into the trees. Thunder growled through the sky above us. A wind moved through the trees, clearing away the endless drizzle. In its place, a steady rain began to fall. Chapter 90. To Sing a Song About. Tempe lifted the pine boughs that covered the 2 men. Laid carefully on their backs, they looked as if they were sleeping. I knelt at the side of the larger one, but before I could get a better look, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Looking back, I saw Tempe shaking his head. "What?" I asked. We had less than an hour of light left. Hunting down the bandits' camp without getting caught was going to be difficult enough. Doing it in a pitch-black storm would be a nightmare. "You should not," he said, firm, serious. "Troubling the dead is not of the litany." "I need to know about our enemies. I can learn things from them that will help us." His mouth almost frowned. Disapproval. "Magic?" I shook my head. Looking only. I pointed to my eyes, then tapped my temple. Thinking. Tempe nodded. But as I turned back to the bodies, I felt his hand on my shoulder again. "You must ask. They are my dead." "You already agreed," I pointed out. "Asking is the right thing," he said. I took a deep breath. "May I look at your dead, Tempe?" He nodded once, formally. I looked over to where Martin was giving his bowstring a careful inspection under a nearby tree. "Do you want to see if you can find their trail?" He nodded and pushed himself away from the tree. "I'd start over there." I pointed to the south between two ridges. "I know my business," he said as he walked off, shouldering his bow. Tempe took a couple steps away, and I turned my attention to the bodies. One was actually quite a bit larger than Dedan, a great bull of a man. They were older than I had expected, and their hands had the calluses that mark long years of working with weapons. These were not disgruntled farm boys. These were veterans. "I've got their trail," Martin said, startling me. I hadn't heard the sound of him approaching over the low susurrus of the falling rain. "It's clear as day. A drunk priest could follow it." There was a flicker of lightning across the sky and an accompanying grumble of thunder. The rain started to come down harder. I frowned and pulled the tinker's sodden cloak tighter around my shoulders. Martin tilted his head up and let the rain fall full on his face. "I'm glad this weather is finally doing us some good," he said. "The more it rains, the easier it will be for us to sneak in and away from their camp." He wiped his hands on his dripping shirt and shrugged. "Besides, it's not like we can get any wetter than we already are." "You have a point," I said, standing. Tempe covered the bodies with the branches, and Martin led us away to the south. Martin knelt to examine something on the ground, and I took the opportunity to catch up with him. "We're being followed," I said, not bothering to whisper it. They were at least 70 feet behind us, and the rain was rolling through the trees with a noise like waves against the shore. He nodded and pretended to point at something on the ground. "I didn't think you'd seen them." I smiled and stripped water from my face with a wet hand. "You're not the only one here with eyes. How many do you think there are?" "2. Maybe 3. Tempe drew close to us. "2, he said with certainty in his voice. "I only saw 1, I admitted. "How close are we to their camp?" "No guess. Could be over the next hill, could be miles off. There are still just these 2 sets of tracks, and I can't smell any fires." He stood up and started to follow the trail again without looking back. I pushed a low branch aside as Tempe walked past and caught a glimpse of movement behind us that had nothing to do with wind or rain. "Let's go over this next ridge and set a little trap." "Sounds like the very thing," Martin agreed. Gesturing for us to wait, Martin crouched low and edged his way up to the top of the small rise. I fought the urge to look behind us while he peered over the lip of the ridge, then scampered over. There was a bright flash as lightning struck nearby. The thunder was like a fist in my chest. I startled. Tempe stood. "This is like of home," he said, smiling faintly. He made no attempt to keep the water from his face. Martin waved, and we stalked over the top of the ridge. Once we were out of sight of whoever was following us, I looked around quickly. "Keep following the tracks up to that twisted spruce, then circle back," I gestured. "Tempe hides there. Martin behind that fallen tree. I'll go behind that stone. Martin will make the first move. Use your judgment, but it would probably be best if you waited until they were past that broken stump. Try to leave one of them alive, if possible, but we can't have them getting away or making too much noise." "What will you be doing?" Martin asked as we hurried to lay down a clear set of tracks as far as the twisted spruce tree. "I'll be staying out of the way. The two of you are better equipped for this sort of thing, but I have a trick or two if it comes to that." We reached the tree. "Ready?" Martin seemed a little startled by my sudden barrage of orders, but they both nodded and went quickly to their places. I circled around and settled behind a lumpish upcrop of stone. From my vantage, I could see our muddy footprints mingling with the trail we followed. Past that, I saw Tempe position himself behind the trunk of a thick burl oak. To his right, Martin nocked an arrow, drew the string back to his shoulder, and waited, motionless as a statue. I brought out the rag that held the pinch of ash and a slender piece of iron, holding them ready in my hand. My stomach churned as I thought about what we had been sent here to do: hunt and kill men. True, they were outlaws and murderers, but men nonetheless. I deepened my breathing and tried to relax. The surface of the stone was chill and gritty against my cheek. I strained my ears, but couldn't hear anything over the steady drumming of the rain. I fought the urge to lean farther around the edge of the stone and broaden my field of vision. Lightning flashed again, and I was counting the seconds until the thunder, when I saw a pair of figures slink into view. I felt a sudden heat flare up in my chest. "Shoot them, Martin!" I said loudly. Dedan whirled around and was facing me with his sword drawn by the time I stepped from my hiding place. Hespa was a little more restrained and stopped with her sword halfway out of its scabbard. I put my knife away and walked to within a half-dozen steps of Dedan. The thunder rolled over us as I caught and held his eyes. His expression was defiant, and I didn't bother to disguise my anger. After a long minute of silence, he looked away, pretending he needed to brush the water from his eyes. "Put that away," I nodded to his sword. After a second's hesitation, he did so. Only then did I slide the thin piece of brittle steel I held back into the lining of my cloak. "If we were bandits, you would already be dead." I moved my gaze from Dedan to Hespa and back again. "Go back to camp." Dedan's expression twisted. "I'm sick of you talking to me like I'm a kid." He jabbed a finger toward me. "I've been in this world a lot longer than you. I'm not stupid." I bit down several angry responses that couldn't help but make matters worse. "I don't have time to argue with you. We're losing the light and you're putting us in danger. Go back to camp." "We should take care of this tonight," he said. "We've already knackered off 2 of them. There's probably only 5 or 6 left. We'll surprise them in the dark, in the middle of the storm. Wham! Bam! We'll be back in Crossing tomorrow for lunch." "And what if there's a dozen of them? What if there's 20? What if they're holed up in a farmhouse? What if they find our camp while no one's there? All our supplies, our food, and my loot could be gone, and a trap waiting for us when we come back. All because you couldn't sit still for an hour." His face reddened dangerously, and I turned away. "Go back to camp. We'll talk about this tonight." "No, damn it! I'm coming, and there's not a damn thing you can do to stop me." I ground my teeth. The worst part was that it was true. I had no way of enforcing my authority. There was nothing I could do short of subduing him with the wax simulacra I'd made. And I knew that to be the worst possible option. Not only would it turn Dedan into an outright enemy, it would undoubtedly turn Hespa and Martin against me too. I looked to Hespa. "Why are you here?" She darted a quick look at Dedan. "He was going to go alone. I thought it was better if we stayed together. And we did think it through. Nobody's going to stumble under the camp. We hid our gear and doused the fire before we left." I gave a tight sigh and tucked a useless pinch of ash into a pocket of my cloak. Of course they did. "But I agree," she said. "We should try to finish it tonight." I looked to Martin. He gave me an apologetic look. "I'd be lying if I said I didn't want this over," he said, and then added quickly, "if we can do it smart." He might have said more, but the words caught in his throat, and he began to cough. I looked at Tempe. Tempe looked back. The worst thing was, my gut agreed with Dedan. I wanted this done. I wanted a warm bed and a decent meal. I wanted to get Martin somewhere dry. I wanted to go back to Severin where I could bask in Alvaron's gratitude. I wanted to find Denna, apologize, and explain why I had left without a word. Only a fool fights the tide. Fine. I looked up at Dedan. If one of your friends dies because of this, it will be your fault. I saw a flicker of uncertainty cross his face, then disappear as he set his jaw. He had said too much for his pride to let him back down. I leveled a long finger at him. But from now on, each of you must do as I say. I'll listen to your suggestions, but I give the orders. I looked around. Martin and Tempe nodded right away, with Hespa following only a second after. Dedan gave a slow nod. I looked at him. Swear it. His eyes narrowed. If you pull another stunt like this when we're attacking tonight, you could get us killed. I don't trust you. I'd rather leave tonight than go into this with someone I can't trust. There was another tense moment, but before it stretched too long, Martin chimed in. Come on, Den. The boy's actually got a fair bit on the ball. He set up this little ambush in about 4 seconds. His tone turned jocular. Besides, he's not as bad as that bastard Brenway, and the money for that little privy dance wasn't half as good. Dedan cracked a smile. Yeah, I suppose you're right. So long as it's over tonight. I didn't doubt for a second Dedan would still go his own way if it suited him. Swear you'll follow my orders. He shrugged and looked away. Yeah, I swear. Not enough. Swear it on your name. He wiped the rain from his face and looked back at me, confused. What? I faced him and spoke formally. Dedan, will you do as I say tonight, without questioning or hesitation? Dedan, do you swear it on your name? He shifted from foot to foot for a moment, then straightened a little. I swear it on my name. I stepped closer to him and said, Dedan, very softly. At the same time, I fed a small, tiny burst of heat through the wax simulacra in my pocket. Not enough to do anything, but enough that he could feel it, just for a moment. I saw his eyes widen, and I gave him my best Taborlin the Great smile. The smile was full of secrets, wide and confident, and more than slightly smug. It was a smile that told an entire story all by itself. I have your name now, I said softly. I have mastery over you. The look on his face was almost worth a month of his grumbling. I stepped back and let the smile disappear, quick as a flicker of lightning. Easy as taking off a mask, which, of course, would leave him wondering which expression was the real one, the young boy or the half-glimpsed Taborlin. I turned away before I lost the moment. Martin will scout ahead. Tempe and I will follow 5 minutes behind. That will give him time to spot their lookouts and come back to warn us. You two follow 10 minutes behind us. I gave Dedan a pointed look and held up both hands with my fingers splayed. 10 full minutes. It'll be slower this way, but it's safest. Any suggestions? Nobody said anything. All right. Martin, it's your show. Come back if you run into trouble. Count on it, he said, and soon passed from our sight, lost in the blurry green and brown of leaf and bark and rock and rain. The rain continued to pelt down, and the light was beginning to fail as Tempe and I followed the trail, slinking from one hiding place to another. Noise, at least, was not a concern as the thunder made a near constant grumbling overhead. Martin appeared with no warning from the underbrush and motioned us to the marginal shelter of a leaning maple. "Their camp is right up ahead," he said. "There's tracks all over the place, and I saw light from their fire." "How many of them?" Martin shook his head. "I didn't get that close. As soon as I saw different sets of footprints, I came back. I didn't want you following the wrong tracks and getting lost." "How far?" "About a minute's creep. You could see their fire from here, but their camp's on the other side of a rise." I looked at the faces of my two companions in the dimming light. Neither of them seemed nervous. They were suited for this sort of work, trained for it. Martin had his abilities as a tracker and a bowman. Tempe had the legendary skill of the ADEM. I might have felt calm, too, if I had the opportunity to prepare some plan, some trick of sympathy that could tip things in our favor, but Dedan had ruined all hopes of that by insisting we attack tonight. I had nothing, not even a bad link to a distant fire. I stopped that line of thinking before it could turn from anxiety to panic. "Let's go, then," I said, pleased at the calm timbre of my voice. The three of us crept forward as the last of the light slowly bled from the sky. In the gray, Martin and Tempe were difficult to see, which reassured me. If it was hard for me, it would be near impossible for sentries to spot us from a distance. Soon, I spied firelight reflecting off the undersides of high branches ahead. Crouching, I followed Martin and Tempe up the side of a steep bank made slippery by the rain. I thought I saw a stir of movement ahead of us. Then lightning struck. In the near dark it was enough to blind me, but not before the muddy bank was highlighted in dazzling white. A tall man stood on the ridge with a drawn bow. Tempe crouched a few feet up the bank, frozen in the act of carefully placing his feet. Above him was Martin. The old tracker had gone to one knee and drawn his bow as well. The lightning showed me all of this in a great flash, then left me blind. The thunder came an instant after, deafening me as well. I dropped to the ground and rolled, wet leaves and dirt clinging to my face. When I opened my eyes, all I could see were the blue ghosts the lightning had left dancing in front of my eyes. There was no outcry. If the sentry had made one, it had been covered by the thunder. I lay very still until my eyes adjusted. It took me a long, breathless second to find Tempe. He was up the bank some 15 feet, kneeling over a dark shape. The sentry. I approached him, scrabbling through the wet fern and muddy leaves. Lightning flickered again above us, more gently this time, and I saw the shaft of one of Martin's arrows protruding at an angle from the sentry's chest. The fletching had come loose, and it fluttered in the wind like a tiny, sodden flag. "Dead," Tempe said when Martin and I were close enough to hear. I doubted it. Even a deep chest wound won't kill a man as quickly as that. But as I moved closer, I saw the angle of the arrow. It was a heart shot. I looked at Martin with amazement. "That's a shot to sing a song about," I said quietly. "Luck." He dismissed it and turned his attention to the top of the ridge a few feet above us. "Let's hope I have some left," he said as he began to crawl. As I crawled after him, I caught a glimpse of Tempe still kneeling over the fallen man. He leaned close, as if whispering to the body. Then I saw the camp, and all vague curiosity about the ADEM's peculiarity was pushed from my mind. Chapter 91. Flame, Thunder, Broken Tree. The ridge we crouched on made a wide half-circle, holding the bandits' camp in the center of a protective crescent. The result was that the camp sat at the bottom of a large, shallow bowl. From our position, I could see the open portion of the bowl was bordered by a stream that curved in and away. The trunk of a towering oak tree rose like a pillar in the center of the bowl, sheltering the camp with its huge branches. 2 fires burned sullenly on either side of the great oak. Both would have been big as bonfires if not for the weather. As it was, They merely shed enough light to reveal the camp. Camp is a misleading term. Encampment would be better. There were 6 field tents, short and sloping, mostly intended for sleeping and storing equipment. The 7th tent was almost a small pavilion, rectangular and large enough for several men to stand upright. 6 men sat huddled close to the fires on makeshift benches. They were bundled up against the rain, all of them with the hard-eyed, long-suffering look of experienced soldiers. I ducked back below the ridgeline and was surprised to feel no fear at all. I turned to Martin and saw his eyes were a little wild. "How many do you think there are?" I asked. His eyes flickered thoughtfully. "At least 2 to a tent. If their leader keeps to the big tent, that makes 13, and we've killed 3, so 10. 10 at the very least." He licked his lips nervously. "But they could be sleeping as many as 4 to a tent, and the big tent could sleep 5 more in addition to the leader. That makes 30, less 3. "So at best we're outnumbered 2 to 1, I said. "Do you like those odds?" His eyes moved to the ridgeline, then back to me. "I'd take 2 to 1. We've got surprise. We're right up close." He paused and coughed into his sleeve. He spat. "But there's 20 of them down there. I can feel it in my balls." "Can you convince Dedan?" He nodded. "He'll believe me. He's not half the ass he seems most of the time." Good. I considered briefly. Things had been happening more quickly than I can tell them aloud. So despite everything that had happened, Dedan and Hespa were still 5 or 6 minutes behind us. "Go turn the 2 of them around," I told Martin. "Then come back for Tempe and me." He looked uncertain. "You sure you don't want to come now? We don't know when their guard might change." "I'll have Tempe with me. Besides, it should only take you a couple minutes. I want to see if I can get a better count of how many there are." Martin hurried off, and Tempe and I edged our way back up to the top of the ridge. After a moment, he edged closer until the left side of his body was pressed up against my right. I noticed something I'd missed earlier. There were wooden poles the size of tall fence posts scattered throughout the camp. "Posts?" I asked Tempe, driving my finger into the ground to illustrate what I mean. He nodded to show he understood, then shrugged. I guessed they might be tethers for horses, or drying poles for sodden clothes. I pushed it from my mind in favor of more pressing matters. "What do you think we should do?" Tempe was silent for a long moment. "Kill some. Leave. Wait. Others come. We—" He gave the characteristic pause that meant he was lacking the word he wanted to use. "Jump behind trees." "Surprise." He nodded. "We surprise. Wait. Hunt rest. Tell Mayor." I nodded. Not the quick resolution we had hoped for, but the only sane option against this number of men. When Martin came back, the 3 of us would take our first sting at them. I guessed with surprise on our side, Martin could mark as many as 3 or 4 with his bow before we were forced to flee. Odds were he wouldn't kill all of them, but any man arrow shot would be less of a threat to us in the days to come. Any other way? A long pause. "No way that is of the Lithani," he said. Having seen enough, I carefully slid down several feet until I was out of sight. I shivered as the rain continued to pelt down. It felt colder than it had a couple minutes ago, and I began to worry that I'd caught Martin's cold. That was the last thing I needed right now. I caught sight of Martin approaching and was about to explain our plan when I saw his panicked expression. "I can't find them," he hissed frantically. "I trailed back to where they should have been, but they weren't there. So either they already turned back, which they wouldn't do, or they were too close behind us and ended up following the wrong set of tracks in this bad light." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the constant rain. "Can't you track them down?" If I could, I would have. But all the prints look the same in the dark. What are we gonna do?" He clutched at my arm. I could tell by his eyes that he was on the verge of panic. "They won't be careful. They'll think we've scouted everything ahead of them. What shall we do?" I reached into the pocket that held Dedan's simulacra. "I can find them." But before I could do anything, there was an outcry from the eastern edge of the camp. It was followed a second later by a furious shout and a string of cursing. "Is that Dedan?" I asked. Martin nodded. From over the ridge came the sound of frantic movement. The three of us moved as quickly as we dared, peering over the top. Men were swarming from the low tents like hornets from a nest. There were at least a dozen of them now, and I saw 4 with strung bows. Long sections of planking appeared from nowhere and were leaned against the posts, making crude walls about 4 feet high. Within seconds, the vulnerable, wide-open camp became a veritable fortress. I counted at least 16 men, but now whole sections of the camp were cut off from view. The light was worse as well, as the makeshift walls blocked the fires and cast deep shadows against the night. Martin was swearing a steady stream, understandably, as his bow wasn't nearly as useful now. He knocked an arrow quick as winking, and might have fired it just as fast if I hadn't laid a hand on his arm. "Wait." He frowned, then nodded, knowing they would have 6 arrows for every one of his. Tempe was suddenly useless as well. He would be riddled with arrows long before he came close to the camp. The only bright facet was that their attention wasn't directed toward us. They were focused off to the east, where we had heard the sentry's cry and Dedan's cursing. The 3 of us might escape before we were discovered, but that would mean leaving Dedan and Hespa behind. This was the time when a skilled arcanist should be able to tip the scales, if not to give us an advantage, then at least to make escape possible. But I had no fire, no link. I was clever enough to make do without one of those, but without both, I was nearly helpless. Rain began to pour down more heavily. Thunder grumbled. It was only a matter of time before the bandits figured out there were only 2 of them and rushed over the ridge to make short work of our companions. If the 3 of us drew their attention, we would be overrun just as quickly. There was a concert of gentle hums, and a flight of arrows leapt over the eastern ridge. Martin stopped swearing and held his breath. He looked at me. "What are we gonna do?" he said urgently. There was a questioning shout from the camp, and when no answer was forthcoming, another flight of arrows hummed over the eastern ridge, finding the range of their target. "What are we gonna do?" Martin repeated. "What if they're hurt?" What if they're dead? I closed my eyes and slid down below the ridgeline, trying to gain a moment of clear thought. My foot bumped something soft and solid. The dead sentry. A dark thought occurred. I drew a deep breath and threw myself into the heart of stone, deep, deeper than I had ever been before. All fear left me, all hesitation. I took hold of the body by its wrist and began to drag it up toward the lip of the ridge. He was a heavy man, but I hardly noticed. "Martin, may I use your dead?" I asked absently. The words were in a pleasant baritone, the calmest voice I had ever heard. Without waiting for an answer, I looked over the ridgeline toward the camp. I saw one of the men behind the wall bending his bow for another shot. I drew my long, slender knife of good Ramsden steel and fixed the image of the bowman in my mind. I set my teeth and stabbed the dead sentry in the kidney. The knife went in slowly, as if I were stabbing heavy clay instead of flesh. A scream rose above the sound of the thunder. The man fell, his bow flying wildly out of his hands. Another mercenary stooped to look at his companion. I refocused and stabbed the sentry in his other kidney, using both hands this time. There was a second scream, shriller than the first. More a keen than a scream, I thought in an odd separate corner of my mind. "Don't shoot yet," I cautioned Martin calmly, not looking away from the camp. "They still don't know where we are." I drew the knife out, refocused, and drove it coolly into the sentry's eye. A man stood upright behind the wooden wall, blood pouring down his face from underneath his clutching hands. Two of his comrades rose, trying to get him back below the wooden parapet. My knife rose and fell, and one of them toppled to the ground even as his hands rose to his own bleeding face. "Holy God!" Martin choked. "Dear holy God!" I set the knife against the sentry's throat and surveyed the camp. Their military efficiency was falling apart as they began to panic. One of the wounded men continued to scream, high and piercing over the grumbling thunder. I saw one of the bowmen searching the ridgeline with hard eyes. I drew the knife across the sentry's throat, but nothing seemed to happen. Then the bowman looked puzzled and raised his hand to touch his own throat. It came away lightly smeared with blood. His eyes grew wide, and he began to shout. Dropping his bow, he ran to the other side of the low wall, then back, trying to escape but not knowing where to run. Then he regained his composure and began desperately searching the ridgeline all around the camp. He showed no signs of falling. I frowned, set the knife against the dead sentry's neck again, and leaned against it hard. My arms trembled, but the knife began to move again, slowly, as if I were trying to cut a block of ice. The bowman's hands flew to his neck, and blood poured over them. He staggered, stumbled, and fell into one of the fires. He thrashed wildly, scattering burning coals everywhere, adding to the confusion. I was deciding where to strike next when lightning lit the sky, showing me a clear, stark picture of the body. The rain had mingled with the blood, and it was everywhere. My hands were dark with it. Unwilling to maim his hands, I rolled him over onto his stomach and struggled to remove his boots. Then I refocused myself and sawed through the thick tendons above the ankles and behind the knees. It crippled two more men, but the knife was moving more and more slowly, and my arms ached with the strain of it. The corpse was an excellent link, but the only energy I had was the strength of my body. Under these conditions, it felt more like I was cutting wood than flesh. It had been scarcely more than a minute or two since the camp had been alerted. I spat water and took a moment's rest for my trembling arms and exhausted mind. I eyed the camp below, watching the confusion and panic build. A man emerged from the large tent at the base of the tree. He was dressed differently than the others, wearing a hauberk of bright chainmail that came nearly to his knees, with a coif covering his head. He stepped into the chaos with a fearless grace, taking everything in at a glance. He snapped orders I couldn't hear over the sound of rain and thunder. His men calmed, settled back into their positions, and took up their bows and swords. As I watched him stride across the encampment, I was reminded of something. He stood in plain view, not bothering to crouch behind one of the protective walls. He gestured to his men, and something in that motion was terribly familiar. "Kvothe!" Martin hissed. I looked up to see the tracker with his bow drawn tight to his ear. "I've got the shot on that boss!" "Take it." His bow hummed, and the man sprouted an arrow from his upper thigh, piercing the chainmail, the leg itself, and the armor behind it. From the corner of my eye, I saw Martin draw another arrow and put it to the string in a fluid motion, but before he could shoot it, I saw their leader bend. Not a deep bending at the waist as if he were doubling over in pain. He bent at the neck to look down at the arrow that had pierced his leg. After a second's scrutiny, he grasped the arrow in a fist and snapped off the fletching. Then he reached behind himself and pulled the arrow from his leg. I froze as he looked straight toward us and pointed to our position with the hand that held the broken arrow. He spoke a brief word of command to his men, tossed the arrow into the fire, and stalked gracefully to the other side of the camp. "Great tale who overrode me with your wings," Martin said, his hand falling away from his bowstring. "Protect me from demons and creatures that walk in the night." Only the fact that I was deep in the heart of stone kept me from a similar reaction. I turned back to the camp in time to see a small forest of bows being bent in our direction. I ducked my head and aimed a kick at the stupefied tracker, knocking him over as the arrows hummed past. He tumbled over, his quiver of arrows scattering down the muddy bank. "Tempe?" I called. "Here," he replied from off to my left. "Ayish. No arrow." More arrows sang overhead, a few of them sticking into trees. Soon, they would get the range and start arcing the arrows down overhead so they fell on us from above. A thought came to me as calmly as a bubble rising to the surface of a pond. "Tempe, bring me this man's bow." "Iya." I heard Martin muttering something, his voice low, urgent, and indistinct. At first, I thought he'd been shot. Then I realized he was praying. "Telu shelter me from iron and anger," he murmured softly. "Telu keep me safe from demons in the night." Tempe pushed the bow into my hand. I took a deep breath and broke my mind into 2 pieces, then 3, then 4. In each piece of my mind I held the bowstring. I forced myself to relax and broke my mind again, 5. I tried again and failed. Tired, wet, and cold, I had reached my limit. I heard bowstrings thrum again and arrows hit the ground around us like a heavy rain. I felt a tug on the outside of my arm near my shoulder as one of the arrows grazed me before burying itself in the dirt. There was a stinging, then a burning pain. I pushed the pain away and set my teeth. 5 would have to be enough. I drew my knife lightly across the back of my own arm, just enough to draw a little blood, then mouthed the proper bindings and drew the blade across the bowstring hard. The string held for a terrifying moment, then parted. The bow jerked in my hand, jolting my wounded arm before it flew out of my grasp. Cries of pain and dismay came over the ridge, letting me know I'd been at least partly successful. Hopefully, all 5 strings had been severed, leaving us with only 1 or 2 bowmen to deal with. But as soon as the bow flung itself out of my grasp, I felt the cold leach into me. Not just my arms, but all the way through me, stomach, chest, and throat. I had known I couldn't trust the strength of my arm alone to make it through 5 bowstrings at once, so I had used the only fire that is always with an arcanist, the heat of my blood. Binder's chills would have me soon. If I didn't find a way to get warm, I would lapse into shock, then hypothermia, then death. I fell out of the heart of stone and let the pieces of my mind slide back together, reeling a bit in confusion. Chill, wet, and dizzy, I clawed my way back to the top of the ridgeline. The rain felt cold as sleet on my skin. I saw only 1 bowman. Unfortunately, he had kept his wits about him, and as soon as my face appeared over the top of the ridge, he drew and let fly in a smooth motion. A gust of wind saved me. His arrow struck harsh yellow sparks from a stone outcrop not 2 feet from my head. Rain pelted my face and lightning spidered across the sky. I pushed myself back down out of sight and stabbed the sentry's body over and over in a delirious rage. Finally, I struck a buckle and the blade snapped. Panting, I dropped the broken knife. I came back to my senses with the sound of Martin's forlorn praying in my ears. My limbs felt cold as lead, heavy and awkward. Worse than that, I could feel the numb sluggishness of hypothermia creeping through me. I realized I wasn't shivering and knew it was a bad sign. I was soaking wet with no fire nearby to call my own. Lightning etched the sky again. I had an idea. I laughed a terrible laugh. I looked over the top of the ridge and was pleased to see no bowmen. But the leader was barking new orders, and I didn't doubt new bows would be found or strings replaced. Worse, they might simply abandon their shelter and overrun us with sheer numbers. There were easily a dozen men still standing. Martin still lay praying on the bank. "Telu, who the fire could not kill, watch over me in fire." I kicked at him. "Get up here, damn you, or we're all dead." He paused in his praying and looked up. I shouted something incomprehensible and leaned over to drag him upward by the scruff of his shirt. I shook him hard and thrust his bow at him with my other hand, not knowing how it had come to be there. Lightning flashed again and showed me what he saw. My hands and arms were covered with the sentry's blood. The pelting rain made it streak and run, but hadn't washed it away. It looked black in the brief, glaring light. Martin took his bow numbly. "Shoot the tree!" I shouted over the thunder. He looked at me as if I had gone mad. "Shoot it!" Something in my expression must have convinced him, but his arrows were scattered, and he took up his litany again as he searched the muddy bank for one. "Telu, who held arcanist to the wheel, watch over me in darkness." After a long moment of searching, he found an arrow and fumbled to fit it to his string with trembling hands, praying all the while. I turned my attention back to the camp. Their leader had brought them back under control. I could see his mouth shouting orders, but all I could hear was the sound of Martin's trembling voice. "Telu, whose eyes are true, watch over me." Suddenly, the leader paused and cocked his head. He held himself perfectly still as if listening to something. Martin continued praying. "Telu, son of yourself, watch over me." Their leader looked quickly to the left and right, as if he had heard something that disturbed him. He cocked his head again. "He can hear you!" I shouted madly at Martin. "Shoot! He's getting them ready to do something!" Martin took aim at the tree in the center of the camp. Wind buffeted him as he continued to pray. "Telu, who was Menda, who you were, watch over me in Menda's name, in Periel's name, in Odil's name, in Andon's name. Watch over me." Their leader turned his head as if to search the sky for something. Something about the motion seemed terribly familiar, but my thoughts were growing muddy as binder's chills tightened their grip. The bandit leader turned and bounded for the tent, disappearing inside. "Shoot the tree!" I screamed. He let the arrow fly, and I saw it wedge firmly into the trunk of the massive oak that loomed in the center of the bandits' camp. I scrabbled in the mud for one of Martin's scattered arrows and began to laugh at what I was going to attempt. It might do nothing. It might kill me, the slippage alone. But it didn't matter. I was dead already unless I found a way to get warm and dry. I would go into shock soon. Perhaps I was already there. My hand closed on an arrow. I broke my mind 6 ways and shouted my bindings as I drove it deep into the sodden ground. "As above, so below!" I shouted, making a joke only someone from the university could hope to understand. A second passed. The wind faded. There was a whiteness, a brightness, a noise. I was falling. Then nothing. Chapter 92. Taborlin the Great. I woke. I was warm and dry. It was dark. I heard a familiar voice questioning. Martin's voice. "It was all him. He did it." Questioning. "I won't never say, Den. I swear to God I won't. I don't want to think of it. Get him to tell you if you want." Questioning. "You'd know if you'd seen. Then you wouldn't want to know no more. Don't cross him. I've seen him angry. That's all I'll say. Don't cross him." Questioning. "Leave off, Den. He was killing them one by one. Then he went a little crazy. No. All I'll say is this. I think he called the lightning down, like God himself." Like Taborlin the Great, I thought, and smiled, and slept. Chapter 93. Mercenaries All. After 14 hours of sleep, I was fit as a fiddle. My companions seemed surprised by this, as they'd found me unconscious, cold to the touch, and covered in blood. They had stripped me, rubbed my limbs a bit, then rolled me in blankets and put me inside the bandit's single surviving tent. The other 5 had been either burned, buried, or lost when a great white pillar of lightning blasted the tall oak that stood at the center of the bandits' camp. The next day was overcast, but blessedly free of rain. First, we tended to our hurts. Hespa had taken an arrow in the leg when the sentry had surprised them. Dedan had a deep gash along one of his shoulders, which was fairly lucky considering he'd rushed the sentry bare-handed. When I asked him about it, He said he simply hadn't had time to draw his sword. Martin had an angry red lump on his forehead above one eyebrow, either from when I had kicked him over or dragged him around. It was tender to the touch, but he claimed he had gotten worse a dozen times in tavern brawls. After I recovered from the chills, I was fine. I could tell my companions were surprised by my sudden return from the doors of death, and decided to leave them to their amazement. A little mystery wouldn't hurt my reputation. I bandaged the ragged cut where the arrow had grazed my shoulder, and tended to a few bruises and scrapes I didn't remember receiving. I also had the long, shallow cut I had made on the top of my arm, but it was barely worth stitches. Tempe was unhurt, unruffled, unreadable. Our second order of business was to tend to the dead. While I had been unconscious, the rest of the group had pulled most of the burned, lifeless bodies to one side of the clearing. They tallied thus: 1 sentry killed by Trebon, 2 who had surprised Tempe in the forest, 3 who had survived the lightning and tried to escape. Martin brought 1 down, Tempe claimed the other 2. 17 burned, broken, or otherwise ravaged by the lightning. Of those, 8 had been dead or wounded unto death beforehand. We found tracks of 1 sentry who had watched the whole incident from the northeast piece of the ridge. His tracks were a day old before we found them, and none of us felt the slightest desire to hunt him down. Trebon pointed out he might be worth more alive if he spread word of this spectacular defeat to others who were thinking of banditry as a way of life. For once, we agreed on something. The leader's body was not among those gathered. The large tent he had ducked into had been crushed beneath large sections of the huge oak's blasted trunk. Having more than enough to occupy us for the time being, we left his remains alone for now. Rather than try to dig 23 graves, or even a mass grave large enough for 23 bodies, we built a pyre and kindled it while the surrounding forest was still wet with rain. I used my skills to ensure it burned hot and hard. But there was one other. The sentry Martin had shot and I had put to use. While my companions were busy collecting wood for the pyre, I went over to the south side of the ridge and found where Tempe had hidden him away, covered with a fir branch. I looked at the body for a long time before I carried it away to the south. I found a quiet place under a willow and built a cairn of stones. Then I crept into the underbrush and was quietly, violently sick. The lightning? Well, the lightning is difficult to explain. A storm overhead. A galvanic binding with 2 similar arrows. An attempt to ground the tree more strongly than any lightning rod. Honestly, I don't know if I can take credit for the lightning striking when and where it did, but as far as stories go, I called the lightning, and it came. From the stories the others told, when the lightning struck, it wasn't a single startling bolt, but several in quick succession. Trebon described it as a pillar of white fire, and said it shook the ground hard enough to knock him off his feet. Regardless of why, the towering oak was reduced to a charred stump about the height of a greystone. Huge pieces of it lay scattered about. Smaller trees and shrubs had caught fire and been doused by the rain. Most of the long planks the bandits had used for their fortifications had exploded into pieces no bigger than the tip of your finger or burned to charcoal. Streaking out from the base of the tree were great tracts of churned-up earth, making the clearing look as if it had been plowed by a madman or raked by the claws of some huge beast. Despite this, we stayed at the bandits' camp for 3 days following our victory. The stream provided easy water, and what remained of the bandits' provisions were superior to our own. What's more, after we salvaged some lumber and canvas, each of us had the luxury of a tent or lean-to. With our job completed, the tensions plaguing our group faded. The rain stopped, and we didn't need to be bashful about our fires anymore. And as a result, Martin's cough was improving. Trebon and Hespa were civil to each other, and Trebon stopped about 3/4 of his incessant jackassery toward me. But despite the relief at our job being done, things weren't entirely comfortable. There were no stories at night, and Martin distanced himself from me whenever he could. I could hardly blame him. considering what he had seen. With that in mind, I took the first chance I had to privately destroy the wax mommets I had made. I had no use for them now, and I feared what might happen if one of my companions discovered them in my travel sack. Tempe made no comment on what I'd done with the bandit's body, and from what I could tell, he didn't seem to hold it against me. Looking back, I realized how little I truly understood the ADEM, but at the time, all I noticed was that Tempe spent less time helping me practice the K-10 and more time practicing our language and discussing the ever-confusing concept of the Lethani. We fetched our equipment from our previous camp on the second day. I was relieved to have my loot back and doubly glad to find Denna's marvelous case had stayed dry and tight despite the endless rain. And, since we were no longer slinking about, I played. For a solid day I did little else. It had been nearly a month since I had made any music, and I'd missed it more than you can imagine. At first, I thought Tempe didn't care for my music. Aside from the fact that I'd somehow insulted him by singing early on, he always left camp when I brought out my lute. Then, I began to catch glimpses of him watching me, though always from a distance, and usually at least partly hidden from sight. Once I knew to look for him, I discovered he was always listening while I played, wide-eyed as an owl, motionless as a stone. On the third day, Hespa decided her leg could stand a little walking, so we had to decide what was going to come with us and what would get left behind. It wasn't going to be as difficult as it might have been. Most of the bandits' equipment had been destroyed by the lightning, the falling tree, or exposure to the storm, but there were still valuables to be salvaged from the ruined camp. We had been prevented from making a good search of the leader's tent as it had been crushed beneath one of the huge branches of the fallen oak. Over 2 feet thick, the fallen limb was larger than most trees in its own right. However, on the third day we finally managed to hatchet enough of it away so we could roll it off the wreckage of the tent. I was anxious to get a closer look at the leader's body, as something about him had been nagging my memory ever since I saw him step from the tent. And, in a more worldly vein, I knew his chainmail was worth at least 12 talents. But we didn't find any sign of the leader at all. It gave us a bit of a puzzle. Martin had only found one set of tracks leading away from the camp, those of the escaped sentry. None of us could guess where the leader had gone. To me, it was a puzzle and an annoyance, as I had been wanting to get a clearer look at his face. Dedan and Hespa believed he'd simply escaped in the chaos following the lightning, maybe using the stream to avoid leaving tracks. Martin, however, grew distinctly uneasy when we didn't find his body. He murmured something about demons and refused to go near the wreckage. I thought he was being a superstitious fool, but I won't deny that I found the missing body more than slightly unnerving as well. Inside the ruined tent, we found a table, a cot, a desk, and a pair of chairs, all shattered and useless. In the ruined desk, there were some papers I would have given a good deal to read, but they had spent too long in the wet and the ink had run. There was also a heavy hardwood box, slightly smaller than a loaf of bread. Alvaron's family crest was enameled on the cover, and it was locked tight. Both Hespa and Martin admitted they had a little skill at opening locks, and, since I was curious about what was inside, I let them have a go so long as they didn't damage the lock. Each of them took a long turn at it, but neither met with any success. After about 20 minutes of careful fiddling, Martin threw up his hands. "I can't find the trick for it," he said as he stretched, pressing his hands against the small of his back. "I might as well have a try myself," I said. I'd hoped one of them would trick it open. Picking locks is not the sort of skill an arcanist should pride himself on. It didn't fit with the reputation I was hoping to build for myself. "Will you now?" Hespa said, raising an eyebrow at me. "You really are a young Taborlin." I thought back to the story Martin had told days before. "Of course!" I laughed, then shouted, "Edro!" in my best Taborlin the Great voice, and struck the top of the box with my hand. The lid sprung open. I was surprised as everyone else, but I hid it better. What had obviously happened is that one of them had actually tripped the lock, but the lid had been stuck. Probably the wood had swollen as it lay for days in the damp. When I'd struck it, it had simply come loose. But they didn't know that. From the looks on their faces, you would think I had just transmuted gold in front of them. Even Tempe raised an eyebrow. "Nice trick, Tabalin," Hespa said, as if she weren't sure if I were playing a joke on them. I decided to hold my tongue and slid my set of makeshift lockpicks back into the pocket of my cloak. If I was going to be an arcanist, I might as well be a famous arcanist. Doing my best to radiate an air of solemn power, I lifted the lid and looked inside. The first thing I saw was a thick folded piece of paper. I pulled it out. "What's that?" Dedan asked. I held it out for all of them to see. It was a careful map of the surrounding area, featuring not only an accurate depiction of the curving highway, but the locations of nearby farms and streams. Crossin, Fenhill, and the Pennyworth Inn were marked and labeled on the western road. "What's that?" Dedan asked, gesturing with a thick finger to an unlabeled X deep in the forest on the south side of the road. "I think it's this camp," Martin said, pointing. "Right next to that stream." I nodded. If this is right, we're closer to Crossin than I thought. We could just head southeast from here and save ourselves more than a day's walking. I looked at Martin. "Does that seem right to you?" "Here, let me see." I handed him the map and he looked it over. "It looks like it," he agreed. "I didn't think we had come that far south. We'd save at least 24 miles going that way." "That's no small blessing," Hespa said, rubbing at her bandaged leg. "That is, unless one of you gentlemen would like to carry me." I turned my attention back to the lockbox. It was full of tightly wrapped cloth packages. Lifting one out, I saw the glint of gold. There was a murmur from everyone present. I checked the rest of the small, heavy bundles and was greeted with more coins, all gold. At a rough count, there were over 200 royals. While I'd never actually held one, I knew a single royal was worth 80 bits, almost as much as the mayor had given me to finance this entire trip. No wonder the mayor had been eager to stop the waylaying of his tax collectors. I juggled numbers in my head, converting the contents of the box to a more familiar currency, and came up with more than 500 silver talents. Enough money to buy a good-sized roadside inn, or an entire farmstead with all the livestock and equipage included. With that much money, you could buy yourself a minor title, a court appointment, or an officer's position in the military. I saw everyone else making their own calculations. "How about we share a little bit of that around?" Dedan said without much hope. I hesitated, then reached into the box. "Does a royal each seem fair to everyone?" Everyone was silent as I unwrapped one of the bundles. Dedan looked at me incredulously. "Are you serious?" I handed him a heavy coin. "The way I see it, less scrupulous people might forget to tell Alvaron about this. Or they'd never go back to Alvaron at all. I think a royal each is a good reward for us being such honest folk." I tossed Martin and Hespa a bright gold coin each. "Besides," I added, tossing a royal to Tempe, "I was hired to find a group of bandits, not destroy a minor military encampment." I held up my royal. "This is our bonus for services beyond the call of duty." I slid it into my pocket and patted it. Alvaron need never know about it. Dedan laughed and clapped me on the back. "You're not so much different from the rest of us after all," he said. I returned his smile and pressed the lid of the box closed, hearing the lock click tightly into place. I didn't mention the other 2 reasons for what I did. First, I was effectively buying their loyalty. They couldn't help but realize how easy it would be to simply grab the box and disappear. The thought had crossed my mind, too. 500 talents would pay my way through the university for the next 10 years with plenty to spare. Now, however, they were considerably richer, and they got to feel honest about it. A heavy piece of gold would keep their minds off the money I was carrying, though I still planned on sleeping with the locked box under my pillow at night. Second, I could use the money. Both the royal I had tucked openly into my pocket and the other 3 I'd palmed when handing out coins to the others. As I said, Alvaron would never know the difference, and 4 royals would cover a full term's tuition at the university. After I secured the mayor's lockbox into the bottom of my travel sack, each of us decided what we would scavenge from the bandits' equipment. The tents we left for the same reason we hadn't brought our own in the first place. They were too bulky to carry. We took as much of their food as we could stow, knowing the more we carried, the less we would have to buy. I decided to take one of the bandits' swords. I wouldn't have wasted the money to buy one, since I didn't know how to use it, but if they were free for the taking... As I was looking over the assorted weapons, Tempe came over and gave a few words of advice. After we had narrowed my options to 2 swords, Tempe finally spoke his mind. "You cannot use a sword." Questioning, embarrassment. I got the impression that to him, the thought of someone not being able to use a sword was more than slightly shameful, like not knowing how to eat using a knife and fork. "No," I said slowly, "but I was hoping you could show me." Tempe stood very still and quiet. I might have taken it for a refusal if I had not come to know him so well. This type of stillness meant he was thinking. Pauses are a key part of Adamic conversation, so I waited patiently. The 2 of us stood quietly for a minute, then 2, then 5, then 10. I fought to stay still and quiet. Perhaps this was a polite refusal. I thought myself terribly savvy, you see. I had known Tempe for nearly a month, learned 1,000 words and 50 pieces of the Adem hand speech. I knew the Adem were not bashful about nudity or touching, and I was beginning to grasp the mystery that was the Lethani. Oh yes, I thought I was terribly clever. Had I truly known anything about the Adem, I never would have dared to ask Tempe such a question. "Will you teach me that?" He pointed across the camp to where my loot case lay, leaning against a tree. I was caught off guard by the question. I had never tried to teach anyone how to play the lute before. Perhaps Tempe knew this and was implying something similar about himself. I knew he was prone to subtly layered speaking. A fair offer. I nodded. "I will try." Tempe nodded and pointed to one of the swords we had been considering. "Wear it, but no fighting." With that, he turned and left. At the time, I took this for his natural brevity. The scavenging continued throughout the day. Martin took a good number of arrows and all the bowstrings he could find. Then, after checking to see no one wanted any of them, he decided to take the 4 longbows that had survived the lightning. They made an awkward bundle, but he claimed they'd be worth a heavy penny when he sold them in Crossan. Dedan grabbed a pair of boots and an armored vest nicer than the one he was wearing. He also laid claim to a deck of cards and a set of ivory dice. Hespa took a slender set of shepherd's pipes and tucked almost a dozen knives into the bottom of her pack with the hope of selling them later. Even Tempe found some things he fancied: a whetstone, a brass salt box, and a pair of linen pants he took down to the stream and dyed a familiar blood red. I took less than the rest of them: a small knife to replace the one I'd broken, and a small shaving razor with a horn handle. I didn't need to shave that often, but I'd gotten into the habit while in the mayor's court. I might have followed Hespa's example and taken a few knives as well, but my travel sack was already unpleasantly heavy with the weight of the mayor's lockbox. This may seem a little ghoulish, but it is simply the way of the world. Looters become looted, while time and tide make us mercenaries all. Chapter 94. Over Rock and Root. We decided to trust the map we'd found and cut straight west through the forest, heading toward Crossan. Even if we missed the town, we couldn't help but hit the road and save ourselves long miles of walking. Hespa's wounded leg made the going slow, and we only put 6 or 7 miles behind us that first day. It was during one of our many breaks that Tempe began my true instruction in the K-10. Fool that I was, I'd assumed he had already been teaching me. The truth was, he had merely been correcting my more horrifying mistakes because they irritated him. Much the same way I'd be tempted to tune someone's lute if they were playing off-key in the same room. This instruction was a different thing entirely. We started at the beginning of the K-10, and he corrected my mistakes. All my mistakes. He found 18 in the first motion alone, and there are more than 100 motions in the K-10. I quickly began to have doubts about this apprenticeship. I also began to teach Tempe the lute. I played notes as we walked, and taught him their names, then showed him some chords. It seemed as good a place as any to begin. We hoped to make it to Crossan by noon of the next day, but near mid-morning we encountered a stretch of dreary, reeking swamp that hadn't been marked on the map. Thus began a truly miserable day. We had to test our footing with every step, and our progress slowed to a crawl. At one point, Dedan startled and fell, thrashing about and spattering the rest of us with brackish water. He said he'd seen a mosquito bigger than his thumb with a sucker like a woman's hairpin. I suggested it might have been a sipquick. He suggested several unpleasant, unsanitary things I could do to myself at my earliest convenience. As the afternoon wore on, we gave up on making it back to the road and focused on more immediate things, such as finding a piece of dry ground where we could sit without sinking. But all we found was more marsh, sinkholes, and clouds of keening mosquitoes and biting flies. The sun began to set before we finally made our way out of the swamp, and the weather quickly turned from hot and muggy to chill and damp. We trudged until the ground finally began to slope upward, and though we were all weary and wet, we unanimously decided to press on and put a little distance between ourselves and the insects and smell of rotting plants. The moon was full, giving us more than enough light to pick our way through the trees. Despite the miserable day, our spirits began to rise. Hespa had grown tired enough to lean on Dedan, and as the mud-covered mercenary put an arm around her, she told him he hadn't smelled this good in months. He replied that he would have to bow to the judgment of a woman of such obvious grace. I tensed, waiting for their banter to turn sour and sarcastic, but as I plodded along behind them, I noticed how gently he had his arm around her. Hespa leaned on him almost tenderly, hardly favoring her wounded leg at all. I glanced at Martin, and the old tracker smiled, his teeth white in the moonlight. Before long, we found a clear stream and washed the worst of the smell and mud away. We rinsed out our clothes and donned dry ones. I unpacked my tatty, threadbare cloak and fastened it across my chest, vainly hoping it might keep away the evening's chill. As we were finishing up, we heard the faint sound of singing upstream. Each of us pricked up our ears, but the chattering sound of the stream made it difficult to hear with any clarity. But singing meant people, and people meant we were almost to Crossan, or perhaps even the Pennyworth if the swamp had turned us too far south. Even a farmhouse would be better than another night in the rough. So, despite the fact that we were tired and aching, the hope of soft beds, warm meals, and cool drinks gave us energy to gather up our packs and press on. We followed the stream, Dedan and Hespa still walking as a pair. The sound of singing came and went. The recent rains meant the stream was running high, and the noise of it tumbling over rock and root was sometimes enough to drown out even the sound of our own footsteps. Eventually, the stream grew broad and still as the heavy brush thinned and opened into a wide clearing. There was no singing any longer, nor did we see a road, inn, or any flicker of firelight. Just a wide clearing well lit by moonlight. The stream broadened out, forming a bright pool, and sitting on a smooth rock by the side of the pool. "Lord Taylu, protect me from the demons of the night," Martin said woodenly, but he sounded more reverent than afraid. and he did not look away. "Let's," Dedan said weakly. "Let's." "I do not believe in fairies," I tried to say, but it came out as barely a whisper. It was Felurian. Chapter 95. Chased. The five of us stood frozen for a moment. The slow rippling of the pool reflected onto the fair form of Felurian, naked in the moonlight. She sang, "Ceilani an luhiel, de mari filanua, creata tu sier, tu alarandi, direla, amauan, losi andalan tu nia vorulan, Felurian they." The sound of her voice was strange. It was soft and gentle, far too quiet for us to hear across the entire length of the clearing, far too faint for us to hear over the sound of moving water and stirring leaves. Despite this, I could hear it. Her words were clear and sweet as the rising and falling notes of a distant flute. It reminded me of something I could not press my finger to. The tune was the same that Dedan had sung in his story. I did not understand a word of it save her name in the final line. Nevertheless, I felt the draw of it, inexplicable and insistent, as if an unseen hand had reached into my chest and tried to pull me into the clearing by my heart. I resisted. I looked away and set one hand against a nearby tree to steady myself. Behind me, I heard Martin murmuring, "No, no, no," in a low voice, as if he were trying to convince himself. "No, no, 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 not for all the money in the world." I looked over my shoulder. The tracker's eyes were fixed feverishly on the clearing in front of him, but he seemed more afraid than aroused. Tempe stood, surprise plain on his normally impassive face. Dedan stood rigidly to one side, his face drawn while Hespa's eyes darted back and forth between him and the clearing. Then Felurian began to sing again. It felt like the promise of a warm hearth on a cold night. It was like a young girl's smile. I found myself thinking of Losi at the Pennyworth, her red curls like a tumble of fire. I remembered the swell of her breasts and the way her hand had felt running through my hair. Felurian sang, and I felt the pull of it. It was strong, but not so strong that I couldn't hold myself back. I looked into the clearing again and saw her, skin silver white under the evening sky. She bent to dip one hand in the water of the pool, more graceful than a dancer. A sudden clarity of thought came over me. What was I afraid of? A fairy story? There was magic here, real magic. What's more, it was a magic of singing. If I missed this opportunity, I would never forgive myself. I looked back again at my companions. Martin was shaking visibly. Tempe was backing slowly away. Dedan's hands made fists at his sides. Was I going to be like them, superstitious and afraid? No. Never. I was of the Arcanum. I was a namer. I was one of the Edema Rue. I felt wild laughter boil up in me. "I will meet you at the Pennyworth in 3 days' time," I said, and stepped into the clearing. I felt Felurian's pull more strongly now. Her skin was bright in the moonlight. Her long hair fell like a shadow all around her. "Sod this," I heard Dedan say behind me. "If he's going, then I'm good." There was a short scuffle ending with the sound of something hitting the ground. I glanced behind me and saw him face down on the low grass. Hespa had her knee on the small of his back and one of his arms pulled up tight behind him. He was struggling weakly and cursing strongly. Tempe watched them impassively, as if scoring a wrestling bout. Martin was gesturing frantically in my direction. "Kid!" he hissed urgently. "Get back here! Kid! Come back!" I turned back to the stream. Felurian was watching me. Even from 100 feet away, I could see her eyes, dark and curious. Her mouth spread into a wide, dangerous smile. She laughed a wild laugh. It was bright and delighted. It was no human sound. Then she darted across the clearing, swift as a sparrow, graceful as a deer. I leapt to the chase, and despite the weight of my travel sack and the sword at my hip, I moved so quickly my cloak flared like a flag behind me. Never have I run like that before, and never since. It was the way a child runs, light and quick, without the least fear of falling. Felurian ahead of me, into the scrub. I dimly remember trees, the smell of earth, the gray of moonlit stone. She laughs. She dodges, dances, pulls ahead. She waits till I am almost close enough to touch, then skips away. She shines in the light of the moon. There are clutching branches, a spray of water, a warm wind. And I have hold of her. Her hands are tangled in my hair, pulling me close. Her mouth eager, her tongue shy and darting. Her breath in my mouth, filling my head. The hot tips of her breasts brush my chest. The smell of her like clover, like musk, like ripe apples fallen to the ground. And there is no hesitation, no doubt. I know exactly what to do. My hands are on the back of her neck, brushing her face, tangled in her hair, sliding along the smooth length of her thigh, grabbing her hard by the flank, circling her narrow waist, lifting her, laying her down. And she writhes beneath me, lithe and languorous, slow and sighing, her legs around me, her back arches, her hot hands clutch my shoulders, my arms, pressing the small of my back. And she is astride me, her movements wild, her long hair trails across my skin. She tosses her head, trembling and shaking, crying out in a language I do not know, her sharp nails digging into the flat muscles of my chest. And there is music to it. The wordless cries she makes, rising and falling. Her sigh, my racing heart, her motion slows. I clutch her hips in frantic counterpoint. Our rhythm is like a silent song, like sudden thunder, like the half-heard thrumming of a distant drum. And everything stops. All of me arches. I am taut as a lute string, trembling, aching. I am tuned too tight, and I am breaking. Chapter 96. The Fire Itself. I woke with something brushing at the edges of my memory. I opened my eyes and saw trees stretched against the twilight sky. There were silken pillows all around me, while a few feet away Felurian lay, her naked body loosely splayed in sleep. She looked smooth and perfect as a sculpture. She sighed in her sleep, and I chided myself for the thought. I knew she was nothing like cold stone. She was warm and supple, the smoothest marble grindstone by comparison. My hand reached out to touch her, but I stopped myself, not wanting to disturb the perfect scene before me. A distant thought began to nag at me, but I brushed it away like an irritating fly. Felurian's lips parted and sighed, making a sound like a dove. I remembered the touch of those lips. I ached and forced myself to look away from her soft, flower-petal mouth. Her closed eyelids were patterned like a butterfly's wings, swept in whorls of deep purple and black with traceries of pale gold that blended to the color of her skin. As her eyes moved gently in sleep, the pattern shifted, as if the butterfly fanned its wings. That sight alone was probably worth the price all men must pay for seeing it. I ate her with my eyes, knowing all the songs and stories I had heard were nothing. She is what men dream of. All the places I have been, all the women I have seen, I have met her equal only once. Something in my mind screamed at me, but I was bemused by the motion of her eyes beneath her lids, the shape her mouth made, as if she would kiss me even while she slept. I swatted the thought away again, irritated. I was going to go mad, or die. The idea finally fought its way through to my conscious mind, and I felt every hair on my body stand suddenly on end. I had a moment of perfect, clear lucidity that resembled coming up for air and quickly closed my eyes, trying to lower myself into the heart of stone. It didn't come. For the first time in my life, that cool, taciturn state escaped me. Behind my eyes, Felurian distracted me. The sweet breath, the soft breast, the urgent, half-despairing sighs that slipped through hungry, petal-tender lips. Stone. I kept my eyes closed and wrapped the calm rationality of Heart of Stone around me like a mantle before I dared even think of her again. What did I know? I brought to mind 100 stories of Felurian and plucked out the recurring themes. Felurian was beautiful. She charmed mortal men. They followed her into the Fae and died in her embrace. How did they die? It was fairly simple to guess. Extreme physical stress. Things had been rather rigorous, and the sedentary or frail might not have fared so well as I. Now that I stopped to notice, my entire body felt like a well-wrung rag. My shoulders ached, my knees burned, and my neck bore the sweet bruising of love bites from my right ear down my chest and... My body flushed as I struggled deeper into the Heart of Stone until my pulse slowed and I could force the thought of her from the front of my mind. I could remember 4 stories where men had come back from the Fae alive, all of them cracked as the potter's cobbles. What manner of madness did they exhibit? Obsessive behavior, accidental death due to separation from reality, and wasting away from extreme melancholy. 3 died within a span of days. The 4th story told of a man lasting nearly half a year. But something didn't make sense. Admittedly, Felurian was lovely, skilled, without a doubt, but to the extent that every man died or went insane, no, it simply wasn't likely. I don't mean to belittle the experience. I don't doubt for a second that it had, quite naturally, deprived men of their faculties in the past. I, however, knew myself to be quite sane. I briefly entertained the notion that I was insane and didn't know it. Then, I considered the possibility that I had always been insane, acknowledged it as more likely than the former, then pushed both thoughts from my mind. Eyes still closed, I lay there, enjoying a quiet languor of a sort I'd never felt before. I savored the moment, then opened my eyes and prepared to make my escape. I looked around the pavilion at silken draperies and scattered cushions. These were only ornaments for Felurian. She lay in the middle of it all rounded hip and slender leg and lithe muscle shifting underneath her skin. She was watching me. If she was beautiful at rest, she was doubly so awake. Asleep, she was a painting of a fire. Awake, she was the fire itself. It may seem strange to you that at this point I felt fear. It may seem strange that only an arm's length from the most attractive woman in the world, I was suddenly reminded of my own mortality. She smiled like a knife in velvet and stretched like a cat in the sun. Her body was built to stretch, the arch of her back, the smooth expanse of her belly going taut. The round fullness of her breasts was lifted by the motion of her arms, and suddenly I felt like a stag in rut. My body reacted to her, and I felt as if someone were hammering at the cool impassivity of Heart of Stone with a hot poker. My control slipped for a moment, and a less disciplined piece of my mind started composing a song to her. I couldn't spare the attention to rein that piece of myself back in, so I focused on staying safe in the Heart of Stone, ignoring both her body and that nattering part of my mind forming rhyming couplets somewhere in the back of my head. It wasn't the easiest thing to do. As a matter of fact, it made the ordinary rigors of sympathy seem simple as skipping. If not for the training I'd received at the university, I would have been a broken, pitiful thing, only able to concentrate on my own captivation. Felurian slowly relaxed out of her stretch and looked at me with ancient eyes unlike anything I had ever seen. They were a striking color. The summer dusk was in her eyes. A sort of twilight blue. They were fascinating, in fact, with lids of winged butterflies. There wasn't any white to them at all, her lips the shade of sunset skies. I clenched my jaw, split that chattering piece of myself away, and walled it off in a distant corner of my mind, letting it sing to itself. Felurian tilted her head to one side. Her eyes were as intent and expressionless as a bird's. "Why are you so quiet, flame lover? Have I quenched you?" Her voice was odd to my ear. It had no rough edges to it at all. It was all quiet smoothness, like a piece of perfectly polished glass. Despite its odd softness, Felurian's voice ran down my spine, making me feel like a cat that's just been stroked down to the tip of its tail. I retreated further into the heart of stone, felt it cool and reassuring around me. However, while the majority of my attention was focused on self-control, the small, mad, lyric part of my mind leapt to the fore and said, "Never quenched. Though I am doused in you, I burn. The motion of your turning head is like a song, is like a spark, is like a breath that billows me and fans to flame a fire that cannot help but spread and roar your name." Felurian's face lit up. "A poet. I should have known you for a poet by how your body moved." The gentle hush of her voice caught me unprepared again. It wasn't that her words were breathy, or husky, or sultry. It was nothing so tawdry or affected as that. But when she spoke, I couldn't help but be aware of the fact that her breath was pressed from her breast, past the soft sweetness of her throat, then shaped by the careful play of lips and teeth and tongue. She came closer, moving on her hands and knees through the pillows. "You looked like a poet, fiery and fair." Her voice was no louder than a breath as she cupped my face with her hands. "Poets are gentler. They say nice things." There was only one person I'd ever heard whose voice was similar to this. Ilodin. On rare occasions, his voice would fill the air as if the world itself were listening. Felurian's voice was not resonant. It did not fill the forest glade. Hers was the hush before a sudden summer storm. It was soft as a brushing feather. It made my heart step sideways in my chest. Speaking thus, when she called me a poet, it did not raise my hackles or make me grit my teeth. From her, it sounded like the sweetest thing a man was ever called. Such was the power of her voice. Felurian brushed her fingertips across my lips. "Poet kisses are best. You kiss me like a candle flame." She brought one of her hands back to touch her mouth, her eyes bright at the memory. I took her hand and pressed it tenderly. My hands have always seemed graceful, but next to hers, they looked brutish and crude. I breathed against her palm as I spoke. "Your kisses are like sunlight on my lips." She lowered her eyes, butterfly wings dancing. I felt my mindless need for her slacken and began to understand. This was magic, but nothing like what I knew. Not sympathy or sigildry. Felurian made men mad with desire the same way I gave off body heat. It was natural for her, but she could control it. Her gaze wandered over my tangle of clothes and belongings strewn messily at one corner of the glade. They looked oddly out of place amid the silks and soft colors. I saw her eyes settle on my lute case. She froze. "Is my flame a sweet poet? Does he sing?" Her voice trembled, and I could feel a tenseness in her body as she waited for an answer. She looked back at me. I smiled. Felurian scampered off and brought back my lute case like a child with a new toy. As I took it, I saw her eyes were wide and wet. I looked into her eyes, and in a flash of understanding, I realized what her life must be like. 1,000 years old and lonely from time to time. If she wanted companionship, she had to seduce and lure, And for what? An evening of company? An hour? How long could an average man last before his will broke and he became as mindless as a fawning dog? Not long. And who would she meet in the forest? Farmers and hunters? What entertainment could they provide? Slave to her passions. I felt a moment of pity for her. I know what loneliness is like. I took the lute from its case and began to tune it. I struck an experimental chord and carefully tuned it again. What to play for the most beautiful woman in the world? It wasn't hard to decide, actually. My father had taught me to judge an audience. I struck up Sisters Flynn. If you've never heard of it, I'm not surprised. It's a bright and lively song about two sisters gossiping while they argue over the price of butter. Most people want to hear stories of legendary adventure and romance. But what do you play for someone out of legend? What do you sing for a woman who has been the object of romance for a mortal age? You play her songs of ordinary people. So I hoped. She clapped delightedly at the end of it. More. More? She smiled hopefully, cocking her head to make it a request. Her eyes were wide and eager and adoring. I played her Larm and his ale-pot. I played her Blacksmith's Daughters. I played her a ridiculous song about a priest chasing a cow that I'd written when I was 10 and never even named. Felurian laughed and applauded. She covered her mouth in shock and her eyes in embarrassment. The more I played, the more she reminded me of a young country wife attending her first fair, full of pure joy, face shining with innocent delight, eyes wide in amazement at everything she sees. And lovely, of course. I concentrated on my fingering so as not to think about it. After each song she rewarded me with a kiss that made it difficult to decide what to play next. Not that I minded horribly. I'd come to realize rather quickly that I preferred kisses to coins. I played her Tinker Tanner. Let me tell you, the image of Felurian, her quiet, fluting voice singing the chorus of my favorite drinking song is something that will never, never leave me. Not until I die. All the while, I felt the charm she had on me slacken, bit by bit. It gave me room to breathe. I relaxed and let myself slide a little farther out of the heart of stone. Dispassionate calm can be a useful frame of mind, but it does not make for a compelling performance. I played for hours, and by the end of it, I felt like myself again. By which I mean I could look at Felurian with no more reaction than you might normally feel looking at the most beautiful woman in the world. I can still remember her, sitting naked among the cushions, twilight-colored butterflies dancing in the air between us. I wouldn't have been alive had I not been aroused. But my mind seemed to be my own again, and I was grateful for that. She made a disappointed noise of protest as I set the lute back into its case. "Are you weary?" she asked with a hint of a smile. "I would not have tired you, sweet poet, had I known." I gave my best apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, but it seems to be getting late." Actually, the sky still showed the same purple hint of twilight it had since I first woke, but I pushed on. "I'll need to be moving quickly if I'm to meet—" My mind went numb as quickly as if I'd been struck a blow to the back of my head. I felt the passion, fierce and insatiable. I felt the need to have her, to crush her body to mine, to taste the savage sweetness of her mouth. Only because of my arcane training did I hold on to any concept of my own identity at all. Even so, I only held it with my barest fingertips. Felurian sat cross-legged on the cushions across from me, her face angry and terrible, her eyes cold and hard as distant stars. With a deliberate calm, she brushed a slowly fanning butterfly from her shoulder. There was such a weight of fury in her simple gesture that my stomach clenched, and I realized this fact. No one ever left Felurian. Ever. She kept men until their bodies and minds broke beneath the strain of loving her. She kept them until she tired of them, and when she sent them away, it was the leaving that drove men mad. I was powerless. I was a novelty, I was a toy, favorite, because it was newest. It might be a long while before she tired of me, but the time would come. And when she finally set me free, my mind would tear itself apart with wanting her. Chapter 97. Blood and Bitter Rue. As I sat among the silks with my control slipping away, I felt a wave of cold sweat sweep over my body. I clenched my jaw and felt a small anger flare up. Over the course of my life, my mind has been the only thing I've always been able to rely on. The only thing that has always been entirely mine. I could feel my resolve melting as my natural desires were replaced by some animal thing unable to think beyond its own lust. The part of me that was still Kvothe raged, but I felt my body respond to her presence. With a horrible fascination, I felt myself crawl through the cushions toward her. One arm found her slender waist, and I bent to kiss her with a terrible hunger. I howled inside my own mind. I have been beaten and whipped, starved and stabbed, but my mind is my own, no matter what becomes of this body or the world around. I threw myself against the bars of an intangible cage made of moonlight and desire, and somehow I held myself away from her. My breath tore out of my throat as if racing to escape. Felurian reclined on the cushions, her head tilted up toward me. Her lips were pale and perfect, her eyes half-lidded and hungry. I forced myself to look away from her face, but there was nowhere safe to look. Her throat was smooth and delicate, trembling with her rapid pulse. One breast stood round and full, while the other angled slightly to one side, following the downward slope of her body. They rose and fell with her breath, moving gently, making candle-cast shadows on her skin. I glimpsed the perfect whiteness of her teeth behind the pale pink of her parted lips. I closed my eyes, but somehow that only made it worse. The heat of her body was like standing near a fire. The skin of her waist was soft beneath my hand. She moved beneath me, and her breast brushed softly against my chest. I felt her breath against my neck. I shivered and began to sweat. I opened my eyes again and saw her staring at me. Her expression was innocent, almost hurt, as if she couldn't understand being refused. I nursed my small flame of anger. No one did this to me. No one. I held myself away from her. A slight line of a frown touched her forehead, as if she were annoyed or angry or concentrating. Felurian reached up to touch my face, her eyes intent as if trying to read something written deep inside me. I tried to pull back, remembering her touch, but my body simply shook. Beads of sweat fell from my skin to patter gently on the silk cushions and the flat plane of her stomach below. She touched my cheek softly. Softly, I bent to kiss her, and something broke in my mind. I felt the snap as 4 years of my life slid away. Suddenly, I was back on the streets of Trebon. 3 boys, bigger than me, with greasy hair and piggish eyes, had dragged me from the broken crate where I'd been sleeping. 2 of them held me down, pinning my arms. I lay in a stagnant puddle that was bitterly cold. It was early in the morning, and the stars were out. One of them had his hand over my mouth. It didn't matter. I had been in the city for months. I knew better than to yell for help. At best, no one would come. At worst, someone would, and then there would be more of them. 2 of them held me down. The third cut my clothes off my body. He cut me. They told me what they were going to do. Their breath was horribly warm against my face. They laughed. There in Trebon, half naked and helpless, I felt something well up inside me. I bit 2 fingers off the hand over my mouth. I heard a scream and swearing as one of them staggered away. I strained and strained against the one who was still on top of me. I heard my own arm break, and his grip loosened. I started to howl. I threw him off, still screaming. I stood, my clothes hanging in rags around me. I knocked one of them to the ground. My scrabbling hand found a loose cobblestone, and I used it to break one of his legs. I remember the noise it made. I flailed until his arms were broken. Then I broke his head. When I looked up, I saw the one who had cut me was gone. The third huddled against a wall. He clutched his bloody hand to his chest. His eyes were white and wild. Then I heard footsteps approaching, and I dropped the stone and ran and ran and ran. Suddenly, years later, I was that feral boy again. I jerked my head back and snarled inside my mind. I felt something deep inside myself. I reached for it. A tense stillness settled inside of me, the sort of silence that comes before a thunderclap. I felt the air begin to crystallize around me. I felt cold. Detachedly, I gathered up the pieces of my mind and fit them all together. I was Kvothe the trooper, Edema Rue born. I was Kvothe the student, Relar under Elodin. I was Kvothe the musician. I was Kvothe. I stood above Felurian. I felt as if this was the only time in my life I had been fully awake. Everything looked clear and sharp, as if seeing with a new set of eyes, as if I wasn't bothering with my eyes at all and was looking at the world directly with my mind. The sleeping mind, some piece of me realized faintly. No longer sleeping, I thought, and smiled. I looked at Felurian, and in that moment I understood her down to the bottoms of her feet. She was of the Fae. She did not worry over right or wrong. She was a creature of pure desire, much like a child. A child does not concern itself with consequence, neither does a sudden storm. Felurian resembled both and neither. She was ancient and innocent and powerful and proud. Was this the way Elodin saw the world? Was this the magic he spoke of? Not secrets or tricks, but Taborlin the great magic, always there, but beyond my seeing until now. It was beautiful. I met Felurian's eyes, and the world grew slow and sluggish. I felt as if I had been thrust under water, as if my breath had been pressed from my body. For that tiny moment, I was stunned and numb as if I had been struck by lightning. The moment passed, and things began to move again, but now, looking into Felurian's twilight eyes, I understood her far beyond the bottoms of her feet. Now I knew her to the marrow of her bones. Her eyes were like 4 lines of music, clearly penned. My mind was filled with the sudden song of her. I drew a breath and sang it out in 4 hard notes. Felurian sat upright. She passed her hand before her eyes and spoke a word as sharp as shattered glass. There was a pain like thunder in my head. Darkness flickered at the edges of my sight. I tasted blood and bitter rue. The world snapped back into focus, and I caught myself before I fell. Felurian frowned, straightened, stood. Her face intent, she took a step. Standing, she was not tall or terrible. Her head was barely level with my chin. Her dark hair hung, a sheaf of shadow, straight as a knife until it brushed against her curving hip. She was slight and pale and perfect. Never have I seen a face so sweet, a mouth so made for kissing. She was no longer frowning, not smiling either. Her lips were soft and slightly parted. She took another step. The simple motion of her moving leg was like a dance, the unexaggerated shifting of her hip entrancing as a fire. The arch of her bare foot said more of sex than anything I'd seen in my young life. Another step. Her smile was fierce and full. She was as lovely as the moon. Her power hung about her like a mantle. It shook the air. It spread behind her like a pair of vast and unseen wings. Close enough to touch, I felt her power thrumming in the air. Desire rose around me like the sea in storm. She raised her hand. She touched my chest. I shook. She met my eyes, and in the twilight written there I saw again the 4 clear lines of song. I sang them out. They burst from me like birds into the open air. Suddenly, my mind was clear again. I drew a breath and held her eyes in mine. I sang again, and this time I was full of rage. I shouted out the 4 hard notes of song. I sang them tight and white and hard as iron. And at the sound of them, I felt her power shake, then shatter, leaving nothing in the empty air but ache and anger. Felurian gave a startled cry and sat so suddenly that it was almost like a fall. She curled her knees toward herself and huddled, watching me with wide and frightened eyes. Looking around, I saw the wind. Not the way you might see smoke or fog. I saw the ever-changing wind itself. It was familiar as the face of a forgotten friend. I laughed and spread my arms, marveling at its shifting shape. I cupped my hands and breathed a sigh into the hollow space within. I spoke a name. I moved my hands and wove my breath gossamer thin. It billowed out, engulfing her, then burst into a silver flame that trapped her tight inside its changing name. I held her there above the ground. She watched me with an air of fear and disbelief, her dark hair dancing like a second flame inside the first. I knew then that I could kill her. It would be as simple as throwing a sheet of paper to the wind. But the thought sickened me, and I was reminded of ripping the wings from a butterfly. Killing her would be destroying something strange and wonderful. A world without Felurian was a poorer world. A world I would like a little less. It would be like breaking Ilian's lute. It would be like burning down a library in addition to ending a life. On the other hand, my safety and sanity were at stake. I believed the world was more interesting with Kvothe in it as well. But I couldn't kill her. Not like this. Not wielding my newfound magic like a dissecting knife. I spoke again, and the wind brought her down among the pillows. I made a tearing motion, and the silver flame that once had been my breath became 3 notes of broken song and went to play among the trees. I sat. She reclined. We looked each other over for several long minutes. Her eyes flashed from fear to caution to curiosity. I saw myself reflected in her eyes, naked among the cushions. My power rode like a white star on my brow. Then I began to feel a fading, a forgetting. I realized the name of the wind no longer filled my mouth, and when I looked around, I saw nothing but empty air. I tried to remain outwardly calm, but as these things left me, I felt like a lute whose strings were being cut. My heart clenched with a loss I hadn't felt since my parents died. I could see a slight shimmer in the air around Felurian, some shred of her power returning. I ignored it as I struggled frantically to keep some part of what I had learned. But it was like trying to hold a handful of sand. If you have ever dreamed of flying, then come awake, dismayed to realize you had lost the trick of it, you have some inkling how I felt. Piece by piece it faded until there was nothing left. I felt a hollow inside, and ached as badly as if I'd discovered my family never loved me. I swallowed against the lump in my throat. Felurian looked at me curiously. I could still see myself reflected in her eyes, the star on my forehead no more than a pinprick of light. Then, even the perfect vision of my sleeping mind began to fade. I looked desperately at the world around me. I tried to memorize the sight of it, unblinking. Then it was gone. I bowed my head, half in grief and half to hide the tears. Chapter 98. The Lay of Felurian. A long moment passed before I regained enough of my composure to look up. There was a hesitancy in the air, as if we were young lovers who didn't know what was expected of us next, who didn't know what parts we were supposed to play. I picked up my lute and brought it close to my chest. The motion was instinctive, like clutching a wounded hand. I struck a chord out of habit, then made it minor so the lute seemed to be saying sad. Without thinking or looking up, I began to play one of the songs I had written in the months after my parents died. It was called Sitting by the Water Remembering. My fingers strummed sorrow into the evening air. It was several minutes before I realized what I was doing, and several more before I stopped. I wasn't done with the song. I don't know if it really has an ending. I felt better. Not good by any means, but better. Less empty. My music always helped. As long as I had my music, no burden was ever too heavy to bear. I looked up and saw tears on Felurian's face. It made me less ashamed of my own. I also felt myself wanting her. The emotion was damped by the ache in my chest, but that touch of desire focused my attention on my most immediate concern, survival, escape. Felurian seemed to reach a decision and started through the cushions toward me. Moving in a cautious crawl, she stopped several feet away and looked at me. "Does my tender poet have a name?" Her voice was so gentle, it startled me. I opened my mouth to speak, then stopped. I thought of the moon, caught by her own name, and 1,000 fairy stories I had heard as a child. If you believed Elodin, names were the bones of the world. I hesitated for about half a second before I decided I had given Felurian a damn sight more than my name already. I am Kvothe. The sound of it seemed to ground me, to put me inside myself again. Kvothe. She spoke it softly, and it reminded me of a bird calling. "Would you sing sweet for me again?" She reached out slowly, as if afraid of being burned, and laid her hand lightly on my arm. "Please. Your songs are like a caress, my Kvothe." She pronounced my name like the beginning of a song. It was lovely. However, I wasn't entirely comfortable with the way she referred to me as her Kvothe. I smiled and nodded, mostly because I didn't have a better idea. I struck a couple of tuning chords, then paused, thinking. Then I started to play In the Forest Fae, a song about, of all things, Felurian herself. It wasn't particularly good. It used about 3 chords and 24 words, but it had the effect I was looking for. Felurian brightened at the mention of her name. There was no false modesty in her. She knew she was most beautiful, most skilled. She knew men told stories, and she knew her reputation. No man could resist her. No man could endure her. By the end of the song, pride had her sitting straighter. I finished the song. "Would you like to hear another?" I asked. She nodded and grinned eagerly. She sat among the cushions, back straight, as regal as a queen. I moved into a second song, similar to the first. It was called Lady Fae, or something of the sort. I didn't know who had written it, but they had an appalling habit of sticking extra syllables into their lines. It wasn't bad enough to get anything thrown at me in a tavern, but it was close. I watched Felurian closely as I played. She was flattered, but I could read a slight dissatisfaction growing, as if she was irritated, but she couldn't decide why. Perfect. Last, I played a song written for Queen Seru. I guarantee you haven't heard it, but I'm sure you know the type. Written by some toadying minstrel looking for a patronage, my father had taught it to me as an example of certain things to avoid when writing a song. It was a numbing example of mediocrity. You could tell the writer was either truly inept, had never met Seru, or that he simply didn't find her attractive at all. While singing it, I simply exchanged the name Felurian for Seru. I also replaced some of the better phrases with less poetic ones. By the time I was through with it, the song was truly wretched, and Felurian wore an expression of naked dismay upon her face. I sat for a long moment, as if deeply considering something. When I finally did speak, my voice was hushed and hesitant. "Lady, might I write a song for you?" I gave her a sheepish smile. Her smile was like the moon through the clouds. She clapped her hands and threw herself onto me with a kittenish delight, peppering me with kisses. Only fear that my lute might be broken kept me from properly enjoying the experience. Felurian pulled away and sat very still. I tried a couple of chord combinations, then stilled my hands and looked up at her. I will call it the Lay of Felurian. She blushed a bit and looked at me through lowered eyes, her expression bashful and brazen. All immodest boasting aside, I write a fine song when I set my hand to it, and my skills had recently been sharpened in the mayor's employ. I am not the best, but I am one of the best. Given enough time, a worthy subject, and the proper motivation, I dare say I could write a song nearly as well as Ilion. Nearly. Closing my eyes, I coaxed sweet strains from my lute. My fingers flew, and I captured the music of wind in the branches, of rustling leaves. Then I looked to the back of my mind where the mad, chattering part of me had been composing a song to Felurian all this while. I brushed the strings more lightly and began to sing. Flashing moon silver, midnight blue her eyes. The lids were subtle-colored butterflies. Her hair swayed, a dark scythe swinging, through the trees with the wind singing. Felurian, O lady fair, blessed be your forest glade. Your breath is light upon the air, your hair is shadow-dappled shade. Felurian grew still as I sang. Toward the end of the chorus, I could hardly tell if she was breathing. A few of the butterflies that had been frightened away by our earlier conflict came dancing back to us. One of them landed on Felurian's hand, brushing its wings once, twice, as if curious why its mistress was so sudden still. I turned my eyes to my lute again and chose notes like raindrops licking the leaves of trees. She danced in dancing shadows candle cast. She held my eyes, my face, my form full fast. Her smile a snare 10 times as strong as legendary fairy song. O lady fair, Felurian, your kiss is honeysuckle sweet. I pity any other man, unknown to you and incomplete. I watched her from the corner of my eye. She sat as if listening with her entire body. Her eyes were wide. She'd raised one hand to her mouth, upsetting the butterfly resting there, while the other pressed against her chest as she drew a slow breath. This is what I had wanted, but I regretted it nonetheless. I bent over my lute and danced my fingers across the strings. I wove chords like water over river stones, like a soft breath against the ear. Then I steeled myself and sang. Her eyes were of the bluest black, like night sky with the clouds blown back. Her skills in love— I stuttered my fingers on the strings, pausing for just a moment as if unsure of something. I saw Felurian wake halfway from her reverie and continued. Her skills in love they do suffice. In close embrace men find her nice. Felurian, O mistress bright, your touch more sought than silver, What? Even though I was expecting the interruption, the ice in her voice startled me into a jangle of notes and sent several butterflies into flight. I took a breath, assumed my most innocent expression, and looked up. Her expression was a storm of rage and disbelief. Nice? I felt the blood drain from my face at her tone. Her voice was still round and gentle as a distant flute, but that meant nothing. Distant thunder doesn't drub the ears. You feel it prowling through your chest. The quiet of her voice moved through me in that distant thunder way. Nice? It was nice, I said to mollify her, my air of innocence only half affected. She opened her mouth as if she would speak, then closed her mouth. Her eyes flashed pure fury. I'm sorry, I said. I should have known better than to try. I pitched my voice somewhere between broken spirit and beaten child. I lowered my hands from the lute strings. Some of the fire left her, but when she found her voice, it was tight and dangerous. My skills suffice? She hardly seemed able to force out the last word. Her mouth formed a thin, outraged line. I exploded, my voice a roll of thunder. How the hell am I supposed to know? It's not like I've ever done this sort of thing before. She reeled back at the vehemence of my words, some of the anger draining out of her. What is it you mean? She trailed off, confused. This! I gestured awkwardly at myself, at her, at the cushions and the pavilion around us, as if that explained everything. The last of the anger left her as I saw realization begin to dawn. You... No! I looked down, my face growing hot. I have never been with a woman. Then I straightened and looked her in the eye as if challenging her to make an issue out of it. Felurian was still for a moment. Then her mouth turned up into a wry smile. You tell me a fairy story, my Kvothe. I felt my face go grim. I don't mind being called a liar. I am. I am a marvelous liar. But I hate being called a liar when I'm telling the perfect truth. Regardless of its motivation, my expression seemed to convince her. But you were like a gentle summer storm. She made a fluttering gesture with a hand. You were a dancer fresh upon the field. Her eyes glittered wickedly. I tucked that comment away for later ego-polishing purposes. My reply was slightly wounded. Please, I'm not a complete rube. I've read several books. Felurian giggled like a brook. You learned from books? She looked at me as if she couldn't decide whether or not to take me seriously. She laughed, stopped, then laughed again. I didn't know if I should be offended. You were rather good, too, I said hurriedly, knowing I sounded like the last dinner guest to compliment her on a salad. As a matter of fact, I've read books. Books! You compare me with books! Her anger crashed over me. Then, without even pausing for breath, Felurian laughed again, high and delighted. Her laugh was wild as a fox's cry, clear and sharp as morning birdsong. It was no human sound. I put on my innocent face. Isn't it always like this? I kept my expression calm, while inwardly I braced myself for another outburst. She simply sat. I am Felurian. It wasn't a simple stating of a name. It was a declaration. It was a proud flag flying. I held her eyes for a moment, then sighed and dropped my gaze to my lute. I'm sorry about the song. I didn't mean to offend you. It was more lovely than the setting sun, she protested, sounding close to tears. But nice? The words seemed bitter to her. I set my lute back into its case. I'm sorry. I can't fix it without some basis for comparison. I sighed. Pity. It was a good song. They would have sung it for 1,000 years. My voice was thick with regret. Felurian's expression brightened as if with an idea. Then her eyes narrowed into slits. She looked at me as if she was trying to read something written on the inside of my skull. She knew. She knew I was holding the unfinished song as ransom. The unspoken messages were clear. Unless I leave, I can never finish the song. Unless I leave, no one will ever hear these beautiful words I have made for you. Unless I leave and taste the fruits mortal women have to offer, I'll never know how skilled you truly are. There, amid the cushions, under the eternal twilight sky, Felurian and I stared at each other. She held a butterfly, and my hand rested on the smooth wood of my lute. Two armored knights eyeing each other across a bloody field could not have matched the intensity of our stare. Felurian spoke slowly, gauging my response. If you go, will you finish it? I tried to look surprised, but I wasn't fooling her. I nodded. "Will you come back to me and sing it?" My surprise became genuine. I hadn't considered her asking for that. I knew there would be no leaving the second time. I hesitated, but only for a barest moment. Half a loaf is better than none. I nodded. "Promise?" I nodded again. "Promise with kisses?" She closed her eyes and tilted her head back, like a flower basking in the sun. Life is too short to refuse offers like that. I moved toward her, drew her naked body toward my own, and kissed her as well as my limited practice would allow. It seemed to be good enough. As I pulled away, she looked up at me and sighed. "Your kisses are like snowflakes on my lips." She lay back on the cushions, head resting on her arm. Her free hand brushed my cheek. To say she was lovely is such an understatement, I cannot begin to repair it. I realized that over the last several minutes, she hadn't been trying to make me desire her, at least not in any supernatural sense. She brushed her lips lightly over the palm of my hand and released it. Then she lay still, watching me intently. I was flattered. To this day, I know of only one answer to a question so politely phrased. I bent to kiss her, and laughing, she took me in her arms. Chapter 99. Magic of a Different Kind. By this point in my life, I'd earned myself a modest reputation. No, that's not entirely true. It's better to say that I had built myself a reputation. I'd crafted it deliberately. I'd cultivated it. 3/4 of the stories folk told about me at the university were ridiculous rumors I'd started myself. I spoke 8 languages. I could see in the dark. When I was 3 days old, my mother hung me in a basket from a rowan tree by the light of the full moon. That night a fairy laid a powerful charm on me to always keep me safe. It turned my eyes from blue to leafy green. I knew how stories worked, you see. Nobody believed that I'd traded a cupped handful of my own fresh blood to a demon in exchange for an alar like a blade of Ramsden steel. But still, I was the highest-ranked duelist in Dahl's class. On a good day, I could beat any 2 of them together. That thread of truth wove through the story, gave it strength. So, even though you might not believe it, you might tell it to a wide-eyed first-term student with a drink in him, just to watch his face, just for fun. And if you'd had a drink or 3 yourself, you might begin to wonder. And so the stories spread. And so around the university, at least, my tiny reputation grew. There were a few true stories as well. Pieces of my reputation I'd honestly earned. I had rescued Fella from a blazing inferno. I had been whipped in front of a crowd and refused to bleed. I'd called the wind and broken Ambrose's arm. Still, I knew my reputation was a coat spun out of cobweb. It was storybook nonsense. There were no demons out there, bargaining for blood. There were no helpful fairies granting magic charms, and though I might pretend, I knew I was no Taborlin the Great. These were my thoughts when I woke, tangled in Felurian's arms. I lay quietly among the cushions for a time, her head resting lightly on my chest, her leg thrown loosely over mine. Looking up through the trees at the twilight sky, I realized I could not recognize the stars. They were brighter than those in the mortal sky, their patterns unfamiliar. It was only then that I realized my life had taken a step in a new direction. Up until now, I had been playing at being a young Taborlin. I had spun lies around myself, pretending to be a storybook hero. But now, there was no sense pretending. What I'd done was truly worth a story, every bit as odd and wonderful as any tale of Taborlin himself. I'd followed Felurian into the Fae, then bested her with magics I couldn't explain, let alone control. I felt different now. More solid somehow. Not older exactly, not wiser, but I knew things that I'd never known before. I knew the Fae were real. I knew their magic was real. Felurian could break a man's mind with a kiss. Her voice could tug me like a puppet by its strings. There were things I could learn here. Strange things. Powerful things. Secret things. Things I might never ever have a chance to learn again. I gently freed myself from Felurian's sleeping embrace and walked down to the nearby pool. I splashed water on my face and scooped up several handfuls to drink. I looked through the plants that grew at the water's edge. I picked some leaves and chewed them as I considered how I might approach the subject with Felurian. The mint sweetened my breath. When I returned to the pavilion, Felurian was standing there, brushing pale fingers through her long, dark hair. I handed her a violet, its color dark as her eyes. She smiled at me and ate it. I decided to approach the subject gently, lest I offend her. "I was wondering," I said carefully, "if you would be willing to teach me." She reached out to touch the side of my face gently. "Foolish sweet," she said fondly. "Have not I already begun?" I felt excitement rise in my chest, amazed that it could be so simple. "Am I ready for my next lesson?" I asked. Her smile grew wider, and she looked me up and down, her eyes going half-lidded and mysterious. "Are you?" I nodded. "It is good you are eager," Felurian said, her fluting voice tinged with amusement. "You have some cleverness and natural skill, but there is much to learn." She looked into my eyes, her delicate face gravely serious. "When you leave to walk among the mortal, I will not have you shame me." Felurian took my hand and drew me into the pavilion. She pointed. "Sit." I sat on a cushion, placing my head level with the smooth expanse of her stomach. Her navel was terribly distracting. She looked down at me, her expression proud and regal as a queen. "A Mawan," she said, spreading the fingers of one hand and making a deliberate gesture. "This we call the hushed heart, an easy lesson to begin, and one I expect you will enjoy." Felurian smiled at me then, her eyes old and knowing. And even before she pushed me back against the cushions and began to bite the side of my neck, I realized that she did not intend to teach me magic. Or if she did, it was magic of a different kind. While it was not the subject I'd hoped to study under her, it's fair to say that I was not entirely disappointed. Learning lovers' arts from Felurian far outstripped any curriculum offered at the university. I'm not referring to the vigorous, sweaty wrestling most men, and, alas, most women, think of as love. While sweat and vigor are pleasant parts of it, Felurian brought to my attention the subtler pieces. If I were to go into the world, she said, I would not embarrass her by being an incompetent lover, and so she took care to show me a great many things. A few of them in her words: the pinioned wrist, the sigh toward the ear, devouring the neck, drawing the lips, the kissing of the throat, the navel, and, as Felurian phrased it, the woman's flower. The breathing kiss, the feather kiss, the climbing kiss, so many different types of kissing, too many to remember. Almost. There was drawing water from the well, the fluttering hand, bird song at morning, circling the moon, playing ivy, the harrowed hair. Just the names would fill a book. But this, I suppose, is not the place for such things. Alas, then, for the world. I don't mean to give the impression that all our hours were spent in dalliance. I was young, and Felurian was immortal, but there is only so much two bodies can endure. The rest of the time we amused ourselves in other ways. We swam and ate. I played songs for Felurian, and she danced for me. I asked Felurian a few careful questions about magic, not wanting to offend her by prying at her secrets. Unfortunately, her answers were not particularly enlightening. Her magic came as naturally as breathing. I might as well have asked a farmer how seeds sprouted. When her answers weren't hopelessly nonchalant, they were puzzlingly cryptic. Still, I continued to ask, and she answered as best she could, and occasionally I felt a small spark of understanding. But most of our time was spent telling stories. We had so little in common that stories were all that we could share. You might think Felurian and I would be unevenly matched in this regard. She was older than the sky, while I was not yet 17. But Felurian was not the narrative treasure trove you would think. Powerful and clever? Certainly. Energetic and lovely? Absolutely. But storytelling was not among her many gifts. I, on the other hand, was of the Ademaru, and we know all the stories in the world. So I told her The Ghost and the Goose Girl. I told her Tam and the Tinker's Spade. I told her stories of woodcutters and widows' daughters and the cleverness of orphan boys. In exchange, Felurian told me manling stories. The Hand at the Heart of the Pearl, The Boy Who Ran Between. The Fae have their own cast of legendary characters. Maven the Man-Shaped, Alavan Allface. Surprisingly, Felurian had never heard of Taborlin the Great or Oren Velseter, but she did know who Ilian was. It made me proud that one of the Ademaru had gained a place in the stories the Fae tell each other. I wasn't blind to the fact that Felurian herself might have the information I was looking for about the Aemir and the Chandrian. How much more enjoyable would it be to learn the truth from her rather than rooting endlessly through ancient books and dusty rooms? Unfortunately, Felurian wasn't the mine of information I'd hoped. She knew stories of the Aemir, but they were thousands of years old. When I asked her about the more recent Aemir, asking about church knights and the Ciridae with their bloody tattoos, she merely laughed. "There were never any human Aemir," she said, dismissing the idea out of hand. "Those you speak of sound like children dressing in their parents' clothes." While I might expect that reaction from others, getting it from Felurian was particularly disheartening. Still, it was nice to know I had been right about the Aemir existing long before they became Knights of the Talon Church. Then, since the Aemir were a lost cause, I tried to steer her in the direction of the Chandrian. "No," she said, looking me squarely in the eye, her back straight. "I will not speak of the Seven." Her soft voice held no lilting whimsy, no playfulness, no room for discussion or negotiation. For the first time since our initial conflict, I felt a trickle of icy fear sweep over me. She was so slight and lovely. It was so easy to forget what she truly was. Still, I couldn't let the subject go so easily. This was, quite literally, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Felurian could be persuaded to tell me even a piece of what she knew, I could learn things no one else in the world might know. I gave her my most charming smile and drew a breath to speak, but before I could get the first word out, Felurian leaned forward and kissed me full upon the mouth. Her lips were plush and warm. Her tongue brushed mine, and she bit the swell of my lower lip playfully. When she pulled her mouth from mine, it left me breathless with a racing heart. She looked at me, her dark eyes full of tender sweetness. She laid her hand along my face, brushing my cheek as gently as a flower. "My sweet love," she said, "if you ask of the Seven again in this place, I will drive you from it, no matter if your asking be firm or gentle, honest or slantways. If you ask, I will whip you forth from here with a lash of brambles and snakes. I will drive you before me, bloody and weeping, and will not stop until you are dead or fled from Fae." She didn't look away from me as she spoke, and though I hadn't looked away or seen them change, her eyes were no longer soft with adoration. They were dark as storm clouds, hard as ice. "I do not jest," she said. "I swear this by my flower and the ever-moving moon. I swear it by salt and stone and sky. I swear this singing and laughing by the sound of my own name." She kissed me again, pressing her lips to mine tenderly. "I will do this thing." and that was the end of it. I might be a fool, but I am not that much of a fool. Felurian was more than willing to talk about the Fey realm itself, and many of her stories detailed the fractious politics of the Feyan courts, the Toyne Mail, the Dain Dan, the Gorse Court. These stories were difficult for me to follow, as I didn't know anything about the factions involved, let alone the web of alliances, false friendships, open secrets, and old grudges that bound Fey society together. This was complicated by the fact that Felurian took it for granted that I understood certain things. If I were telling you a story, for example, I wouldn't bother mentioning that most moneylenders are Sealdish, or that there is no royalty older than the Modegan royal line. Who doesn't know such things? Felurian left similar details out of her stories. Who wouldn't know, for example, that the Gorse Court had meddled in the Barantaltha between the Mail and the House of Fine? And why was this important? Well, of course, that would lead to members of the Gorse being scorned by those on the Dayward side of things. And what was the Barantaltha? A sort of dance. And why was this dance important? After a handful of questions such as this, Felurian's eyes would narrow. I quickly learned it was better to follow along, quiet and confused, rather than try to winkle out every detail and risk her irritation. Still, I learned things from these stories, 1,000 small scattered facts about the Fae. The names of the courts, old battles, and notable persons. I learned you must never look at one of the Theana with both eyes at once, and that the gift of a single sinus fruit is considered a terrible insult if given to one of the Beladari. You might think these 1,000 facts gave me some insight into the Fae, that I somehow fit them together like puzzle pieces and discovered the true shape of things. 1,000 facts is quite a lot, after all. But no. 1,000 seems like a lot, but there are more stars than that in the sky, and they make neither a map nor a mural. All I knew for certain after hearing Felurian's stories is that I had no desire to ever entangle myself in even the kindest corner of the Feyan court. With my luck, I'd whistle while walking under a willow and thereby insult God's barber or something of the sort. Here is the one thing I learned from these stories. The Fae are not like us. This is endlessly easy to forget because many of them look as we do. They speak our language. They have 2 eyes. They have hands, and their mouths make familiar shapes when they smile. But these things are only seemings. We are not the same. I have heard people say that men and the Fae are as different as dogs and wolves. While this is an easy analogy, it is far from true. Wolves and dogs are only separated by a minor shade of blood. Both howl at night. If beaten, both will bite. No. Our people and theirs are as different as water and alcohol. In equal glasses they look the same, both liquid, both clear, both wet after a fashion. But one will burn, the other will not. This has nothing to do with temperament or timing. These 2 things behave differently because they are profoundly, fundamentally not the same. The same is true with humans and the Fae. We forget it at our peril. Chapter 100. Shade. I should perhaps explain a few peculiarities of the Fae. At first glance, Felurian's forest glade did not seem particularly odd. In most ways, it resembled an ancient, untouched piece of forest. If not for the unfamiliar stars above, I might have suspected I was still in an isolated piece of the Eld. But there were differences. Since I had left my mercenary companions, I had slept perhaps a dozen times. Despite this, the sky above Felurian's pavilion remained the deep purpling blue of summer dusk and showed no signs of changing. I had only the roughest guess as to how long I had been in the Fae. More importantly, I had no idea how much time might have been passing in the mortal world. Stories are full of boys who fall asleep in fairy circles only to wake as old men. Young girls wander into the woods and return years later looking no older and claiming only minutes have passed. For all I knew, years could pass each time I slept in Felurian's arms. I could return to find a century had passed, or no time at all. I did my best not to think about it. Only a fool worries over what he can't control. The other difference in the Fey realm was much more subtle and difficult to describe. In the Medica, I had spent a fair amount of time around unconscious patients. I mention this to make a point. There is a great difference between being in a room that is empty and being in a room where someone is sleeping. A sleeping person is a presence in a room. They are aware of you, even if it is only a dim, vague awareness. That is what the Fae was like. It was such an odd, intangible thing that I didn't notice it for a long while. Then, once I became aware of it, it took me much longer to lay my finger on what the difference was. It felt as if I had moved from an empty room into a room where someone was asleep, except, of course, that there was no one there. It was as if everything around me was deeply asleep. The trees, the stones, the rippling stream that widened into Felurian's pool. All these things felt more solid, more present than I was used to, as if they were ever so slightly aware of me. The thought that I would eventually leave the Fae alive and unbroken was an unfamiliar one for Felurian, and I could tell it troubled her. Often, while in the midst of an unrelated conversation, she would change direction and make me promise to return to her. I reassured her as best I could, but there are only so many ways you can say the same thing. After perhaps 36 times, I said, "I will do my best to keep myself safe so I can come back to you." I saw her face change, becoming first anxious, then grim, then thoughtful. For a moment, I worried she had decided to keep me as a pet mortal after all, and I began to berate myself for not fleeing the Fae when I had the chance. But before I could begin to grow genuinely concerned, Felurian cocked her head to one side and seemed to change the subject. "Would my sweet flame like a coat? A cloak?" "I have one," I said, gesturing to where my possessions lay scattered at the edge of the pavilion. Only then did I notice that the tatty old tinker's cloak wasn't there. I saw my clothes, my boots, and my travel sack still bulging with the mayor's lockbox, but my cloak and sword were gone. The fact that I hadn't noticed their absence was understandable, as I hadn't bothered dressing since I first woke next to Felurian. She looked me over slowly, her expression intent, her eyes lingering on my knee, my lower arm, my upper arm. It was only when she took hold of my shoulder, turned me so she could examine my back, that I realized she was looking at my scars. Felurian took hold of my hand and traced a pale line that ran along my forearm. "You are not good at keeping yourself safe, my Kvothe." I was a little offended, especially as there was more than a little truth to what she said. "I do fairly well," I said stiffly, "considering the trouble that I find." Felurian turned over my hand and examined my palm and fingers closely. "You are not a fighter," she mused softly to herself, "yet you are all iron-bitten. You are a sweet bird that cannot fly. No bow, no knife, no chain." Her hand moved to my foot, running thoughtfully along the calluses and scars from my years on the streets of Tarbean. "You are a long walker. You find me in the wild at night. You are a deep knower, and bold, and young, and trouble finds you." She looked up at me, her face intent. "Would my sweet poet like a shade?" "A what?" She paused as if considering her words. "A shadow." I smiled. "I already have one." Then I checked to make sure. I was in the Fae, after all. Felurian frowned, shaking her head at my lack of understanding. "Another I would give a shield, and it would keep him safe from harm. Another I would gift with amber, bind a scabbard tight with glamour, or craft a crown so men might look on you with love." She shook her head solemnly. "But not for you. You are a night walker, a moon follower. You must be safe from iron, from cold, from spite. You must be quiet. You must be light. You must move softly in the night. You must be quick and unafraid. She nodded to herself. This means I must make you a shade. She stood and started walking toward the forest. Come, she said. Felurian had a way of making requests that took some getting used to. I discovered that unless I was steeling myself to resist, I'd find myself automatically doing whatever it was she asked of me. It wasn't that she spoke with authority. Her voice was too soft and edgeless to carry the weight of command. She did not demand or cajole. When she spoke, it was matter of fact, as if she couldn't imagine a world in which you didn't want to do exactly as she said. Because of this, when Felurian told me to follow her, I jumped like a puppet with its strings pulled. Soon, I was padding along beside her, deep in the twilight shadows of the ancient forest, naked as a jaybird. I almost went back to grab my clothes, then decided to follow some advice my father had given me when I was young. Everyone eats a different part of the pig, he'd said. You want to fit in? You'll do the same. Different places, different decorums. So I followed, naked and unprepared. Felurian struck out at a good pace, the moss muffling the sound of our bare feet. As we walked, the forest grew darker. At first, I thought it was simply the branches of the trees arching over our heads. Then I realized the truth. Above us, the twilight sky was slowly growing darker. Eventually, the last hint of purple was gone, leaving the sky a perfect velvet black flecked with unfamiliar stars. Felurian kept walking. I could see her pale skin in the starlight and the shapes of trees around us, but nothing more. Thinking myself clever, I made a sympathetic binding for light and held my hand above my head as if it were a torch. I was more than slightly proud of this, as the motion to light binding is rather difficult without a piece of metal to use as a focus. Light swelled, and I caught a moment's glimpse of our surroundings. Dark trunks of trees rose like massive pillars as far as the eye could see. There were no low-hanging branches, no undergrowth, no grass. Only dark moss underfoot and the arch of dark branches overhead. I was reminded of a vast, empty cathedral swathed in sooty velvet. "Siarnalius!" Felurian snapped. Understanding her tone, if not her words, I broke the binding and let the darkness rush back over us. An instant later, Felurian leapt at me and bore me to the ground, her lithe, naked body pressed against mine. It was not an entirely uncommon occurrence, but this time the experience was not particularly erotic as the back of my head struck a knuckle of protruding root. Because of this, I was half dazed and 9/10 blind when the earth shuddered slightly beneath us. Something vast and almost perfectly silent stirred the air above us and slightly off to one side of where we lay. Poised atop me, one leg on either side, Felurian's body was as taut as a harp string. The muscles of her thighs were tense and quivering. Her long hair fell over us, covering us like a silk sheet. Her breasts pressed against my chest as she drew a shallow, silent breath. Her body thrummed with the rhythm of her racing heart, and I felt her mouth move where it rested near the hollow of my throat. Softer than a whisper, Felurian spoke a gentle, edgeless word. I felt it press against my skin, sending silent ripples through the air the same way a thrown stone makes circles on the surface of a pond. There was a soft sound of movement above us, as if someone was folding a huge piece of velvet around a piece of broken glass. Saying that, I realize it makes no sense, but still, that is the best way I can describe the sound. It was a soft noise, the half-heard sound of deliberate movement. I cannot tell you why it made me think of something terrible and sharp, but it did. My forehead prickled with sweat, and I was filled with a sudden pure and breathless terror. Felurian went perfectly still, as if she were a startled deer or a cat about to pounce. Quietly, she drew a breath, then spoke a second word. Her breath brushed hot against my throat, and at the half-heard word my body thrummed as if I were a drumhead soundly struck. Felurian turned her head a bare degree, as if straining to listen. This movement pulled 1,000 strands of her splayed hair slowly over the entire left half of my naked body, covering me in gooseflesh. Even in the grip of my nameless terror, I shivered and gave a soft, involuntary gasp. There was a stirring in the air directly above us. The sharp nails of Felurian's left hand dug hard into the muscle of my shoulder. She shifted her hips and slowly slid her naked body up along my own until her face was even with mine. Her tongue flicked against my lips, and without even thinking, I tilted my head, reaching for the kiss. Her mouth met mine, and she drew a long, slow breath, pulling the air out of me. I felt my head grow light. Then, her lips still tight against mine, Felurian pushed her breath hard into me, filling my lungs. It was softer than silent. It tasted of honeysuckle. The ground shivered beneath me, and everything was still. For an endless moment, my heart ceased beating in my chest. A subtle tension left the air above us. Felurian pulled her mouth from mine, and my heart thumped again, sudden and hard. A second beat. A third. I pulled in a deep, shaking breath. Only then did Felurian relax. She lay atop me, loose and supple, her naked body flowing over mine like water. Her head nestled into the curve of my neck, and she gave a sweet, contented sigh. A languid moment passed. Then she laughed, her body shaking with it. It was wild and delighted, as if she had just played the most marvelous joke. She sat up and kissed my mouth fiercely, then nipped at my ear before climbing off me and pulling me to my feet. I opened my mouth, then closed it, deciding this was probably not the right time for questions. Half of seeming clever is keeping your mouth shut at the right times. So we continued in darkness. Eventually my eyes adjusted, and through the branches above I could see the stars, differently patterned and brighter than those in the mortal sky. Their light was barely enough to give an impression of the ground and surrounding trees. Felurian's slender form was a silver shadow in the darkness. We kept walking, and the trees grew taller and thicker, blocking out the pale starlight bit by bit. Then it became truly dark. Felurian was little more than a piece of pale darkness ahead of me. She stopped walking before I lost sight of her entirely and cupped her hands around her mouth as if she were about to shout. I cringed at the thought of a loud noise invading the warm quiet of this place. But instead of a shout, there was nothing. No, not nothing. It was like a low, slow purr. Not anything so loud and rough as a cat's purr. It was closer to the sound a heavy snowfall makes, a muffled hush that almost makes less noise than no noise at all. Felurian did this several times. Then she took me by the hand and led me farther into the dark, where she repeated the odd, almost inaudible noise. After she had done this 3 times, it was so dark I could no longer see even the faintest shape of her. After the final pause, Felurian stepped close to me in the dark, pressing her body to mine. She gave me a long and thorough kiss that I expected to become something more involved when she pulled away and spoke softly into my ear. "Quietly," she breathed. "They come." For several minutes I strained my eyes and ears to no avail. Then I saw something luminous in the distance. It disappeared quickly, and I thought my light-starved eyes were playing tricks on me. Then I saw another flicker. 2 more. 10. 100 pale lights danced toward us through the trees, faint as foxfire. I'd heard of fool's fire before, but never seen it. And given that we were in the Fae, I doubted this was anything so mundane. I thought of 100 fairy stories and wondered which of those creatures could be responsible for these dim, madly dancing lights. Tom Sparks? Will-o-wisps? Dennerlings with lanterns full of corpse light? Then they were all around us, startling me. The lights were smaller than I'd thought, and closer. I heard the hushed snowfall sound again, this time from all around me. I still couldn't guess what they might be until one of them brushed my arm as lightly as a feather. They were moths of some sort. Moths with luminescent patches on their wings. They shone with a pale silvery light too weak to illuminate anything around them. But hundreds of them, dancing between the boles of trees, showed the silhouette of our surroundings. Some of them lit on trees or the ground. A few landed on Felurian, and though I still could not see more than a few inches of her pale skin, I could use the moving light of them to follow her. We walked a long while after that, Felurian leading between the trunks of ancient trees. Once I felt grass soft beneath my bare feet instead of moss. Then there was soft soil, as if we were crossing a farmer's fresh-tilled field. For a time, we followed a twisting path of smooth, paved stones that led us over the arch of a high bridge. All the while, the moths followed us, giving me only the dimmest impression of our surroundings. Eventually, Felurian stopped. By now, the darkness was so thick I could almost feel it like a warm blanket around me. I could tell by the sound of the wind in the trees and the motion of the moths that we were standing in an open space. There were no stars above us. If we were in a clearing, the trees must be vast for their branches to meet overhead. But for all I knew, we could just as easily be deep underground. Or perhaps the sky was black and empty in this portion of the Fae. It was a strangely unsettling thought. The subtle feeling of sleeping alertness was stronger here. If the rest of the Fae felt like it was sleeping, this place felt like it had stirred half a moment ago and hovered on the verge of waking. It was disconcerting. Felurian gently pressed the flat of her hand against my chest, then a finger against my lips. I watched as she moved away from me, softly humming a little snatch of the song I had made for her. But even this piece of flattery couldn't distract me from the fact that I was in the center of the Fae realm, blind, stark naked, and without the slightest idea of what was going on. A handful of moths had landed on Felurian, resting on her wrist, hip, shoulder, and thigh. Watching them gave me a vague impression of her movements. If I had to guess, I would have said she was picking things out of the trees, from behind or beneath bushes or stones. A warm breeze sighed through the clearing, and I felt strangely comforted as it brushed my bare skin. After about 10 minutes, Felurian came back and kissed me. She held something soft and warm in her arms. We walked back the way we had come. The moths gradually lost interest in us, leaving us with less and less of an impression of our surroundings. After what seemed an interminable amount of time, I saw light filtering through a break in the trees ahead. It was only faint starlight, but at that moment it seemed bright as a curtain of burning diamonds. I started to walk through it, but Felurian took hold of my arm to stop me. Without a word, she sat me down where the first faint beams of starlight lanced through the trees to touch the ground. Carefully, she stepped between the rays of starlight, avoiding them as if they might burn her. When she stood in the center of them, she lowered herself to the ground and sat cross-legged facing me. She held whatever she had collected in her lap, but other than the fact that it was shapeless and dark, I could tell nothing about it. Then Felurian reached out a hand, took hold of one of the thin beams of starlight, and pulled it toward the dark shape in her lap. I might have been more surprised if Felurian's manner hadn't been so casual. In the dim light, I saw her hands make a familiar motion. A second later, she reached out again, almost absent-mindedly, and grasped another narrow strand of starlight between her thumb and forefinger. She drew it in as easily as the first, and manipulated it in the same way. Again, the motion struck me as familiar, but it was nothing I could press my finger to. Felurian started to hum quietly to herself as she gathered in the next beam of starlight, brightening things an imperceptible amount. The shape in her lap looked like thick, dark cloth. Seeing this, I realized what she reminded me of. My father sewing. Was she sewing by starlight? Sewing with starlight. Realization came to me in a flood. Shade meant shadow. She had somehow brought back an armful of shadow and was sewing it with starlight. Sewing me a cloak of shadow. Sound absurd? It did to me, but regardless of my ignorant opinion, Felurian took hold of another strand of starlight and brought it to her lap. I brushed any doubt aside. Only a fool disbelieves what he sees with his own eyes. Besides, the stars above me were bright and strange. I was sitting next to a creature out of a storybook. She had been young and beautiful for 1,000 years. She could stop my heart with a kiss and talk to butterflies. Was I going to start quibbling now? After a while, I moved closer so I could watch more carefully. She smiled as I sat next to her, favoring me with a hasty kiss. I asked a couple questions, but her answers either made no sense or were hopelessly nonchalant. She didn't know the first thing about the laws of sympathy or sigildry or the alar. She simply didn't think there was anything odd about sitting in the forest holding a handful of shadow. First, I was offended. Then I was terribly jealous. I remembered when I'd found the name of the wind in her pavilion. It had felt as if I were truly awake for the first time. True knowledge running like ice in my blood. The memory exhilarated me for a moment, then left me with a broken chord of loss. My sleeping mind was slumbering again. I turned my attention back to Felurian and tried to understand. Before too long, Felurian stood in a fluid motion and helped me to my feet. She hummed happily and took my arm as we strolled back the way we had come, chatting of little things. She held the dark shape of the shade draped easily over her arm. Then, just as the first faint hint of twilight began to touch the sky, she hung it invisibly in the dark branches of a nearby tree. "Sometimes slow seduction is the only way," she said. "The gentle shadow fears the candle flame. How could your fledgling shade not feel the same?" Chapter 101. Close Enough to Touch. After our shadow-gathering expedition, I asked more pointed questions about Felurian's magic. Most of her answers continued to be hopelessly matter-of-fact. "How do you take hold of a shadow?" She motioned with one hand as if reaching for a piece of fruit. That was how, apparently. Other answers were nearly incomprehensible, filled with fey words I didn't understand. When she tried to describe those terms, our conversations became hopeless rhetorical tangles. At times, I felt like I'd found myself a quieter, more attractive version of Elodin. Still, I learned a few scraps. What she was doing with the shadow was called gramarye. When I asked, she said it was the art of making things be. This was distinct from glamory, which was the art of making things seem. I also learned that there aren't directions of the usual sort in the Fae. Your trifoil compass is useless as a tin codpiece there. North does not exist, and when the sky is endless twilight, you cannot watch the sun rise in the east. But if you look closely at the sky, one piece of the horizon will be a shade brighter, in the opposite direction, a shade darker. If you walk toward the brighter horizon, eventually it will become daytime. The other way leads to darker night. If you keep walking in one direction long enough, you will eventually see a whole day pass and end up in the same place you began. That's the theory, at any rate. Felurian described those 2 points of the Fey compass as day and night. The other 2 points she referred to at different times as dark and light, summer and winter, or forward and backward. Once she even referred to them as Grimward and Grinning, but something about the way she said it made me suspect it was a joke. I have a good memory. That, perhaps more than anything else, sits in the center of what I am. It is the talent upon which so many of my other skills depend. I can only guess how I came by my memory. My early stage training, perhaps. The games my parents used to help me remember my lines. Perhaps it was the mental exercises Abinthe taught me to prepare for the university. Wherever it came from, my memory has always served me well. Sometimes it works much better than I'd like. That said, my memory is strangely patchy when I think of my time in the Fae. My conversations with Felurian are clear as glass. Her lessons may as well be written on my skin. the sight of her, the taste of her mouth, they are all fresh as yesterday. But other things I cannot bring to mind at all. For example, I remember Felurian in the purpling twilight. It dappled her through the trees, making her look as if she were underwater. I remember her in flickering candlelight, the teasing shadows of it concealing more than it revealed. And I remember her in the full, rich amber of lamplight. She basked in it like a cat, her skin warm and glowing. But I do not remember lamps, or candles. There is a great deal of fuss when dealing with such things, but I cannot remember a single moment spent trimming a wick or wiping soot from the glass hood of a lamp. I do not remember the smell of oil or smoke or wax. I remember eating fruit and bread and honey. Felurian ate flowers, fresh orchids, wild trillium, lush celis. I tried some myself. The violets were my favorite. I don't mean to imply she ate only flowers. She enjoyed bread and butter and honey. She liked blackberries especially. And there was meat, too. Not with every meal, but sometimes. Wild venison, pheasant, bear. Felurian ate hers so rare that it was almost raw. She was not a fastidious eater, either. Not prim or courtly. We ate with our hands and teeth, and afterward, if we were sticky with honey or pulp or the blood of bears, we would wash ourselves in the nearby pool. I can see her even now, naked, laughing, blood running down her chin. She was regal as a queen, eager as a child, proud as a cat, and she was like none of those things. Nothing like them. Not in the least bit. My point is this. I can remember our eating. What I cannot remember is where the food came from. Did someone bring it? Did she gather it herself? I cannot bring it to mind to save my life. The thought of servants intruding on the privacy of her twilight glade seems impossible to me, but so is the thought of Felurian baking her own bread. The deer, on the other hand, I could understand. I had not the least doubt she could run one to ground and kill it with her hands if she desired. Or I could picture a shy hart venturing into the quiet of her twilight glade. I can imagine Felurian sitting, patient and calm, waiting until it came close enough to touch. Chapter 102. The Ever-Moving Moon. Felurian and I were walking down to the pool when I noticed a subtle difference in the quality of light. Looking up, I was surprised to see the pale curve of the moon peering through the trees above us. Even though it was only the slenderest crescent, I recognized it as the same moon I had known my whole life. Seeing it in this strange place was like meeting a long-lost friend far from home. "Look!" I said, pointing. "The moon!" Felurian smiled indulgently. "You are my precious newborn lamb. Look, there hangs a cloud as well. A mowin! Dance for joy!" She laughed. I flushed, embarrassed. "It's just that I haven't seen it in—" I trailed off, having no way to gauge my time. "A long while. Besides, you have different stars. I thought perhaps you had a different moon as well." Felurian ran her fingers gently through my hair. "Foolish sweet, there is only one moon. We have been waiting on her. She will help us embiten your shade." She slipped into the water, sleek as an otter. When she surfaced, her hair slicked her shoulders like ink. I sat on a stone by the edge of a pool and dangled my feet. The water was warm as a bath. "How can the moon be here?" I asked, "if this is a different sky?" "There is only one slender slip of her here," Felurian said. "She is still mostly in the mortal now." "But how?" I asked. Felurian stopped swimming and floated on her back, looking up at the sky. "Oh, moon," she said forlornly, "I perish for kisses. Why have you brought me an owl when I desired a man?" She sighed, then softly hooted into the night. "How, how, how?" I slid into the water, not as lithe as an otter perhaps, but somewhat better at kissing. A while later, we lay in the shallows, on a broad sheet of stone worn water-smooth. "Thank you, moon," Felurian said, looking up at the sky contentedly, "for this sweet and lusty manling." There were luminous fishes in the pool, no larger than your hand, each with a stripe or spot of gently glowing color. I watched them emerge from whatever hiding places they had scattered to, startled by the recent turbulence. They were orange as glowing coals, yellow as buttercups, blue as noontime sky. Felurian slid back into the water, then tugged at my leg. "Come, my kissing owl," she said, "and I will show to you the workings of the moon." I followed her into the pool until we stood shoulder deep. The fish came to explore, the braver ones coming close enough to swim between us. Their motion revealed the hidden silhouette of Felurian's body beneath the water. Despite the fact that I had explored her nakedness in great detail, I suddenly found myself fascinated by the suggested shape of her. The fish came closer still. One brushed me, and I felt a gentle nip against my ribs. I jumped, though its tiny bite was soft as a tapping finger. I watched as more of the fish circled round, occasionally nibbling at us. "Even the fish delight in kissing you," Felurian said, stepping closer to press her wet body against mine. "I think they must like the salt on my skin," I said, looking down at them. She pushed me away, irritated. "Mayhap they like the taste of owl." Before I could make an appropriate reply, she assumed a serious expression, flattened her hand, and lowered it into the water between us. "There is only one moon," Felurian said. "She moves between your mortal sky and mine." She pressed her palm against my chest, then brought it back and pressed it to her own. "She sways between, back and forth." She stopped, frowning at me. "Be mindful of my words." "I am," I lied. "No, you are mindful of my breasts." It was true. They flirted with the surface of the water. "They are well worth minding," I said. "To not attend to them would be a terrible insult." "I speak of important things. Knowings you must have if you are to return safe to me." She gave an exasperated sigh. "If I let you touch one, will you attend to my words?" "Yes." She took hold of my hand and pulled it close to cup her breast. "Make waves upon lilies." "You haven't shown me waves upon lilies yet." "That will come later, then." She put her flat hand back in the water between us, then sighed softly, her eyes going halfway closed. "Ah," she said. "Oh." Eventually the fish emerged from their hiding places again. "My most distractible owl," Felurian said, not unkindly. She dove to the bottom of the pool and returned holding a smooth, round stone. "Attend you now to what I say. You are the mortal, I the fae." "Here is the moon," she said, tucking the stone between our palms and lacing our fingers together to hold it. "She's tethered tight to both the fae and mortal night." Felurian stepped forward and pressed the stone against my chest. "Thus moves the moon," she said, tightening her fingers around mine. "Now when I look above, there is no glimmer of the light I love. Instead, all like a flower unfurled, her face shines on your mortal world." She stepped back so our arms were straight with our clasped hands between us. Then she pulled the stone toward her chest, dragging me through the water by my hand. "Now all your mortal maidens sigh, for she is fully in my sky." I nodded, understanding. "Beloved by both the fae and men, our moon's a merry wanderer, then." Felurian shook her head. "Not so. A traveler, yes. A wanderer, no. She moves but cannot freely go." "I heard a story once," I said, "about a man who stole the moon." Felurian's expression went solemn. She unlaced her fingers from mine and looked down at the stone in her hand. "That was the end of it all," she sighed. "Until he stole the moon, there was some hope for peace." I was stunned by the matter-of-fact tone in her voice. What? I asked dumbly. The stealing of the moon. She cocked her head at me, puzzled. You said you knew of it. I said I'd heard a story, I said. But it was a silly thing. Not a story of what truly was. It was the sort of story that you tell a child. She smiled again. You may call them fairy stories. I know of them. They are fancies. We tell our children manling tales betimes. But the moon was truly stolen? I asked. That was no fancy? Felurian scowled. This I have been showing you, she said, bringing her hand down in an angry splash. I found myself making the Adem gesture for apology below the surface of the water before realizing it was doubly pointless. I'm sorry, I said, but without the truth of this story, I am lost. I beg of you to tell me it. It is an old story, and a sad one. She gave me a long look. What then will you trade me? The hushed heart, I said. In that you give a gift that is a gift to you, she said archly. What else? I will also make 1,000 hands, I said, watching her expression soften. And I will show you something new I have thought of all myself. I call it swaying against the wind. She crossed her arms and looked away, making a great show of indifference. New perhaps to you. I doubtless know it by a different name. Perhaps, I said, but if you will not trade, you cannot know. Very well, she conceded with a sigh, but only because you are quite good at 1,000 hands. Felurian looked up at the slender moon for a moment, then said, Long before the cities of man, before men, before Fae, there were those who walked with their eyes open. They knew all the deep names of things. She paused and looked at me. Do you know what this means? When you know the name of a thing, you have mastery over it, I said. No, she said, startling me with the weight of rebuke in her voice. Mastery was not given. They had the deep knowing of things, not mastery. To swim is not mastery over the water. To eat an apple is not mastery of the apple. She gave me a sharp look. Do you understand? I didn't, but I nodded anyway, not wanting to upset her or sidetrack the story. These old name-knowers moved smoothly through the world. They knew the fox, and they knew the hare, and they knew the space between the two. She drew a deep breath and let it out in a sigh. Then came those who saw a thing and thought of changing it. They thought in terms of mastery. They were shapers, proud dreamers. She made a conciliatory gesture. And it was not all bad at first. There were wonders. Her face lit with memory, and her fingers gripped my arm excitedly. Once, sitting on the walls of Mirella, I ate fruit from a silver tree. It shone, and in the dark, you could mark the mouths and eyes of all those who had tasted it. Was Mirella in the Fae? Felurian frowned. No, I have said, this was before. There was but one sky, one moon, one world, and in it was Mirella, and the fruit, and myself eating it, eyes shining in the dark. How long ago was this? She gave a small shrug. Long ago. Long ago. Longer than any book of history I had ever seen or even heard of. The archives had copies of Keloptenian histories that went back 2 millennia, and none of them held the barest whisper of the things Felurian spoke of. Forgive my interruption, I said as politely as possible, and made as much of a bow to her as I could without going entirely underwater. Mollified, she continued. The fruit was but the first of it. The early toddlings of a child. They grew bolder, braver, wild. The old knowers said stop, but the shapers refused. They quarreled and fought and forbade the shapers. They argued against mastery of this sort. Her eyes brightened. But oh, she sighed, the things they made. This from a woman weaving me a cloak out of shadow. I couldn't guess what she might marvel at. What did they make? She gestured widely around us. Trees? I asked, awestruck. She laughed at my tone. No, the Fane realm. She waved widely. Wrought according to their will. The greatest of them sewed it from whole cloth, a place where they could do as they desired, and at the end of all their work, each shaper wrought a star to fill their new and empty sky. Felurian smiled at me. Then there were 2 worlds, 2 skies, 2 sets of stars. She held up the smooth stone. But still 1 moon, and it all round and cozy in the mortal sky. Her smile faded, but one shaper was greater than the rest. For him the making of a star was not enough. He stretched his will across the world and pulled her from her home. Lifting the smooth stone to the sky, Felurian carefully closed one eye. She tilted her head as if trying to fit the curve of the stone into the empty arms of the crescent moon above us. That was the breaking point. The old knowers realized no talk would ever stop the shapers. Her hand dropped back into the water. He stole the moon, and with it came the war. Who was it? I asked. Her mouth curved into a tiny smile. She hooted. Who? Was he of the Fane courts? I prompted gently. Felurian shook her head, amused. No. As I said, this was before the Fae. The first and greatest of the shapers. What was his name? She shook her head. No calling of names here. I will not speak of that one, though he is shut beyond the doors of stone. Before I could ask more questions, Felurian took my hand and nestled the stone between our palms again. This shaper of the dark and changing eye stretched out his hand against the pure black sky. He pulled the moon, but could not make her stay, so now she moves twixt mortal and the Fae. She gave me a solemn look, so rare a thing on her fair face. You have your tale, your who and how. There is a final secret now, so all your owlish listening lend. She brought our joined hands back to the surface of the water. This is the part on which you must attend. Felurian's eyes were black in the dim light. The moon has our 2 worlds beguiled, like parents clutching at a child, pulling at her to and fro, neither willing to let go. She stepped away, and we stood as far apart as we could, the stone gripped in our hands. When she is torn, half in your sky, you see how far apart we lie. Felurian reached toward me with her free hand, making futile grasping gestures in the empty water. No matter how we long to kiss, the space between us is not ripe for this. Felurian stepped forward and pressed the stone close to my chest. And when your moon is waxing full, all of Fairy feels the pull. She draws us close to you so bright. And now a visit for a night is easier than walking through a door or stepping off a ship that's near the shore. She smiled at me. 'Twas thus while wandering in the wild you found Felurian, manling child. The thought of an entire world of Fae creatures drawn close by the swelling moon was troubling. And this is true of any Fae? She shrugged and nodded. Have they the will and know the way? There are 1,000 half-cracked doors that lead between my world and yours. How have I never heard of this? It seems it would be hard to miss, Fae dancing on the mortal grass. She laughed. But has not just this come to pass? The world is wide and time is long, but still you say you heard my song before you saw me singing there, brushing moonlight through my hair. I frowned. Still, it seems I should have seen more signs of those who walk between. Felurian shrugged. Most Fae are sly and subtle folk, who step as soft as chimney smoke. Some go among your kind and shaden, glamoured as a pack mule laden, or wearing gowns to fit a queen. She gave me a frank look. We know enough to not be seen. She took my hand again. Many of the darker sort would love to use you for their sport. What keeps these from moonlit trespass? Iron, fire, mirror glass, elm and ash and copper knives, solid-hearted farmers' wives who know the rules of games we play and give us bread to keep away. But worst of all, my people dread the portion of our power we shed when we set foot on mortal earth. We are more trouble than we're worth, I admitted, smiling. Felurian reached out and touched a finger to my mouth. While she is full, you may still laugh, but know there is a darker half. She spun away to arm's length, pulling me through the water in a slow spiral. A clever mortal fears the night without a hint of sweet moonlight. She began to draw my hand to her chest, dragging me through the water toward her as she spun. On such a night each step you take might catch you in the dark moon's wake and pull you all unwitting into fey. She stopped and gave me a grim look, where you will have no choice but stay. Felurian took a step backward in the water, tugging at me. And on such unfamiliar ground, how can a mortal help but drown? I took another step toward her and found nothing beneath my feet. Felurian's hand was suddenly no longer clasping mine, and black water closed over my head. Blind and choking, I began to thrash desperately, trying to find my way back to the surface. After a long, terrifying moment, Felurian's hands caught me and dragged me into the air as if I weighed no more than a kitten. She brought me close to her face, her dark eyes hard and glittering. When she spoke, her voice was clear. I do this so you cannot help but hear. A wise man views a moonless night with fear. Chapter 103. Close Enough to Touch. Time passed. Felurian took me dayward to a piece of forest even older and grander than the one that surrounded her twilight glade. There we climbed trees as tall and broad as mountains. In the highest branches you could feel the vast trees swaying in the wind like a ship on the swelling sea. There, with nothing but the blue sky around us and the slow motion of the tree beneath, Felurian taught me ivy on the oak. I tried to teach Felurian tack, only to discover she already knew it. She beat me handily and played a game so lovely Braden would have wept to look on it. I learned a bit of the Fey tongue, a small bit, a scattering. Actually, in the interest of pure honesty, I will admit that I failed miserably in my attempt to learn the Fey language. Felurian was a less than patient teacher, and the language bafflingly complex. My failure went beyond mere incompetence to the point where Felurian actually forbade me from attempting to speak it in her presence. Overall, I gained a few phrases and a great dollop of humility, useful things. Felurian taught me several Feyan songs. They were harder for me to remember than mortal songs, their melodies slippery and twisting. When I tried to play them on my lute, the strings felt strange beneath my fingers, making me fumble and stutter as if I was some country boy who had never held a lute before. I learned their lyrics by rote, without the least inkling what the words might mean. Through it all, we continued to work on my shade. Rather, Felurian worked on it. I asked questions, watched, and tried to avoid feeling like a curious child underfoot in the kitchen. As we grew more comfortable with each other, my questions became more insistent. But how? I asked for the 10th time. Light hasn't any weight, any substance. It behaves like a wave. You shouldn't be able to touch it. Felurian had worked her way up from starlight and was wafting moonlight into the shade. She didn't look up from her work when she replied, So many thoughts, my Kvothe. You know too much to be happy. That sounded uncomfortably like something Elodin would say. I brushed the evasion aside. You shouldn't be able— She nudged me with her elbow, and I saw both her hands were full. Sweet flame, she said, bring that to me. She nodded to a moonbeam that pierced the trees above and touched the ground beside me. Her voice bore the familiar, subtle tone of command, and without thinking, I grabbed the moonbeam as if it were a hanging vine. For a second, I felt it against my fingers, cool and ephemeral. Startled, I froze, and suddenly it was an ordinary moonbeam again. I passed my hand through it several times to no effect. Smiling, Felurian reached out and took hold of it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She touched my cheek with her free hand, then turned her attention to her lap and worked the strand of moonlight into the folds of shadow. Chapter 104. The Kvothe. After Felurian helped me discover what I was capable of, I took a more active hand in the creation of my shade. Felurian seemed pleased at my progress, but I was frustrated. There were no rules to follow, no facts to remember. Because of this, my quick wit and trooper's memory were of little use to me, and my progress seemed irritatingly slow. Eventually, I could touch my shade without fear of damaging it and change its shape according to my desire. With some practice, I could turn it from a short cape to a full hooded morning cloak, or anything in between. Still, it would be unfair for me to take even a hair of the credit for its creation. Felurian was the one who gathered the shadow, wove it with moon and fire and daylight. My major contribution was the suggestion that it should have numerous little pockets. After we took the shade all the way into daylight, I thought our work was done. My suspicions seemed confirmed when we spent a long stretch of time swimming, singing, and otherwise enjoying each other's company. But Felurian avoided the topic of the shade whenever I brought it up. I didn't mind, as her evasions on the subject were always delightful. Because of this, I had the impression some part of it was left unfinished. One morning we awoke in an embrace, spent perhaps an hour kissing to arouse our appetites, then fell to our breakfast of fruit and fine white bread with honeycomb and olives. Then Felurian grew serious and asked me for a piece of iron. Her request surprised me. Some time ago I had thought to resume a few of my mundane habits. Using the surface of the pool as a mirror, I used my small razor to shave. At first, Felurian had seemed pleased by my smooth cheeks and chin, but when I moved to kiss her, she pushed me to arm's length, snorting as if to clear her nose. She told me I reeked of iron and sent me into the forest, telling me not to return until I got the bitter stink of it from my face. So it was with no small amount of curiosity that I dug a piece of broken iron buckle out of my travel sack. I held it out to her nervously, the way you might hand a child a sharp knife. "Why do you need it?" I asked, trying to appear unconcerned. Felurian said nothing. She held it tightly between her thumb and two forefingers, as if it were a snake struggling to twist around and bite her. Her mouth made a thin line, and her eyes began to brighten from their customary twilight purple to a deep-water blue. "Can I help?" I asked. She laughed, not the light chiming laugh I had heard so often, but a wild, fierce laugh. "Do you want to help truly?" she asked. The hand holding the shard of iron trembled slightly. I nodded, a little frightened. "Then go." Her eyes were still changing, brightening to a bluish white. "I do not need flame now, or songs, or questions." When I didn't move, she made a shooing motion. "Go to the forest. Do not wander far, but do not trouble me for the time it takes to love 4 times. Her voice had changed slightly, too. Though still soft, it had taken on a brittle edge that alarmed me. I was about to protest when she gave me a terrible look that sent me scampering mindlessly for the trees. I wandered aimlessly for a while, trying to regain my composure. This was difficult, as I was baby naked and had been shooed away from the presence of serious magic the way a mother sends a bothersome child away from the cook fire. Still, I knew I wouldn't be welcome back in the clearing for some time, so I pointed my face dayward and set off to explore. I can't say why I wandered so far afield that day. Felurian had warned me to stay close, and I knew it to be good advice. Any of 100 stories from my childhood told me the danger of wandering in the Fae. Even discounting them, the stories Felurian herself had told should have been enough to keep me close to the safety of her twilight grove. My natural curiosity must take some of the blame, I suppose, but most of it belongs to my bruised pride. Pride and folly, they go together like 2 tightly grasping hands. I walked for the better part of an hour as the sky above me slowly brightened into full daylight. I found a path of sorts, but saw nothing living aside from the occasional butterfly or leaping squirrel. With every step I took, my mood teetered between boredom and anxiety. I was in the Fae, after all. I should be seeing marvelous things. Castles of glass, burning fountains, bloodthirsty trolls, barefoot old men eager to give me advice. The trees gave way to a great grassy plain. All the parts of the Fae Felurian had shown me had been forested, so this seemed a clear sign I was well outside the bounds of where I ought to be. Still, I continued, enjoying the feel of sunlight on my skin after so long in the dim twilight of Felurian's glade. The trail I followed seemed to be leading to a lone tree standing in the grassy field. I decided I would go as far as that tree, then head back. However, after walking for a long while, I didn't seem to be coming much closer to the tree. At first, I thought this was another oddity of the Fae, but as I continued to make my stubborn way along the path, the truth became clear. The tree was simply larger than I had thought, much larger and much farther away. The path did not ultimately lead to the tree. In fact, it curved away from it, avoiding it by more than half a mile. I was considering turning back when a bright flutter of color under the tree's canopy caught my eye. After a brief struggle, my curiosity won out, and I stepped off the path into the long grass. It was no type of tree I had ever seen before, and I approached it slowly. It resembled a vast spreading willow, with broader leaves of a darker green. The tree had deep, hanging foliage scattered with pale, powder-blue blossoms. The wind shifted, and as the leaves stirred, I smelled a strange, sweet smell. It was like smoke and spice and leather and lemon. It was a compelling smell, not in the same way that food smells appealing. It didn't make my mouth water or my stomach growl. Despite this, if I'd seen something sitting on a table that smelled this way, even if it were a lump of stone or a piece of wood, I would have felt compelled to put it in my mouth. Not out of hunger, but from sheer curiosity, much like a child might. As I stepped closer, I was struck with the beauty of the scene. The deep green of the leaves contrasted with the butterflies flitting from branch to branch, sipping from the pale blossoms of the tree. What I had taken at first to be a bed of flowers beneath the tree turned out to be a carpet of butterflies almost completely covering the ground. The scene was so breathtaking, I stopped several dozen feet away from the tree's canopy, not wanting to startle them into flight. Many of the butterflies flitting among the flowers were purple and black, or blue and black, like those in Felurian's clearing. Others were a solid, vibrant green, or gray and yellow, or silver and blue. But my eye was caught by a single large red one, crimson shot through with a faint tracery of metallic gold. Its wings were bigger than my spread hand, and as I watched, it fluttered deeper into the foliage in search of a fresh flower to light upon. Suddenly, its wings were no longer moving in concert. They tumbled apart and fluttered separately to the ground like falling autumn leaves. It was only after my eyes followed them to the base of the tree that I saw the truth. The ground below was not a resting place for butterflies. It was strewn with lifeless wings. Thousands of them littered the grass beneath the tree's canopy like a blanket of gemstones.
"The red ones offend my aesthetic,"
claimed a cool, dry voice from the tree. I took a step back, trying to peer through the thick canopy of hanging leaves.
"What manners?"
chided the dry voice.
"No introduction. Staring?"
"My apologies, sir," I said earnestly. Then, remembering the tree's flowers, I amended, "Ma'am, but I have never spoken with a tree before, and find myself at something of a loss."
"I dare say you are. I am no tree, no more than is a man a chair. I am the Kvothe. You're fortunate to find me. Many would envy your chance."
"Chance?" I echoed, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was speaking to me from among the branches of the tree. A piece of an old story tickled my memory. Some scrap of folklore I'd read while searching for the Chandrian. "You're an oracle," I said. "Oracle? How quaint. Do not try to pin me with small names. I am Kvothe. I am. I see. I know." Two iridescent blue-black wings fluttered separately where there had been a butterfly before. "At times, I speak." "I thought the red ones offended you." "There are no red ones left." The voice was nonchalant. "And the blue ones are ever so slightly sweet." I saw a flicker of movement, and another pair of sapphire wings began spinning slowly to the ground. "You're Felurian's new manling, aren't you?" I hesitated, but the dry voice continued as if I'd answered. "I thought as much. I can smell the iron on you. Just a hint. Still, one has to wonder how she stands it." A pause, a blur, a slight disturbance of a dozen leaves. Two more wings twitched, then fluttered downward. "Come now," the voice continued, now coming from a different part of the tree, though still hidden by the hanging leaves. "Surely a curious boy is bound to have a question or two. Come, ask. Your silence much offends me." I hesitated, then said, "I suppose I might have a question or two." "Ah." The sound was slow and satisfied. "I thought you might." "What can you tell me of the Emir?" "Kikes!" The Kvothe spat an irritated noise. "What is this? Why so guarded? Why the games? Ask me of the Chandrian and have done." I stood, stunned and silent. "Surprised? Why should you be? Goodness, boy, you're like a clear pool. I can see 10 feet through you, and you're barely 3 feet deep." There was another blur of motion, and two pairs of wings went spinning to the ground, one blue, one purple. I thought I saw a sinuous motion among the branches, but it was hidden by the endless, wind-brushed swaying of the tree. "Why the purple one?" I asked, simply to have something to say. "Pure spite," the Kvothe said. "I envied its innocence, its lack of care. Besides, too much sweetness cloys me, as does willful ignorance." A pause. "You wish to ask me of the Chandrian, do you not?" I could do nothing but nod. "Not much to say, really," the Kvothe remarked flippantly. "You would do better to call them the Seven, though. Chandrian has so much folklore hanging off it after all these years. The names used to be interchangeable, but nowadays if you say Chandrian, people think of ogres and rendlings and Skaven. Such silliness." There was a long pause. I stood motionless until I realized the creature was waiting for a response. "Tell me more," I said. My voice sounded terribly thin to my own ears. "Why?" I thought I detected a playful note in the voice. "Because I need to know," I said, trying to force some strength back into my voice. "Need?" Kvothe asked skeptically. "Why this sudden need? The masters at the university might know the answers you're looking for, but they wouldn't tell you even if you did ask, which you won't. You're too proud for that, too clever to ask for help, too mindful of your reputation." I tried to speak, but my throat did nothing but make a dry clicking sound. I swallowed and tried again. "Please, I need to know. They killed my parents." "Are you going to try to kill the Chandrian?" The voice sounded fascinated, almost taken aback.
Track and kill them all yourself. My word, how will you manage it? Haliax has been alive 5,000 years. 5,000 years and not 1 second's sleep. Clever to go looking for the Emir, I suppose. Even one proud as you can recognize the need for help. The Order might give it to you. Trouble is, they're as hard to find as the Seven themselves. Oh dear, whatever is a brave young boy to do?
Tell me! I meant to shout it, but it came out pleading.
It would be frustrating, I suppose, the Kvothe continued calmly. The few people who believe in the Chandrian are too afraid to talk, and everyone else will just laugh at you for asking. There was a dramatic sigh that seemed to come from several places in the foliage at once. That's the price you pay for civilization, though.
What price? I asked.
Arrogance, the Kvothe said. You assume you know everything. You laughed at fairies until you saw one. Small wonder all your civilized neighbors dismissed the Chandrian as well. You'd have to leave your precious corners far behind before you found someone who might take you seriously. You wouldn't have a hope until you made it to the storm wall.
There was a pause. Then another pair of purple wings went drifting to the ground. I swallowed against the dryness in my throat, trying to think of what question I could ask to get more information.
Not many folk will take your search for the Emir seriously, you realize, the Kvothe continued calmly. The mayor, however, is quite the extraordinary man. He's already come close to them, though he doesn't realize it. Stick by the mayor, and he will lead you to their door.
The Kvothe gave a thin, dry chuckle.
Blood, bracken, and bone, I wish you creatures had the wit to appreciate me. Whatever else you might forget, remember what I just said. Eventually, you'll get the joke. I guarantee. You'll laugh when the time comes.
What can you tell me about the Chandrian? I asked.
Since you ask so sweetly, Cinder is the one you want. Remember him? White hair, dark eyes. Did things to your mother, you know. Terrible. She held up well, though. Lorien was always a trooper, if you'll pardon the expression. Much better than your father with all his begging and blubbering.
My mind flashed pictures of things I had tried to forget for years. My mother, her hair wet with blood, her arms unnaturally twisted, broken at the wrist, the elbow. My father, his belly cut open, had left a trail of blood for 20 feet. He'd crawled to be closer to her. I tried to speak, but my mouth was dry.
Why?
I managed to croak.
Why? The Kvothe echoed. What a good question. I know so many whys. Why did they do such nasty things to your poor family? Why? Because they wanted to, and because they could, and because they had a reason. Why did they leave you alive? Why? Because they were sloppy, and because you were lucky, and because something scared them away.
What scared them away? I thought numbly. But it was all too much. The memories, the things the voice said. My mouth worked silently, questioning.
What? The Kvothe asked. Are you looking for a different why? Are you wondering why I tell you these things? What good comes of it? Maybe this Cinder did me a bad turn once. Maybe it amuses me to set a young pup like you snapping at his heels. Maybe the soft creaking of your tendons as you clench your fists is like a sweet symphony to me. Oh, yes, it is. And you can be sure. Why can't you find this Cinder? Well, that's an interesting why. You'd think a man with coal-black eyes would make an impression when he stops to buy a drink. How can it be that you haven't managed to catch wind of him in all this time?" I shook my head, trying to clear it of the smell of blood and burning hair. The Kvothe seemed to take it as a signal. "That's right. I suppose you don't need me to tell you what he looks like. You've seen him just a day or 3 ago." Realization thundered into me. The leader of the bandits. The graceful man in chainmail. Cinder. He was the one who had spoken to me when I was a child. The man with the terrible smile and the sword like winter ice. "Pity he got away," the Kvothe continued. "Still, you must admit you've had quite a piece of luck. I'd say it was a twice-in-a-lifetime opportunity meeting up with him again. Pity you wasted it. Don't feel bad you didn't recognize him. They have a lot of experience hiding those telltale signs. Not your fault at all. It's been a long time. Years. Besides, you've been busy, currying favor, rolling around in the cushions with some pixie sating your base desires." 3 green butterflies twitched all at once. Their wings looked like leaves as they spun to the ground. "Speaking of desires, what would your Denna think? My. Imagine her seeing you here, you and the pixie all tangled up, at it like rabbits. He beats her, you know, her patron. Not all the time, but often. Sometimes in a temper, but mostly it's a game to him. How far can he go before she cries? How far can he push before she tries to leave and he has to lure her back again? It's nothing grotesque, mind you. No burns. Nothing that will leave a scar. Not yet. 2 days ago he used his walking stick. That was new. Welts the size of your thumb under her clothes. Bruises down to the bone. She's trembling on the floor with blood in her mouth, and you know what she thinks before the black? You. She thinks of you. You thought of her too, I'm guessing, in between the swimming and strawberries and the rest. The Kvothe made a sound like a sigh. Poor girl. She's tied to him so tight. Thinks that's all she's good for. Wouldn't leave him even if you asked. Which you won't. You, so careful, so scared of startling her away, and well you should be, too. She's a runner, that one. Now that she's left Severin, how can you hope to find her? It's a shame you left without a word, you know. She was just beginning to trust you before that, before you got angry. Before you ran off, just like every other man in her life, just like every other man. Lusting after her, full of sweet words, then just walking away. Leaving her alone. Good thing she's used to it by now, isn't it? Otherwise you might have hurt her. Otherwise you just might have broken that poor girl's heart. It was all too much. I turned and ran, pelting madly back the way I had come, back to the quiet twilight of Felurian's clearing, away, away, away. And as I ran, I could hear Kvothe speaking behind me. Its dry, quiet voice followed me longer than I would have thought possible. Come back! Come back! I've more to say. I've so much more to tell you. Won't you stay? It was hours before I came back to Felurian's clearing. I'm not sure how I found my way. I only remember being surprised at the sight of her pavilion through the trees. The sight of it slowed the mad spinning of my thoughts until I could begin to think again. I went to the pool and took a long, deep drink, splashing water on my face to clear my head and hide the signs of tears.
After a moment or two of quiet reflection, I stood and walked to the pavilion. It was only then that I noticed a curious lack of butterflies. There were usually at least a handful flitting around, but now there were none. Felurian was there, but the sight of her only unsettled me further. It was the only time I had ever seen her look less than perfectly beautiful. She lay among the cushions, drawn and weary, as if I had been gone for days instead of hours, and she had not eaten or slept all the while. She lifted her head tiredly when she heard me approach. "It is done," she said, but when she looked at me, her eyes widened with surprise. I looked down and saw that I was bramble-torn and bloody. I was spattered with mud and grass-stained along my entire left side. I must have fallen during my mindless flight away from the Kvothe. Felurian sat upright. "What has come of you?" I brushed absently at a bit of dried blood on my elbow. "I might ask the same of you." My voice sounded thick and coarse, as if I'd been shouting. When I looked up, I saw real concern in her eyes. "I went walking dayward. I found something in a tree. It called itself a Kvothe." Felurian went motionless when I spoke its name. "The Kvothe? Did you speak?" I nodded. "Did you ask of it?" But before I could answer, she gave a quiet, despairing cry and rushed to me. She began to run her hands over my body as if searching for wounds. After a minute of this, she took my face in her hands and looked into my eyes as if frightened of what she might find there. "Are you well?" Her concern brought a faint smile to my lips. I began to assure her that I was fine. Then I remembered the things the Kvothe had said. I remembered the fires and the man with ink-black eyes. I thought of Denna sprawled on the floor with a mouthful of blood. Tears came to my eyes, and I choked. I turned away and shook my head, eyes clenched shut and unable to speak. She stroked the back of my neck and said, "All is well. The hurt will go. It has not bit you, and your eyes are clear, so all is well." I pulled away from her enough to look her in the face. "My eyes?" "The things the Kvothe says can leave men broken in their heads, but I would see it if it were so. You are still my Kvothe, still my sweet poet." She leaned forward, oddly hesitant, then gave me a gentle kiss on my forehead. "It lies to men and drives them mad?" She shook her head slowly. "The Kvothe does not lie. It has the gift of seeing, but it only tells things to hurt men. Only a Dennerling would speak to the Kvothe." She touched the side of my neck to soften her words. I nodded, knowing it to be the truth, and I began to cry. Chapter 105, Interlude, A Certain Sweetness. Kvothe motioned for Chronicler to stop writing. "Are you all right, Bast?" He gave his student a look of concern. "You look like you've swallowed a lump of iron." Bast did look stricken. His face was pale, almost waxy. His normally cheerful expression was aghast. "Reshi," he said, his voice as dry as autumn leaves. "You never told me you spoke with the Kvothe?" "There's a lot of things I've never told you, Bast," Kvothe said flippantly. "That's why you find the sordid details of my life so enthralling." Bast gave a sickly smile, shoulders sagging with relief. "You didn't really, then. Talk with it, I mean. It's something you just added to make things a little more colorful." "Please, Bast," Kvothe said, obviously offended. "My story has quite enough color without my adding to it." "Don't lie to me!" Bast shouted suddenly, coming halfway out of his seat with the force of it. "Don't you lie to me about this! Don't you dare!" Bast struck the table with one hand, toppling his mug and sending Chronicler's inkwell skittering across the table. Quick as blinking, Chronicler snatched up the half-covered sheet of paper and pushed his chair back from the table with his feet, saving the sheet from the sudden spray of ink and beer. Bast leaned forward, his face livid as he stabbed a finger at Kvothe. "I don't care what other shit you spin into gold here, but you don't lie about this, Reshi. Not to me!" Kvothe gestured to where Chronicler sat, holding the pristine sheet of paper in the air with both hands. "Bast," he said, "this is my chance to tell the full and honest story of my life. Everything is—" Bast closed his eyes and pounded the table like a child in the grip of a tantrum. "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" Bast pointed at Chronicler. "I don't give a fiddler's fuck what you tell him, Reshi. He'll write what I say, or I'll eat his heart in the market square." He turned the finger back to the innkeeper and shook it furiously. "But you'll tell me the truth, and you'll tell me now!" Kvothe looked up at his student, the amusement bleeding out of his face. "Bast, we both know I'm not above the occasional embellishment, but this story is different. This is my chance to get the truth of matters recorded. It's the truth behind the stories." The dark young man hunched forward in his chair and covered his eyes with one hand. Kvothe looked at him, his face full of concern. "Are you all right?" Bast shook his head, still covering his eyes. "Bast," Kvothe said gently, "your hand is bleeding." He waited a long moment before asking, "Bast, what's the matter?" "That's just it!" Bast burst out, throwing his arms wide, his voice high and hysterical. "I think I finally understand what the matter is!" Bast laughed then, but it was loud and strained and choked off into something that sounded like a sob. He looked up at the rafters of the tap room, his eyes bright. He blinked as if fighting back tears. Kvothe leaned forward to lay his hand on the young man's shoulder. "Bast, please." "It's just that you know so many things," Bast said. "You know all sorts of things you're not supposed to. You know about the Baron Taltha. You know about the White Sisters and the Laughing Way. How can you not know about the Kvothe? It's a monster." Kvothe relaxed visibly. "Good Lord, Bast, is that all? You had me all in a sweat. I've faced down things far worse than—" "There isn't anything worse than the Kvothe!" Bast shouted, bringing his clenched fist down on the tabletop again. This time, there was the sharp sound of tearing wood as one of the thick timbers bowed and cracked. "Reshi, shut up and listen! Really listen!" Bast looked down for a moment, choosing his words carefully. "You know who the Sith are?" Kvothe shrugged. "They're a faction among the Fae, powerful with good intentions." Bast waved his hands. "You don't understand them if you use the term good intentions. But if any of the Fae can be said to work for the good, it's them. Their oldest and most important charge is to keep the Kvothe from having any contact with anyone. With anyone!" "I didn't see any guards," Kvothe said, in the tones a man might use to soothe a skittish animal. Bast ran his hands through his hair, leaving it in disarray. "I can't for all the salt in me guess how you slipped past them, Reshi. If anyone manages to come in contact with the Kvothe, the Sith kill them. They kill them from a half-mile off with their long-horn bows. Then they leave the body to rot. If a crow so much as lands on the body, they kill it too." Chronicler cleared his throat gently, then spoke up. "If what you're saying is true," he asked, "why would anyone go to the Kvothe?" Bast looked for a moment as if he would snap at the scribe, then gave a bitter sigh instead. "In all fairness, my people are not known for making good decisions," he said. "Every Fae girl and boy knows the Kvothe's nature, but there's always someone eager to seek it out. Folk go to it for answers or a glimpse of the future, or they hope to come away with a flower." "A flower?" Kvothe asked. Bast gave him another startled look. The Rinna? Not seeing any recognition in the innkeeper's face, he shook his head in dismay. The flowers are a panacea, Reshi. They can heal any illness, cure any poison, mend any wound. Kvothe raised his eyebrows at that. Ah, he said, looking down at his folded hands on the tabletop. I see. I can understand how that might draw a person in, though they knew better. The innkeeper looked up. I have to admit, I don't see the trouble, he said apologetically. I've seen monsters, Bast. The Kvothe falls short of that. That was the wrong word for me to use, Reshi, Bast admitted. But I can't think of a better one. If there was a word that meant poisonous and hateful and contagious, I'd use that. Bast drew a deep breath and leaned forward in his chair. Reshi, the Kvothe can see the future, not in some vague oracular way. It sees all the future, clearly, perfectly, everything that can possibly come to pass, branching out endlessly from the current moment. Kvothe raised an eyebrow. It can it? It can, Bast said gravely. And it is purely, perfectly malicious. This isn't a problem for the most part, as it can't leave the tree, but when someone comes to visit... Kvothe's eyes went distant as he nodded to himself. If it knows the future perfectly, he said slowly, then it must know exactly how a person will react to anything it says. Bast nodded. And it is vicious, Reshi. Kvothe continued in a musing tone. That means anyone influenced by the Kvothe would be like an arrow shot into the future. An arrow only hits one person, Reshi. Bast's dark eyes were hollow and hopeless. Anyone influenced by the Kvothe is like a plague ship sailing for a harbor. Bast pointed at the half-filled sheet Chronicler held in his lap. If the Sith knew that existed, they would spare no effort to destroy it. They would kill us for having heard what the Kvothe said. Because anything carrying the Kvothe's influence away from the tree, Kvothe said, looking down at his hands. He sat silently for a long moment, nodding thoughtfully. So a young man seeking his fortune goes to the Kvothe and takes away a flower. The daughter of the king is deathly ill, and he takes the flower to heal her. They fall in love despite the fact that she's betrothed to the neighboring prince. Bast stared at Kvothe, watching blankly as he spoke. They attempt a daring moonlight escape, Kvothe continued, but he falls from the rooftops, and they're caught. The princess is married against her will and stabs the neighboring prince on their wedding night. The prince dies. Civil war. Fields burned and salted. Famine. Plague. That's the story of the Fasting's Way War, Bast said faintly. Kvothe nodded. It's one of the stories Felurian told. I never understood the part about the flower until now. She never mentioned the Kvothe. She wouldn't have, Reshi. It's considered bad luck. He shook his head. No, not bad luck. It's like spitting poison in someone's ear. It simply isn't done. Chronicler recovered some of his composure and slid his chair back toward the table, still holding the sheet carefully. He frowned at the table, broken and streaked with beer and ink. It seems like this creature has quite a reputation, he said, but I find it hard to believe it's quite as dangerous as all that. Bast looked at Chronicler incredulously. Iron and bile, he said, his voice quiet. Do you think I'm a child? Do you think I don't know the difference between a campfire story and the truth? Chronicler made a mollifying gesture with one hand. That's not what I... Without taking his eyes from Chronicler, Bast laid his bloody palm flat on the table. The wood groaned, and the broken timbers snapped back into place with a sudden crackling sound. Bast lifted his hand, then brought it down sharply on the table, and the dark runnels of ink and beer suddenly twisted and shaped themselves into a jet-black crow that burst into flight, circling the taproom once. Bast caught it with both hands and tore the bird carelessly in half, casting the pieces into the air where they exploded into great washes of flame the color of blood. It all happened in the space of a single breath. "Everything you know about the Fae could fit inside a thimble," Bast said, looking at the scribe with no expression at all, his voice flat and even. "How dare you doubt me? You have no idea who I am." Chronicler sat very still, but he did not look away. "I swear it by my tongue and teeth," Bast said crisply. "I swear it on the doors of stone. I am telling you 3,000 times, there is nothing in my world or yours more dangerous than the Kvothe." "There's no need for that, Bast," Kvothe said softly. "I believe you." Bast turned to look at Kvothe, then sagged miserably in his chair. "I wish you didn't, Reshi." Kvothe gave a wry smile. "So after a person meets the Kvothe, all their choices will be the wrong ones." Bast shook his head, his face pale and drawn. "Not wrong, Reshi. Catastrophic. Iak spoke to the Kvothe before he stole the moon, and that sparked the entire creation war. Lanre spoke to the Kvothe before he orchestrated the betrayal of Mir Teriniel, the creation of the Nameless, the Skeindine. They can all be traced back to the Kvothe." Kvothe's expression went blank. "Well, that certainly puts me in interesting company, doesn't it?" he said dryly. "It does more than that, Reshi," Bast said. "In our plays, if the Kvothe's tree is shown in the distance, in the backdrop, you know the story is going to be the worst kind of tragedy. It's put there so the audience knows what to expect, so they know everything will go terribly wrong in the end." Kvothe looked at Bast for a long moment. "Oh, Bast," he said softly to his student. His smile was gentle and sad. "I know what sort of story I'm telling. This is no comedy." Bast looked up at him with hollow, hopeless eyes. "But Reshi—" His mouth moved, trying to find words and failing. The red-haired innkeeper gestured at the empty taproom. "This is the end of the story, Bast. We all know that." Kvothe's voice was matter-of-fact, as casual as if he were describing yesterday's weather. "I have led an interesting life, and this reminiscence has a certain sweetness to it, but—" Kvothe drew a deep breath and let it out gently. "But this is not a dashing romance. This is no fable where folk come back from the dead. It's not a rousing epic meant to stir the blood. No. We all know what kind of story this is." It seemed for a moment that he would continue, but instead, his eyes wandered idly around the empty taproom. His face was calm, without a trace of anger or bitterness. Bast darted a look at Chronicler, but this time there was no fire in it, no anger, no fury or command. Bast's eyes were desperate, pleading. "It's not over if you're still here," Chronicler said. "It's not a tragedy if you're still alive." Bast nodded eagerly at this, looking back at Kvothe. Kvothe looked at both of them for a moment, then smiled and chuckled low in his chest. "Oh," he said fondly, "you're both so young." Chapter 106. Returning. After my encounter with the Kvothe, it was a long time before I was my right self again. I slept a great deal, but only fitfully as I was endlessly set upon by terrible dreams. Some of them were vivid and impossible to forget. These were mostly of my mother, my father, my troop. Worse were the ones where I woke weeping with no memory of what I dreamed, only an aching chest and an emptiness in my head like the bloody gap left by a missing tooth. The first time I awoke like this, Felurian was there, watching me. Her expression was so gentle and worried that I expected her to murmur softly to me and stroke my hair, as Ari had done in my room months ago. But Felurian did nothing of the sort. "Are you well?" she asked. I had no answer for this. I was blurry with memory, confusion, and grief. Not trusting myself to speak without bursting into tears again, I merely shook my head. Felurian bent down and kissed me on the corner of my mouth, looked at me for a long moment, and sat back up. Then she went to the pool and brought me back a drink of water in her cupped hands. Over the following days, Felurian did not press me with questions or try to draw me out. She occasionally tried to tell me stories, but I couldn't focus on them, so they made less sense than ever. Some parts made me weep uncontrollably, though the stories themselves had nothing in them that was sad. Once I woke to find her gone, only to have her return hours later carrying a strange green fruit bigger than my head. She smiled shyly and handed it to me, showing me how to peel off the thin leathery skin to reveal the orange meat inside. Pulpy and tangy sweet, it pulled apart in spiraling segments. We ate these silently until nothing was left but a round, hard, slippery seed. It was dark brown and so big I could not close my hand around it. With a slight flourish, Felurian cracked this open against a rock and showed me that the inside was dry, like a roasted nut. We ate this, too. It tasted dark and peppery, vaguely reminiscent of smoked salmon. Nestled inside that was another seed, white as bone and the size of a marble. This Felurian gave to me. It was candy sweet and slightly gummy like a caramel. One time she left me alone for endless hours, only to return with 2 brown birds, one carefully cupped in each hand. They were smaller than sparrows with striking leaf-green eyes. She set them down next to where I lay on the cushions, and when she whistled, they began to sing. Not snippets of birdsong, they sang an actual song. 4 verses with a chorus between. First they sang together, then in a simple harmony. Once I woke and she gave me a drink in a leather cup. It smelled of violets and tasted of nothing at all, but it was clear and warm and clean in my mouth, like I was drinking summer sunlight. Another time she gave me a smooth red stone that was warm in my hand. After several hours, it hatched like an egg, revealing a creature like a tiny squirrel that chittered angrily at me before running away. Once I woke and she was not nearby. Looking around, I saw her sitting on the edge of the water, arms wrapped around her knees. I could barely hear the gentle song of her sobbing quietly to herself. I slept and I woke. She gave me a ring made from a leaf, a cluster of golden berries, a flower that opened and closed at the stroking of a finger. And once, when I startled awake with my face wet and my chest aching, she reached out to lay her hand on top of mine. The gesture was so tentative, her expression so anxious, you would think she had never touched a man before. As if she was worried I might break or burn or bite. Her cool hand lay on mine for a moment, gentle as a moth. She squeezed my hand softly, waited, then pulled away. It struck me as odd at the time, but I was too clouded with confusion and grief to think clearly. Only now, looking back, do I realize the truth of things. With all the awkwardness of a young lover, she was trying to comfort me, and she didn't have the slightest idea how. Still, all things mend with time. My dreams receded. My appetite returned. I grew clear-headed enough to banter with Felurian a bit. Shortly after that, I recovered enough to flirt. When this happened, her relief was palpable, as if she couldn't relate to a creature that did not want to kiss her. Last came my curiosity, the surest sign I was my own true self again. "I never asked you how went your final workings with the shade," I said. Her face lit. "It is done." I could see the pride in her eyes. She took my hand and pulled me to the edge of the pavilion. "The iron was not an easy thing, but it is done." She started forward, then stopped herself.
Can you find it?
I took a long, careful look around. Even though she'd taught me what to look for, it was a long moment before I spotted a subtle depth in the darkness of a nearby tree. I reached out and drew my shade from the concealing shadow. Felurian skipped to my side, laughing as if I'd just won a game. She caught me around the neck and kissed me with the wildness of a dozen children. She had never let me wear the shade before, and I marveled as she spread it over my naked shoulders. It was nearly weightless and softer than the richest velvet. It felt like wearing a warm breeze, the same breeze that had brushed me in the darkened forest glade where Felurian had taken me to gather the shadows. I thought of going to the forest pool to see how I looked in the water's reflection, but Felurian threw herself onto me. Bearing me to the ground, she landed astride me, my shade spread beneath us like a thick blanket. She gathered the edges of it around us, then kissed my chest, my neck. Her tongue was hot against my skin.
This way,
she said against my ear.
Whenever your shade wraps you, you will think of me. When it touches you, it will seem like my touch.
She moved slowly against me, rubbing the length of her naked body along mine.
Through all the other women you will remember Felurian, and you will return.
After that, I knew my time in the Fae was drawing to a close. The Kvothe's words stuck in my mind like burrs, goading me out into the world. The fact that I had been within a stone's throw of the man who had killed my parents and not realized it left a bitter taste in my mouth that even Felurian's kisses could not erase. And what the Kvothe had said of Denna kept playing over and over in my head. Eventually, I awoke and knew the time had come. I rose, put my travel sack in order, and dressed for the first time in ages. The feeling of clothes against my skin felt odd after all this time. How long had I been gone? I brushed my fingers through my beard and shrugged the thought away. Guessing was pointless when I would know the answer soon enough. Turning, I saw Felurian standing in the center of the pavilion, her expression sad. For a moment, I thought she might protest my leaving, but she did nothing of the sort. Moving to my side, she fastened the shade around my shoulders, reminding me of a mother dressing her child against the cold. Even the butterflies that followed her seemed melancholy. She led me through the forest for hours until we came to a pair of tall gray stones. She drew up the hood of my shade and bid me close my eyes. Then, she led me in a brief circle, and I felt a subtle change in the air. When I opened my eyes, I could tell this forest was not the same one I had been walking through a moment before. The strange tension in the air was gone. This was the mortal world. I turned to Felurian. "My lady," I said, "I have nothing to give you before I go."
"Accept your promise to return."
Her voice was lily-soft, with a whisper of a warning. I smiled. "I mean I have nothing to leave you with, lady."
"Accept remembrance."
She leaned close. Closing my eyes, I bid her farewell with few words and many kisses. Then I left. I would like to say I did not look back, but that would not be the truth. The sight of her almost broke my heart. She seemed so very small beside the huge gray stones. I almost went back to give her one final kiss, one last goodbye. But I knew if I went back, I would never manage to leave again. Somehow, I kept walking. When I looked back the second time, she was gone. Chapter 107. Fire. I came to the Pennyworth Inn long after the sun had set. The huge inn's windows swelled with lamplight, and there were a dozen horses tethered outside, champing into their feed bags. The door was open, casting a slant square of light into the dark street. But something was wrong. There was none of the pleasant, rousing clamor that should be coming from a busy inn at night. Not a whisper, not a word. Anxious, I crept closer. Every fairy tale I'd ever heard was running through my head. Had I been gone years? Decades? Or was it more ordinary trouble? Had there been more bandits than we thought? Had they returned to find their camp destroyed, then come here to make trouble? I slid close to a window, peered inside, and saw the truth. There were 40 or 50 people in the inn. They sat at tables and benches and lined up at the bar. Every eye was pointed at the hearth. Martin sat there, taking a long drink. "I couldn't look away," he continued. "I didn't want to. Then Kvothe stepped in front of me, blocking this side of her, and for a second, I was free of a spell. I was covered in a sweat so thick and cold, it felt like someone had thrown a bucket of water over me. I tried to pull him back, but he shook me off and ran to her." Martin's expression was lined with regret. "How come she didn't get the A-dem and the big one, too?" asked a man with a hawkish face sitting nearby on the corner of the hearth. He drummed his fingers on a battered fiddle case. "If you'd really seen her, you all would have run off after her." There was a murmur of agreement from the room. Tempe spoke up from a nearby table, his blood-red shirt making him easy to spot. "When I was growing, I trained to have control." He held up a hand and made a tight fist to illustrate his point. "Hurt, hungry, thirsty, tired." He shook his fist after each of these to show his mastery over it. "Women." The faintest of smiles touched his face, and he shook his fist again, but with none of the firmness he had used before. A murmur of laughter ran through the room. "I say this, if Kvothe did not go, I may." Martin nodded. "As for our other friend," he cleared his throat and gestured across the room, "Hesper convinced him to stay." There was more laughter at this. After a moment of searching, I spied where Dedan and Hespa sat. Dedan seemed to be fighting down a furious blush. Hespa rested a hand possessively on his leg. She smiled a private, satisfied smile. "The next day, we looked for him," Martin said, regaining the room's attention. "We followed his trail through the woods. We found his sword 1/2 a mile from the pool. No doubt he lost it in his haste to catch her. His cloak hung from a branch not far from there." Martin lifted up the threadbare cloak I had bought from the tinker. It looked like it had been savaged by a mad dog. "It was caught on a branch. He must have torn free rather than lose sight of her." He idly fingered the ripped edges. "If it had been made of stronger stuff, he might still be with us here tonight." I know my cue when I hear it. I stepped through the doorway and felt everyone turn to look at me. "I have found a better cloak since," I said, "made by Felurian's own hand. And I have a story, too. One you will be telling your children's children." I smiled. There was a moment of silence, then an uproar as everyone began to speak at once. My companions stared at me in stunned disbelief. Dedan was the first to recover, and after making his way to where I stood, surprised me with a rough, one-armed embrace. Only then did I notice one of his arms was hanging from his neck in a splint. I gave it a questioning look. "Did you run into trouble?" I asked, while the room buzzed chaotically around us. Dedan shook his head. "Hespa," he said simply. "She didn't take too kindly to the thought of me running off after that fairy woman. She sort of convinced me to stay." "She broke your arm?" I remembered my parting glimpse of Hespa holding him to the ground. The big man looked down at his feet. "A bit. She sort of held on to it while I tried to twist away." He gave a slightly sheepish smile. "I guess you could say we broke it together." I clapped him on his good shoulder and laughed. "That's sweet. Truly touching." I would have continued, but the room had quieted. Everyone was watching us, watching me. As I looked at the crowd of people, I felt suddenly disoriented. How can I explain? I've already told you I don't know how much time I spent in the Fae, but it had been a long, long while. I had lived there so long that the strangeness of it had faded. I'd grown comfortable there. Now that I was back in the mortal world, this crowded taproom seemed strange to me. How odd to be indoors rather than under the naked sky. The thick-timbered wooden benches and tables looked so primitive and rough. The lamplight seemed unnaturally bright and harsh to my eyes. I'd had no company but Felurian for ages, and the people around me seemed strange by comparison. The whites of their eyes were startling. They smelled like sweat and horses and bitter iron. Their voices were hard and sharp, their postures stiff and awkward. But that only scratches the bare surface of it. I felt out of place in my own skin. It was profoundly irritating to be wearing clothes again, and I wanted nothing more than to be comfortably naked. My boots felt like a prison. On my long walk to the Pennyworth, I'd had to constantly fight the urge to remove them. Looking at the faces around me, I saw a young woman of no more than 20. She had a sweet face and clear blue eyes. She had a perfect mouth for kissing. I took half a step towards her, fully intending to catch her up in my arms, and I stopped suddenly, just as I began to reach out with one hand to caress the side of her neck, and my head spun with something very close to vertigo. Things were different here. The man sitting beside the woman was obviously her husband. That was important, wasn't it? It seemed a very vague and distant fact. Why wasn't I already kissing this woman? Why wasn't I naked, eating violets and playing music underneath the open sky? Looking around the room again, everything seemed terribly ridiculous. These people sitting on their benches, wearing layers on layers of clothing, eating with knives and forks. It all struck me as so pointless and contrived. It was incredibly funny. It was like they were playing a game and didn't even realize it. It was like a joke I'd never understood before. And so I laughed. It wasn't loud or particularly long, but it was high and wild and full of strange delight. It was no human laugh, and it moved through the crowd like wind among the wheat. Those near enough to hear it shifted in their seats, some looking at me with curiosity, some with fear. Some shivered and refused to meet my eye. Seeing their reaction shook me, and I made an effort to get a grip on myself. I drew a deep breath and closed my eyes. The moment of strange disorientation passed, though my boots still felt hard and heavy on my feet. When I opened my eyes again, I saw Hespa looking up at me. She spoke hesitantly. "Kvothe," she said hesitantly. "You look well." I smiled wide. "I am." "We thought you were lost." "You thought I was gone," I corrected gently, as I made my way to the fireplace where Martin stood. Dead in Felurian's arms or wandering the forest, mad and broken with desire. I looked at them each in turn. "Isn't that right?" I felt the whole room's eyes on me and decided to make the most of the situation. "Come now. I am Kvothe. I am Edema Rue born. I have studied at the university and can call down lightning like Taborlin the Great. Did you really think Felurian would be the death of me?" "She would be," said a rough voice from the edge of the hearth, "if you had ever so much as seen her shadow." I turned to see the hawk-faced fiddler. "I beg your pardon, sir?" "You should beg the pardon of everyone here," he said, his voice dripping with disdain. "I don't know what you hope to gain from this, but I don't believe the lot of you saw Felurian. Not for a second." I met his eyes. "I did more than see her, friend." "If that were true, then you'd be mad now, or dead. And while I'll admit you might be mad, it's not from any fairy charm." The room chuckled at this. "No one has seen her in a score of years. The fair folk have left this place behind, and you're no Taborlin, no matter what your friends say. I'm guessing you're just a clever storyteller hoping to make a name for himself." That struck uncomfortably close to the mark, and I could see some of the crowd eyeing me skeptically. Before I could say anything, Dedan burst in. "What about his beard, then? When he ran off 3 nights ago, his face was smooth as a baby's arse." "So you say," the fiddler replied. "I was going to keep quiet even though I didn't believe half of what you told us about those bandits or him calling the lightning, but I thought to myself, their friend probably died and they want folks to remember him with a proud story or two." He looked down his broken nose to where Dedan sat. "But really, this has gone too far. It's not wise to tell lies about the fair folk. I don't appreciate strangers coming here and spinning my friends' heads full of nonsense. Be quiet, the lot of you. We've heard enough out of you tonight." Having said his piece, the fiddler opened the battered case that sat next to him and drew out his instrument. The mood of the room had grown vaguely hostile by this point, and more than a few people eyed me resentfully. Dedan sputtered angrily. "Now listen Hespa said something and tried to pull him down into his seat, but Dedan shook her off. "No, I won't be called a liar. We were sent here by Alvaron himself because of them bandits, and we did our job. We're not expecting a parade, but I'll be damned before I let you call me a liar. We killed those bastards, and afterward, we did see Felurian, and Kvothe there did take off after her." Dedan glared around the room belligerently, mostly in the direction of the fiddler. "That's the truth, and I swear it by my good right hand. If anyone wants to call me a liar, we can have it out right now." The fiddler picked up his bow and met Dedan's eye. He drew a screaming note across the strings. "Liar!" Dedan nearly leapt across the room as people pushed their chairs back to make a clear space for the fight. The fiddler came to his feet slowly. He was taller than I'd expected, with short gray hair and scarred knuckles that told me he knew his way around a fistfight. I managed to get in front of Dedan and leaned against him, speaking low in his ear. "Do you really want to brawl with a broken arm? If he gets hold of it, you'll just scream and piss yourself in front of Hespa." I felt him relax a bit, and gave him a gentle push back toward his seat. He went, but he wasn't happy. "Something here," I heard a woman say behind me. "If you want to have a scuff with someone, you take it outside and don't bother coming back. You don't get paid to fight the customers, you hear?" "Now, Penny," the fiddler said soothingly, "I was just showing some teeth to him. He's the one took it all personal. You can't blame me for making fun with the sort of stories they come in with." I turned around and saw the fiddler explaining himself to an angry woman in her middle years. She was a full foot shorter than him and had to reach up to jab his chest with a finger. That's when I heard a voice exclaim to one side of me. "God's mother, Seb! You see that? Look at it! It's moving by itself!" "You're blind drunk. It's just a breeze. There ain't no wind in tonight. It's moving itself. Look again!" It was my shade, of course. By now, several people had noticed it blowing gently in a breeze that wasn't there. I thought the effect was rather nice, but I could tell by their wide eyes that folk were becoming alarmed. One or two slid their chairs away from me uneasily. Penny's eyes were fixed on my gently flowing shade, and she walked over to stand in front of me. "What is it?" she asked, her voice showing just a hint of fear. "Nothing to worry over," I said easily, holding out a fold of it for her inspection. "It is my shadow cloak. Felurian made it for me." The fiddler made a disgusted noise. Penny shot him a look and hesitantly brushed my cloak with a hand. "It's soft," she murmured, looking up at me. When our eyes met, she looked surprised for a moment, then exclaimed, "You're Losie's boy!" Before I could ask what she meant, I heard a woman's voice say, "What?" I turned to see a red-haired serving girl moving toward us, the same one who had embarrassed me so badly on our first visit to the Pennyworth. Penny nodded toward me. It's your fresh-faced, fiery boy from about 3 span back. You remember pointing him out to me? I didn't recognize him with the beard. Losi came to stand in front of me. Bright red curls tumbled over the bare, pale skin of her shoulders. Her dangerous green eyes swept over my shade and made their slow way up to my face. "It's him, all right," she said sideways to Penny. "Beard or no." She took a step closer, almost pressing against me. "Boys are always wearing beards and hoping it will make them men." Her bright emerald eyes settled boldly onto mine, as if expecting me to blush and fumble about as I had before. I thought of everything I'd learned at the hands of Felurian, and felt the strange, wild laughter welling up in me again. I fought it down as best I could, but I could feel it tumbling around inside me as I met her eye and smiled. Losi took a startled half-step back, her pale skin blushing to a furious red. Penny held out a hand to steady her. "Lord, girl, what's the matter with you?" Losi tore her eyes away from me. "Look at him, Penny. Really look at him. He's got a fey look about him. Look at his eyes." Penny looked curiously at my face, then flushed a bit herself, and crossed her arms in front of her chest, as if I had seen her naked. "Merciful Lord," she said breathlessly. "It's all true, then, isn't it?" "Every word," I said. "How did you get away from her?" Penny asked. "Oh, come on, Penny," the fiddler cried out in disbelief. "You aren't buying this pup story, are you?" Losi turned and spoke hotly. "There's a look a man has when he knows his way around a woman, Ben Creighton. Not that you would know. When this one was here a couple span ago, I liked his face and thought I'd have a roll with him, but when I tried to trip him—" She trailed off, seemingly at a loss for words. "I remember that," a man at the bar called out. "Funniest damn thing! I thought he was going to piss himself. He couldn't say a word to her." The fiddler shrugged. "So he found some farmer's daughter since then. It don't mean—" "Hush, Ben," Penny said with quiet authority. "There's more changed here than a bit of beard can account for." Her eyes searched my face. "Lord, but you're right, girl. There is a fey look about him." The fiddler started to speak again, but Penny shot him a sharp look. "Hush or get out! I don't want any fights in here tonight." The fiddler looked around the room and saw the tide had turned against him. Red-faced and scowling, he gathered up his fiddle and stormed out. Losi stepped close to me again, brushing her hair back. "Was she really as beautiful as they say?" Her chin went up proudly. "More beautiful than me?" I hesitated, then spoke softly. "She was Felurian, most beautiful of all." I reached out to brush the side of her neck where her red hair began its curling tumble downward, then leaned forward and whispered 7 words into her ear. "For all that, she lacked your fire." And she loved me for those 7 words, and her pride was safe. Penny spoke up. "How did you manage to get away?" I looked around the room and felt everyone's attention settle onto me. The wild, fey laughter tumbled around inside me. I smiled a lazy smile. My shade billowed. Then I moved to the front of the room, sat on the hearth, and told them the story. Or rather, I told them a story. If I'd told them the entire truth, they wouldn't have believed it. Felurian let me go because I was holding a song hostage? It simply didn't fit the classic lines. So, what I told them was closer to the story they expected to hear. In that story, I chased Felurian into the Fae, our bodies tangled together in her twilight glade. Then, as we rested, I played her music light enough to make her laugh, music dark enough to make her gasp, music sweet enough to make her weep. But when I tried to leave the Fae, she would not let me. She was too fond of my artistry. I shouldn't be coy, I suppose. I implied rather strongly that Felurian thought quite highly of me as a lover. I offer no apology for this behavior except to say that I was a young man of 16, proud of my newfound skills, and not above a little bragging. I told them how Felurian had tried to trap me in the Fae, how we fought with magic. For this I borrowed a little from Taborlin the Great. There was fire and lightning. At the end I bested Felurian, but spared her life. In her gratitude she wove me a fairy cloak, taught me secret magics, and gave me a silver leaf as a token of her favor. The leaf was pure fabrication, of course, but it wouldn't have been a proper story if she hadn't given me 3 gifts. All in all, it was a good story, and if it wasn't entirely true, well, at least it had some truth mixed in. In my defense, I could have dispensed with the truth entirely and told a much better story. Lies are simpler, and most of the time they make better sense. Losi watched me all through the telling, and seemed to take the whole thing as something of a challenge to the prowess of mortal women. After the story was over, she laid claim to me and led me to her small room on the topmost floor of the Pennyworth. I managed very little sleep that night, and Losi came closer to killing me than Felurian ever had. She was a delightful partner, every bit as wonderful as Felurian had been. But how could that be, I hear you ask? How could any mortal woman compare with Felurian? It's easier to understand if you think of it in terms of music. Sometimes a man enjoys a symphony. Else times he finds a jig more suited to his taste. The same holds true for lovemaking. One type is suited to the deep cushions of a twilight forest glade. Another comes quite naturally tangled in the sheets of narrow beds upstairs in inns. Each woman is like an instrument waiting to be learned, loved, and finally played, to have at last her own true music made. Some might take offense at this way of seeing things, not understanding how a trooper views his music. They might think I degrade women. They might consider me callous or boorish or crude. But those people do not understand love, or music, or me.
Don't forget to subscribe.